courageous man, and I look forward to hearing what he has to say to us. And of course, importantly, the Secretary General will be with us, and we have been echoing from the beginning all of his pleas for an end to this conflict. You know, it's 40 days we're looking at this, and I personally, professionally feel this isn't a moment we can suspend our humanity. What's happened in Bucha, in other towns in the Kyiv region, is absolutely appalling. We want to see these heinous atrocities responded to. The Russian authorities were in control of those areas. We have responsibility. We need to see that there will be no impunity for these absolutely appalling crimes in Bucha, anywhere, anytime, ever. There can be no impunity for these crimes.
What will your message be to President Zelensky from here?
Well, the message from the beginning has been we stand with Ukraine. We stand with the Ukrainian people. We want to see an end to this war. We will repeat in front of him the pleas we have made from day one with the Russian Federation at the table. Stop this war now. Go home. We want to see a return to a peaceful environment. We want to see the humanitarian situation addressed, and we want to see accountability. And we are working, the Irish Foreign Minister has spoken publicly in the last few days about the support we're giving to the Ukrainian authorities, as is the European Union, to collect evidence, to ensure that those people we've seen in those horrendous images, I think of my brother, my father, my sister lying on a street with their hands tied behind their back and a bullet in their head. This is completely unacceptable. Heinous crimes. We're sitting at that table, we all sitting at that table, not just share a responsibility from a humanitarian perspective, we're responsible for the maintenance of international peace and security, so let's get on with that job. Thanks.
Ambassador, yesterday, still happening.
Bill. Hey Bill, how's it? Bill, headset.
I'm here live. I'm not a cat.
Good morning, everyone. The 9,010th meeting of the Security Council is called to order. I give the floor to the Russian Federation.
Председатель, прежде чем мы дойдем до утверждения повестки дня, хотел бы выразить протест в связи с тем, что только что начавшееся британское председательство обошлось с двумя нашими запросами на заседании Совета Безопасности в связи с ужасной...
I mean, I speak Russian, but I didn't know if you guys spoke Russian. I mean, I understand what he's saying, but I just figured you guys probably don't know what he's saying.
...который мы запросили в воскресенье 3 апреля...
Boy, they took off real quick, right? I don't think the translator was ready.
А потом и экстренного, который мы запросили в 12 часов 4 апреля, после того, как вы нам отказали.
I wonder if all these people that are sitting there with their earpieces on for the translation, I wonder if they're sitting there waiting for a translator the same way we are, or if there's actually somebody doing it for them.
И во второй раз вынеся авторитарное и ни с кем не согласованное решение о том, что эту тему лучше было бы обсудить сегодня.
All right, so before we get the translations, let's just assume, let's just take a stab at what he's saying.
Которые мы распространили в качестве официального документа
He wants to
Совета.
take a stab
Я бы хотел спросить
at
вас,
what
на
this guy's
каком
saying,
основании
this human testicle from the
вы
Russian Federation.
позволяете себе действовать столь неслыханным образом, презрев любые нормы и правила. Разве вы не знаете, что в случае вашего несогласия с нашим предложением вам следовало созвать заседание и вынести вопрос
Let's get
о
it.
целесообразности
I'm here.
проведения на
I
процедурном
talk shit
голосовании?
behind the scenes without the camera on. I might as well
Тем
put my
более,
face
у
in front of
вас
it.
должен был быть перед глазами
God, I
пример
look
нашего
exceptionally fat today.
председательства,
Jesus
когда мы ни
Christ.
разу не
I need to make
отказали
it dimmer in here.
ни в проведении, ни в проведении любого из 6 заседаний по Украине. Мы требуем от вас
All right, I'm going to translate. You ready?
гарантии того, что в будущем вы
We
не
like
будете
to continue
оспаривать
to
права
protest these
членов
unfair
Совета,
sanctions as we continue to massacre
зафиксированные в правилах
innocent people
правил процедуры.
within Ukraine,
Напомню,
people who resemble us in every way, shape, and form because they are, in a lot of cases, our direct kin.
благодарю вас.
However, I would like to say this is bullshit. We didn't kill nobody.
I
Fuck
thank the
y'all. I'm out.
representative of the Russian Federation. Is there anyone else who wants to comment on this? I will explain the presidency's position in just a moment.
Oh, thank you. Please.
If I could.
Oh, I thought she meant like she was going to explain what the fuck he said. That would be.
From the Russian
That would be
Federation,
beneficial to
we
me.
did not reject your request for a meeting. We received your letter on Sunday, and it is the responsibility or the obligation of the presidency to schedule a meeting. You particularly requested a meeting for a time on Monday. Our proposal as presidency was to schedule the meeting either alongside the meeting today, so well within the 48-hour limit, which is the convention of the Security Council.
I mean, you want to turn around that quick and have a meeting, man?
Sequentially,
Listen,
one after the other.
This is bureaucracy,
I understand
baby.
that
Okay?
the Russian
Ain't
Federation
none of us going to get shit done
turned
that
down
fast.
Both proposals, but I wish to be clear that we did not reject the request for a meeting. The deferral proposed was less than 24 hours, and to be clear, we share the view that this is an urgent situation. And we have, as I say, offered the Russian Federation either a separate meeting today or to combine it with this one. And so, as far as the presidency is concerned, we did everything in line with.
I mean, 2 days, 48 hours, man, that's pretty expeditious. Like I said, bureaucracy slows everything down. And if they were able to get some sort of meeting with the Russian Federation within 2 days, dude, that's pretty good. It's pretty good. Like she said, a very urgent situation, okay, needs to be addressed. But 48 hours, I think, is sufficient time. I think that, truthfully, they wanted it done quicker from the Russian Federation's perspective because for damage control, right? Damage control purposes alone. They wanted to be able to get in there and explain their side of the story, right, of why in Bucha there was mass graves of, supposedly, assumed innocent civilians who were dumped in this grave. So I think it was more or less they wanted it done even quicker. They wanted to get this meeting done so they could start to craft this narrative that protects their ass rather than, letting it be reported in an honest fashion the way that I imagine it's probably being. I'm not saying that things aren't being, overblown or, made to be more dramatic. But truthfully, man, there's not a whole lot that you can do to over-dramatize a mass grave of civilians, okay, in Bucha. So, there again, 48 hours, man, that's expeditious. That's quick for a bureaucracy such as the UN Security Council to get a meeting set up and everybody in. Because you gotta remember that the members of the UN Security Council, got to shift some shit around in their schedules. You know what I mean? I'm sure this is probably their end-all be-all most important responsibility, right? But it's not to say that they don't have other shit going on, you know? So, hey, man, give them a moment to shift some shit around in their schedule, okay? If they can't get you the meeting as quickly as you wanted the meeting, you know, just write it down, okay? Put your thoughts down on a post-it note. And, you know, put it in a little envelope, all right? And then whenever you are able to have the meeting with the UN Security Council, pull out your little post-it note and sling whatever bullshit you feel is appropriate, okay? But it doesn't matter if it's 24 hours after the incident was discovered or 48 hours like it is here. It's even within 48 hours. You're still going to be slinging bullshit, all right? And there's really not anybody that's going to believe you. I'm going to be completely honest. Regardless of what your defense is, or the narrative that you're crafting to try to justify or to place blame elsewhere. Let's face it, that's exactly what's going to happen. It's not that they're going to try to excuse their actions. They're going to try to just outright say that somebody else did it, that they weren't responsible for it. I guarantee that's it.
And with precedent, we have received no other complaints from council members on the subject.
So go fuck yourself, please and thank
I
you.
give the floor to the Russian Federation.
Благодарю вас.
We got a translator yet? Come on.
Доказательства.
I'm just a Chud American dude. I can't speak. I can't even speak English that good.
Менее чем за 24
Okay.
часа до заседания,
I speak
которое
Merkin.
просили провести.
It's not even English. It's like a sub language of English, you know? There's like subcategories.
Интересно, мы готовы это представить.
Merkin.
Но я хочу выразить надежду, что
Why do we not have a translator? Am I batshit?
что вы не будете
I turned on closed captioning too,
странам
just in
членам
case.
Совета Безопасности в проведении.
You know, I know closed captioning operates differently than translators do, but oh, he do fuck you. He makes it a purpose to
Representative of the Russian Federation.
get rid of the
The
mic, huh?
presidency will not refuse to host meetings in the future, and I hope that now
As
closes
we
that point,
we did
and
not
can proceed with
refuse
the adoption of the agenda.
the meeting, so you can go fuck yourself.
The provisional agenda for this meeting is letter dated the 28th of February 2014 from the permanent representative of Ukraine to the United Nations, addressed to the President of the Security Council, S/2014/136.
What?
The agenda is adopted.
The agenda was set in 24. What the?
I
I'm
should
confused.
like to start by taking the opportunity to pay tribute on behalf of this council to Her Excellency Lana Naseba, the permanent representative of the United Arab Emirates, for your service as the President of the Council for the month of March. I'm sure I speak for all of us in expressing our deep appreciation to Ambassador Naseba and her team for the skillful conduct of the Council's business last month. Thank you very much indeed to your team.
Mm-hmm. It's like a nice pat on the head. Good job, UAE. Good job. We let you play boss for a while.
Representative of Ukraine to participate in this meeting.
Is there
It
a
is so decided.
Ukrainian representative? Okay.
On behalf of the Council, I welcome the participation of His Excellency Mr. Volodymyr Zelensky, the President of Ukraine, and just add that, as usual precedent, the
Where is he?
permanent representative of Ukraine will also join the meeting
Okay.
in case of any technical issues. In accordance with Rule 39 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure,
This is intense.
invite
I don't know
the
why. I
briefers
just
to
feel like this is
participate
super
in this
intense.
meeting. Ms. Rosemary DiCarlo,
Bureaucratic bullshit
Undersecretary
makes me
General for
nervous.
Political and
It's like being in a
Post-Conflict
courtroom,
Affairs,
you know?
and Mr. Martin Griffiths, Under-Secretary General for Humanitarian Affairs, Emergency Relief Coordinator.
Oh, I thought he was
So
asleep.
decided.
Holy shit, that would have been amazing.
In accordance with Rule 39 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I also invite His Excellency Mr. Olof Skog, Head of Delegation of the
Skog.
European Union to the United Nations,
Mr.
to
Scoop.
participate in this meeting. It is so decided.
I love her little gavel, man. Such authority. Wait, who's this? Sorry, I'm talking shit the whole time. I wasn't paying. As the
Security
EU
Council
representative?
will now begin its consideration of item 2 of the agenda. I wish to warmly welcome His Excellency the Secretary General, His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, and I give him the floor.
Let me take a sip.
Madam President, Excellencies, the war in Ukraine is one of the greatest challenges ever to the international order and the global peace architecture founded on the United Nations Charter, because of its nature, intensity, and consequences. We are dealing with the full-fledged invasion on several fronts of one member state of the United Nations, Ukraine, by another, the Russian Federation, a permanent member of the Security Council, in violation of the United Nations Charter, and with several aims, including redrawing the internationally recognized borders between the two countries. The war has led to senseless loss of life, massive devastation in urban centers, and the destruction of civilian infrastructure. I will never forget the horrifying images of civilians killed in Bucha, and I immediately called for an independent investigation to guarantee effective accountability. And I'm also deeply shocked by the personal testimony of rapes and sexual violence that now are emerging. The High Commissioner for Human Rights has spoken of possible war crimes, grave breaches of international humanitarian law, and serious violations of international human rights law. And the Russian offensive has also led to the displacement of more than 10 million people in just 1 month, the fastest forced population movement since the Second World War. Far beyond Ukraine's borders, the war has led to massive increases in prices of food, energy, and fertilizers, because Russia and Ukraine are linchpins of these markets. It has disrupted supply chains and increased the cost of transportation, putting even more pressure on the developing world. Many developing countries are already on the verge of debt collapse due to the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic and the lack of adequate liquidity and debt relief, stemming ultimately from the unfair nature of our global economic and financial system. For all these reasons, it is more urgent by the day to silence the guns. That is why I asked the Emergency Relief Coordinator, Martin Griffiths, to travel to Russia and Ukraine to press for an urgent humanitarian ceasefire. And the Secretary General Griffiths will update you on the humanitarian situation and the results of his contacts so far. And the Secretary General Di Carlo will also brief you on the political and human rights dimensions. But as Secretary General of the United Nations, it is my duty to call the attention of the Council to the serious damage being done to the global economy and particularly to vulnerable people and developing countries. Madam President, our analysis indicates that 74 developing countries with a total population of 1.2 billion people are particularly vulnerable to spiking food, energy, and fertilizer costs. Debt obligations take up some 16% of developing countries' export earnings.
This is what I mean. Like, I'm sorry, I'm gonna pause it. I'm already behind, of course. This is shit that's already been said, but I thought it was important to listen to it all and analyze it. Just listening to this man speak, it really emphasizes the global effects that I really hadn't thought that much about of the conflict in Ukraine. I know that the direct parties, Ukraine and Russia, I mean Ukraine more specifically, and those countries that did business with Russia and Ukraine would be impacted. But hearing him itemize the total population of people that will be severely affected by the rising costs, like you said, not only because of COVID, right? We're still trying to recover from that. And we're still not completely out of the woods, but you know, we can see the edge of the woods, let's put it that way. But I never considered the depth of the impact that this conflict is having worldwide, man. It just, you know, we say we're really focused on the loss of human life, which is more important than anything else, right? It's senseless. It's insane that people in 2022 should have to die due to warfare. You know, I've said it 100 times. We've come as a people, as human beings, we have advanced too far in weapon making. Our capacity to kill each other is the most efficient it has ever been, right? And so that's why we need to emphasize the importance of not going to war. Holy shit. It's just insane that we still are seeing these types of conflicts. There are regional skirmishes, that might go on for decades at a time. But this is just his analysis and him itemizing the wide-reaching impact of this conflict really opens my eyes to a lot more things that I hadn't considered.
States, the figure is 34% and rising because of increased interest rates and the need to pay for expensive imports. In the past months alone, wheat prices have increased by 22%, maize by 21%, and barley by 31%. Brent oil prices on the 1st of April were more than 60% higher than at the same time last year. A series of events have led to that, not only the present situation. Natural gas and fertilizer prices more than double over the same period. We are already seeing some countries move from vulnerability into crisis and signs of serious social unrest. The flames of conflict are fueled by inequality, deprivation, and underfunding. With all the warning signals flashing red, we have a duty to act. Madam President, the Global Crisis Response Group on Food, Energy and Finance that I set up last month has formulated some initial recommendations for the consideration of member states.
I think the first recommendation is, can't y'all stop fighting?
On food, we are urging all countries to keep markets open, resist unjustified and unnecessary export restrictions, and make reserves available to countries at risk of hunger and famine. This is not the time for protectionism. Humanitarian appeals must be fully funded. People caught up in crisis around the world cannot pay the price for this war. On energy, the use of strategic stockpiles and additional reserves could help ease this energy crisis in the short term. But the only medium and long-term solution is to accelerate the deployment of renewable energy, which is not impacted by market fluctuations. These will allow the progressive phase-out of coal and other fossil fuels, and renewables are already cheaper in most of the cases.
Yes.
And on finance, international financial institutions must go into emergency mode. We need urgent action by the G20 and international financial institutions to increase liquidity and fiscal space so that governments can provide safety nets for the poorest and most vulnerable. The reform I've been calling for the global financial system is long overdue. All these actions are closely linked with the prevention agenda and with building and sustaining peace. Madam President, the war in Ukraine must stop now. We need serious negotiations for peace.
I mean, in his most simplest terms, we ain't got time for this shit, man. Like, seriously. I know it's just kind of an oversimplification, but that's really the crux of it. We got other things we got to be dealing with, right? I mean, there's so much that we could be working on, okay? But instead, we got to be hyper-focused on these dipshits invading Ukraine. And we ain't got time for this bullshit, man. Like, this is the time for us around the globe, okay? Around the globe to progress as a species, to try to uplift people who are suffering from poverty, and trying to tip the scales back to where they're more balanced, we ain't got time for stupid wars that are spun as some way to denazify Ukraine. I mean, give me a fucking break, dude. That's not what you're doing, okay? You're just working really hard to expand your territory. You're trying to reestablish the Soviet Union, okay? But yeah, we don't have time for this shit, man. Like, this is the time when we should be healing, bouncing back globally from the pandemic. And before we even get our feet under ourselves again, even in a modest standpoint, this war started.
Based on the principles of the United Nations Charter. This council is charged with maintaining peace and doing so in solidarity. I deeply regret the divisions that have prevented the Security Council from acting not only on Ukraine, but on other threats to peace and security around the world. I urge the Council to do everything in its power to end the war and to mitigate its impact, both on the suffering people of Ukraine and on vulnerable people and developing countries around the world, and I thank you.
Well done.
I
Well put.
thank the Secretary General for his remarks. I now give the floor to Ms. Rosemary DiCarlo.
Thank you. Madam President, since I last briefed this Council on 17 March, the security situation in Ukraine has seriously deteriorated. The number of Ukrainian civilians killed has more than doubled. Ukrainian cities continue to be mercilessly pounded, often indiscriminately, by heavy artillery and aerial bombardments. And hundreds of thousands of people, including children, the elderly, and the disabled, remain trapped in encircled areas under nightmarish conditions. The devastation wrought on Mariupol and other Ukrainian cities is one of the shameful hallmarks of this senseless war. The horror deepened this past weekend as shocking images emerged of dead civilians, some with hands bound, lying in the streets of Bucha, the town near Kiev formerly held by Russian forces. Many bodies were also found in a mass grave in the same locality. Reports by non-governmental organizations and media also allege summary
Sorry, I wanted to switch my headphones real quick.
executions of civilians, rape and looting in Chernihiv, Kharkiv, and Kiev regions. Madam President, away from the fighting, diplomatic efforts to end this war, including direct talks between Ukrainian and Russian representatives, have continued. We commend the government of Turkey for hosting these discussions, as well as the efforts of many others engaging with Russia and Ukraine to help bring about peace. We welcome the willingness of the sides to continue engaging to reach a mutual understanding. This requires good faith and earnest efforts.
I don't think that on the side of Russia, and I can't speak for everybody, and I could be 100% wrong, but to me, from the Russian side of the fence, their willingness to continue participating in these peace talks are just a front, right? Like it's just a PR campaign. I mean, that's just my perspective. I could be completely wrong, but I think that the willingness, quote unquote, willingness of them to participate in these peace talks has nothing to do with the fact that they're actually striving for peace, right? To me, it's more or less that they're engaging in these peace talks to keep up the perception that they're doing a good thing, right? Or that they're willing to operate within the confines of what we would consider to be acceptable behavior from leadership of a country. And moreover, whenever you try to sell this as a special military operation where you're cleansing, the upper echelon of Ukraine, from Nazis or whatever the bullshit is you're saying, then you can't just completely withdraw, right, from the Security Council or from any of the other multinational organizations that you're a member of. Otherwise, it makes it pretty obvious that you're not doing what you're claiming to do. Your motives aren't altruistic. It's you just diving in there and taking over territory for imperialist reasons. And to me, it's insane. I don't know. Again, they have to. Russia has to be part of these meetings. They can't just dip out and stop answering the phone. You know what I mean? They can't ghost the UN. or the, UN Security Council. They have to continue participating, or else, again, it's kind of obvious what you're doing, man. If you're not willing to come and explain your actions, then you're doing wrong. And I think it's pretty obvious too, right? That we are implementing these sanctions because what they are doing is wrong. You can't just invade another country because you think there's Nazis in the country. Right? Especially when the president's a Jewish man.
And progress in the negotiations should be translated quickly into action on the ground. While there has been a reported reduction of Russian troops in attacks around Kyiv and Chernihiv, such moves should not be merely tactical, repositioning forces for renewed attacks on Ukrainian cities and towns elsewhere. The General Assembly has twice called for Russian forces to withdraw entirely from Ukrainian territory and cease all military operations. We also take note of the reported withdrawal of Russian forces from around the Chernobyl nuclear site. The International Atomic Energy Agency reports that this development will hopefully allow it to conduct an assistance and support mission to provide technical advice and to deliver equipment where necessary as soon as possible. All nuclear sites in Ukraine must be fully protected and secured. Military operations in or around these locations must be avoided. Madam President, the numbers tell a tragic, if yet incomplete, story. According to the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, at least 1,480 civilians have been killed and at least 2,195 injured between 24 February and 4 April 2022. OHCHR believes that the actual figures are considerably higher. We are gravely concerned by the persistent use of explosive weapons with the wide impact area in or near populated areas. Such weapons are causing most civilian casualties, as well as massive destruction of civilian infrastructure, including residential buildings, hospitals, schools, water stations, and electricity systems. OHCHR has received credible allegations that Russian forces have used cluster munitions in populated areas at least 24 times. Allegations that Ukrainian forces have used such weapons are also being investigated. As noted by the High Commissioner, indiscriminate attacks are prohibited under international humanitarian law and may amount to war crimes. The massive destruction of civilian objects and the high number of civilian casualties strongly indicate that the fundamental principles of distinction, proportionality, and precaution have not been sufficiently adhered to. In besieged cities, a significant increase in mortality rates among civilians can also be attributed to the disruption of medical care and basic services. People with disabilities and the elderly are particularly vulnerable. As of 4 April 2022, the World Health Organization has reported a total of 85 attacks on healthcare facilities, resulting in at least 72 fatalities and 43 injuries. Madam President, we are seriously concerned about reports of cases of arbitrary arrests and enforced disappearances of persons who have been vocal against the Russian invasion. As of 30 March, OHCHR has documented the arbitrary detention and possible enforced disappearance of 22 journalists and civil society members in Kyiv, Kherson, Luhansk, and Zaporizhia regions.
22 journalists?
Local officials have also been detained in regions under Russian control, 13 of whom have been subsequently released. We call for the immediate release of all individuals who have been arbitrarily detained, including journalists, local officials, civil society activists, and others. Also, as of 30 March, OHCHR has recorded 7 journalists and media workers killed since hostilities began.
Christ, man.
Another 15 have come under armed attack, 9 of whom were injured. Allegations of conflict-related sexual violence perpetrated by Russian forces have also emerged. These include gang rape and rapes in front of children. There are also claims of sexual violence by Ukrainian forces and civil defense militias. The UN Human Rights Monitoring Mission in Ukraine continues to seek to verify all these allegations. We're also concerned about disturbing videos depicting abuse of prisoners of war on both sides. All prisoners of war must be treated with dignity and full respect for their rights in accordance with international humanitarian law. Madam President, the many credible allegations of serious violations of international humanitarian law and international human rights law from areas recently retaken from Russian forces must not go unanswered. We support efforts to examine these allegations and to gather evidence. Ensuring accountability and justice for acts committed
It's
under law
hilarious just to watch
by
this
the
asshole from the Russian Federation do everything he can to not listen, you know? It's like me whenever, you know, I'm in an uncomfortable situation. I'm just like, need to cut my nails, fuck. You know? Like, doing anything you can to fiddle, just fuck with stuff around you. So that way you don't have to admit that you're listening to this stuff. But truthfully, let's be real, man. You wouldn't be acting anxious and nervous like that if there wasn't at least some truth to what's being reported, right? Maybe he's just fidgeting because he's pissed and he's trying to do everything he can to not buck back at everybody that's accusing Russia of human rights violations. But I mean, I will give this lady credit. She's not just pouring it on 100% onto Russia, right? She is acknowledging that there are reports of violence and rape on the Ukrainian side as well. Either way you swing it, it's disgusting, man. It's disgusting and it's appalling. And these are things that are separate from the people who are being killed from the direct conflict. You know, people that aren't being shot with bullets are still experiencing very significant hardship. And this is not appropriate behavior. I know I sound like a goddamn parent or something, which, you know, but this is not appropriate behavior. Okay, this is 2022. If you're gonna kill each other civilly. Okay. But and of course I'm joking. We shouldn't be fighting actual armed conflict, conventional warfare. We shouldn't be fighting any type of war. But this is the type of warfare that's very costly to both sides. Not only in money, of course, but in supplies and in lives lost. You know? So, I damn sure don't want Russia to start lobbing nukes all over the place. But then again, I don't think that any of this is productive. I mean, it really isn't. What's the best that Russia can hope to gain when this conflict ends? Even let's say that their invasion, let's say that they are full of shit, okay, and that their recent reports of only being interested in the eastern part of Ukraine, like the Donbass region, let's say that we know that's bullshit, okay? It's most likely bullshit, but let's say they went into Ukraine and they rolled over them real quick, okay? And that there wasn't the significant resistance and pushback that they're getting from the Ukrainian soldiers now. Okay, so let's say it goes perfectly according to plan. They roll over the country, they take over Ukraine, the entirety of it, and they just absorb it, you know, as part of the Russian Federation. Like, what would they gain other than the territory and, you know, profits from natural gas reserves and, you know, I guess agriculture is a very big component of the economy in Ukraine. So they gain those things, right? But surely to God, they had to know, Putin had to know, that this act of invading Ukraine in the first place was going to bring about very tremendous sanctions on his country. Ones that are debilitating, like to where your economy does not function ever again the way that it did whenever it was strong or stronger, you know? And those sanctions I foresee them going on forever, man. Going on and on and on. Especially now, when things are not going according to plan, and they pretend to engage in these peace talks, and they're supposedly withdrawing, although we know they're just reorganizing and regrouping and then redeploying once they come up with a better strategy. But now they're withdrawing, saying that they're only interested in the Donbass region, but because of these atrocities and all the other stuff that's coming to light, that's based on what the Russians have wrought on Ukraine, the sanctions they're never going to end. We're never going to lift the sanctions. Now, other European countries might. Maybe they've got more reliance on Russia, for, oil and gas and stuff like that, and maybe they can't risk continuing to let their relationship as a country deteriorate with Russia. But I would say, for the most part, the majority of countries around the globe that have already implemented sanctions on Russia, they're going to be there forever. Forever. I mean, especially the United States. We don't lift sanctions very often, if ever. Even on the poorest of countries that really cannot handle the sanctions, we don't give a shit. We will press them down and we'll leave them there until your country is crumbled into the dust. So Russia's no different, So and that's why a lot of people who are far more educated than I about politics were saying that there's no way that they're going to invade Ukraine. There's no way, because just from every angle that you look at it, it's a misstep. It was a miscalculation. There's just nothing that any educated analyst could see that would be a benefit that outweighs all the negative shit that they're going to be handling. You know what I mean? Like, that's my perspective, at least. And again, I'm just some chode. I don't know what I'm talking about. But truthfully, from the outside, you make a pros and cons list, like the benefits versus the costs of invading Ukraine. And I'm sure that they're privy to a lot of information that I'm not aware of. But from my perspective and the perspective of most people watching from the outside, there's no logical reason that this invasion occurred. What are you hoping to gain other than more territory? Territory and the assets that come with that territory. Is it really worth what you're going to be losing as a country in the form of sanctions? I mean, they are legitimately the equivalent of North Korea now. And that sucks. That sucks, especially for the Russian people, man. The Russian people, Putin's got support, of course. But I would say the majority of people who can see through this conflict and know that it's not right what's being wrought upon Ukraine. The majority of those Russian people, they don't deserve the punishment that they're receiving, And that's what's messed up about it, is they're going to continue to have to deal with this crap until the end of time. They're going to have to deal with the sanctions and the value of the ruble going down, and inflation's going to be through the roof, even more than it already is. So the Russian people don't deserve this shit. But Putin made the decision on his own and decided that for whatever reason, he was willing to put his people through that level of bullshit. And again, he had to know that these sanctions were going to come in hot and heavy, and that they were likely to never end. Or if he didn't, put that into his equation, then he's even stupider than everybody thought. Which he's never come across as a stupid person. He's a little bit erratic. I mean, especially with this latest thing going on, he's definitely erratic. But I've never taken him to be like a stupid person. But this was by far and away one of the largest missteps that a leader of a first world country, I guess you would want to call it, second world country, has ever made. That's bizarre. But yeah, it's just, there's no way that he looked at that he analyzed the plan and saw, again, he's got to be seeing shit that we don't see, right? He's got to be seeing benefits that we're not thinking of, or that I'm not thinking of. There might be, analysts all over the globe that clearly see what his aim is. I mean, the only way that I could understand it is if truly Ukraine isn't the end of the territory that he wants to take over again. If he honestly is considering moving into other countries, and invading them as well, I could see that. I could see the gamble being taken, but there's no way that his economy and his military, even with the nuclear weapons, was strong enough to take this on at this moment. Unless they've been secretly buffing up their military behind closed doors for decades, I just don't see it. They don't have enough of the new tech, whether it be in tanks or planes. I mean, they got plenty of soldiers, but you're not going to be able to take over the whole of Eastern Europe, without being stopped, dude. This is one country, this is Ukraine, that you've gone into completely unjustified. And we're already just right at the precipice of stepping in there and nuclear war coming to fruition, I'm glad we haven't. I continue to hope that we don't. But by that same token, I also hope that Putin stops with Ukraine. Because it could spiral out of control real fast.
Is essential. Madam President, we are heartened by the generosity of neighboring countries who have accepted millions of refugees and the solidarity of the Ukrainian people who are hosting their displaced compatriots. With more than 10 million people displaced either within Ukraine or abroad as refugees, roughly 1/4 of the population, the United Nations is gravely concerned about the heightened risk of human trafficking. Indeed, suspected and verified cases of human trafficking are surfacing in the surrounding countries, according to the International Organization for Migration. Madam President, this war is devastating Ukraine now, but it also threatens its future. Early assessment projections by UNDP suggest that if the war continues through 2022, Ukraine faces the prospect of seeing 18 years of socioeconomic progress lost.
Jesus.
This would set the country and the region back decades and leave deep long-term social and economic fissures. UN agencies, including UNDP, are working to help preserve Ukraine's hard-won development gains. This involves supporting the government to sustain essential government structures and basic services, including emergency measures to sustain livelihoods, such as cash-based assistance. Madam President, the war in Ukraine has damaged Europe's security architecture. Its economic repercussions are already evident far from the battlefield. The longer the war continues, the greater the risk that it will further weaken the global institutions and mechanisms dedicated to preserve peace and security. The war was started by choice. There is no inevitability to it or to the suffering it is causing. The United Nations is ready to do everything within its means to help bring an end to it.
Everything
Thank you,
except
Madam
fight the
President.
war. I mean, but
I thank Mr. Carlo for her.
I don't disagree with that.
And I now give the floor to Mr. Martin Griffiths.
Thank you, Madam President. As you've just heard from the Secretary General and Under Secretary General De Carlo, Ukrainian civilians are paying far too high a price for this war. I want to speak briefly about humanitarian needs and what we're doing to meet them before I then refer to my recent travels. In the last 6 weeks, as we have heard, at least 1,430 people have been killed, among them over 121 children, and we know this is very likely a serious underestimate. Homes and civilian infrastructure, bridges, hospitals, schools have been damaged and destroyed. And in fact, the current figures on displacement tell us that more than 11.3 million people have now been forced to flee their homes, and of that, 4.2 million are now refugees in those generous neighboring countries that Rosemary has just been referring to. So in total, more than a quarter of the population of Ukraine has fled in this extraordinary short time. And unfortunately, we can imagine that these figures will continue to rise until we can find a pause and some peace. Madam President, the ground and air offensives and counteroffensives are making life nearly impossible for many civilians in Ukraine. Families, the elderly, women and children have been trapped by fighting already for too long. For more than 5 weeks, the people of Mariupol have been caught up in the fighting. And it is well documented that really Mariupol is a center of hell. Other cities like Chernihiv, Sumy and Kharkiv remain cut off from essential goods and services. And perilous conditions are hampering our efforts to access civilians or for them to access us. And we restate here that civilians must be allowed to move to safer areas without the fear of attacks and at their own choice and at their own selection. It's vital that all parties to the conflict respect their obligations under international humanitarian law to protect civilians and to allow impartial humanitarian organizations safe, rapid, unimpeded access to all civilians in need wherever they are in Ukraine. Madam President, as the world watches humanitarian needs soar in Ukraine, the United Nations and our partner organizations are making every effort to dramatically increase our support to affected civilians. The work of the 6,000 volunteers from the Ukraine Red Cross, as we have noted before in this chamber, together with local NGOs in eastern Ukraine, these people, these organizations continue to work tirelessly at the front line of assistance to communities. The World Food Programme has reached more than 1.3 million people with cash and food assistance and plans to push that number up to 2.5 million people in this month. Health partners report that more than 180 tons of medical supplies were delivered in Ukraine, with another 470 tons on the way. And this will address the health needs of around 6 million people in the months ahead. And I'm pleased to say, that seems an odd word to say in the context of Ukraine, that after much effort in the past day, another convoy went from our humanitarian hub in Dnipro to the Far East. Today, food, winter clothing, non-food items, medicine, hygiene kits were offloaded to the Ukraine Red Cross and will reach the hands of those most in need. Indeed, following notification to both parties, a formal process that we and also the International Red Cross are engaged in, 4 convoys in total from the UN have provided critical support to people in some of the cities encircled by war and affected by ongoing fighting. Several more are planned. So these are initial steps, but it gives us a basis to now expand and taking our efforts up to scale and expanding much more than 1 convoy a day.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say is it's insane that there's only 1 convoy a day, or only that a few have made it to their destination. I know they've negotiated these humanitarian corridors, but for whatever reason, it's usually because fighting resumes, right? And the Russians continue shelling in these regions to where there's no assurance that these corridors can remain open. And if they're not allowed to remain open, then there's only one side to be blamed. Truly. Unless the Ukrainian forces, whether it be their established military or civilian fighters or whatever it is, I don't know what their command structure is, but I'm sure that they, as the defenders in this conflict, would be completely open to allowing humanitarian corridors to exist and to remain open, right? I don't see the Ukrainian forces in any capacity just outright attacking a convoy of trucks, especially if they're marked, plainly as humanitarian or like have the Red Cross on them, or whatever that you can. Because I think Zelensky and his commanders could filter down that message to the soldiers as best as possible. Of course, you're not going to reach everybody, I'm sure. I'm sure there are pockets of fighting that are going on everywhere. But in my opinion, okay, if the humanitarian corridors aren't allowed to remain open, it's because Russia is not allowing them to remain open. It's almost like they negotiate the prospect of opening a humanitarian corridor. They relay this idea to the Russians, right? And then the Russians use that information of where the convoy is going to be, and they open up pockets of violence in and around that corridor, and the corridor's got to close again. And truthfully, I wouldn't put it past them because of the level of sanctions and shit like that have been levied against Russia. I'm sure they're probably of this opinion that, you know what, fuck you. No. We're not going to allow innocent people the supplies they need to survive because you're being mean to us. How dare you? How dare you hit us with these sanctions, And again, it's the citizens that end up paying the most, right? The innocent civilians on both sides, especially Ukrainians. But the Russians also are suffering from the sanctions. They're not being killed directly like Ukrainian people are, but the point still stands. So in my opinion, if the humanitarian corridors are not firmly established and left open, it's because the Russians aren't allowing that to happen. There should be constant supplies going into these towns. There has to be a corridor established, and both sides, especially the Russians, have to agree that they will not attack in or around this corridor. It's just got to be understood, and it's got to be enforced. You can't. It's just like the no-fly zone that we'll never enforce. You can't just say, "Hey, this is a no-fly zone. Listen to me. I'm not playing. Don't fly over Ukraine." Okay, because it takes people to enforce it. It takes jets, and NATO would have to be directly involved with that. So that's why we can't do the no-fly zone. But in the humanitarian corridor, I don't see a reason why we wouldn't be able to enforce that. I really don't. Because we're not being aggressors. If we communicate to them wholeheartedly, look, this is a humanitarian corridor from this location to this location, and even if it's different cities, like you want to do Mariupol because they've been getting their asses clapped for a month now, and you set up a humanitarian corridor from whatever is the best established forward operating base, in Poland or whatever country, works best. And then you say, look, we are going to transmit and transport humanitarian aid and goods and supplies from this location to Mariupol along this exact route. Give them the fucking directions. And then send in NATO troops to protect those corridors. I think that's fully acceptable. We're not in direct conflict. We're not going in as an aggressor. We're going in there and playing defense and saying, look, humanitarian aid, they're kind of like medics, right? I know that medics were targeted sometimes, but for the most part, medics were respected on both sides as not feasible targets that you shoot at if you're well aware of them being medics, and we need to set up that kind of understanding that, look, man, we're sending in the big boys, boots on the ground, to protect these humanitarian corridors. Because it is absolutely unacceptable that we've only gotten like 2 or 3 shipments of humanitarian aid in a month, over a month worth of conflict. This shit should be happening all day. Trucks in and out, in and out, in and out. Taking supplies in, bussing people out if they don't want to be there. And I don't think it's beyond reason to say that we should enforce that as NATO. And just bodyguards, protection. We run a protection detail. I don't care if I have to lead the humanitarian convoy with an Abrams tank. One at the front, one at the back. You know, we're not playing the aggressor in that scenario. We're just enforcing the idea that the excess loss of innocent life is unacceptable. And we're trying to minimize that. And it has nothing to do with being an aggressor. It just is you end up getting bullied by a big, huge guy, and you call in your second cousin who's just as big as the bully to protect you. Not to necessarily go in and whoop the bully's ass, but to stand right next to you in case the bully wants to come in and fuck with you anymore. I think that that's completely acceptable, and if Putin considers that an escalation, then he's full out a war criminal. It's confirmed. It's not just conjecture anymore. It's not just we saying, Joe Brandon saying, oh yeah, he's a war criminal. If he doesn't allow NATO boots on the ground to defend humanitarian corridors, then he is confirmed 100% a war criminal. Because what that's implying is that he doesn't care about the survival of innocent people. And that, for sure, is a war crime,
The Secretary General and the Undersecretary General has already said, I want to also join them in expressing my concern over the growing number of reports we receive of human trafficking, sexual violence, exploitation, and abuse in Ukraine and in the region. And as ever, such horrific incidents as we're seeing, they overwhelmingly impact displaced women and children more than others. We're bolstering protection and gender-based violence services through agencies to provide specialized care for survivors and through the wealth of civil society organizations in Ukraine. These services are designed, carried out directly in collaboration with and through Ukrainian civil society, including, very particularly, women-led organizations. Madam President, today I'm addressing you from Geneva, having just returned from Moscow overnight. As you know, the Secretary General, as he said, charged me to bring both sides together on humanitarian grounds to explore both specific and sustained ways to reduce humanitarian suffering, including in particular, inter alia, but in particular, the pursuit of a humanitarian ceasefire. Yesterday in Moscow, I had long and frank exchanges with the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Sergei Lavrov, and his deputy, Sergei Vershinin, and then separately with Alexander Fomin, the Deputy Minister of Defense. In my meetings with these senior officials, I discussed also, in addition to these possibilities of humanitarian ceasefires, I discussed the issue of humanitarian convoys of safe passage, including the four which I've already referred to. I outlined possibilities for building further on that cooperation, sharing specific suggestions for mutually agreed upon military freezes to allow for evacuation of civilians and for the safe passage of life-saving aid, in effect for humanitarian pauses in different parts of Ukraine to save lives and bring back a modicum of safety for those living in those places. My counterparts in Moscow received these suggestions, assured me of their intent to carefully study those ideas, which I left with them. And we agreed to remain in close contact. And I came away from these meetings believing that we have a very long road ahead of us, but it must be traveled. And Madam President, we will travel it. Tomorrow I plan to travel to Ukraine to have discussions with senior authorities from the Ukrainian government in Kyiv on Thursday on these same issues and others that they will no doubt present to me. And also to see firsthand with our crisis coordinator, Amin Awad, the humanitarian response. Madam President, thanks to generous donor contributions, many from governments in this chamber, the humanitarian response since February has indeed been scaled up, allowing us to meet the needs of 1.5 million people. We will need sustained financial support for needs in Ukraine. And like the Secretary General, I want to stress, as he has done consistently, that funding must not be diverted from other crises. And Madam President, for Afghanistan, that is one example. And as you heard from David Beasley last week, conflict, climate shocks, COVID, compounded by the soaring food and fuel costs indicated by the Secretary General, could push another 47 million people globally into severe food insecurity. And so the total number of people around the world who will not know where their next meal comes from could be driven to the astonishing figure of 325 million people around the world. That is by a long distance the highest in our recent history, and well over double what it was 3 years ago. So, Madam President, I close, of course, like others, by reminding the Council of what the Council already knows well. The world cannot afford this war, and neither can the people of Ukraine. And like others, I call on all Council members and member states with influence to support all efforts from whatever part they come from in the pursuit of peace and the alleviation of humanitarian suffering, for the sake of the people of Ukraine, for the sake of those around the world who cannot afford to bear the additional burden this war imposes on them and all of us. We must, as the Secretary General said, silence the guns. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank Mr.
You know, the one biggest thing that I took from what he just said is how disheartened he seems to be. I mean, he's optimistic, which is great, because we need that. But you could tell he's pretty bummed out by how far apart both sides are in terms of negotiations. Because, like I said before, I don't think Russia is negotiating in good faith. I think they're just doing it as part of, you know, a ploy, essentially to make it seem like they're playing ball. You know, try to make it seem like they're not just the complete wrong side of history in this context, but they are. So yeah, I think that every attempt at negotiating peace is going to shit, because I don't think the Russians really want that. I really don't. I don't think that that's something that they... I think that Putin has essentially laid it out there that the discussion of peace is not something he's willing to entertain. So while everybody kind of goes through the motions of discussing peace, you know, for the sake of public perception, I truly, truly, from the bottom of my heart, don't believe that Putin has any intention of giving up or quitting or withdrawing, or, you know, I do hope that ultimately he ends up deciding that it's best to just take over the Donbass region. You know, whether or not that was the planned outcome in the beginning, that's the story, that's the narrative that they're spinning right now, and I hope he's good with that. I hope that he honestly, after he analyzes everything that's gone wrong, that he changes his mind, and that he's like, you know what? Okay, here's the deal. Things are not going the way I wanted them to, but if we're going to save face, because ultimately I feel like that's the final stage of this conflict, or let's say that's the current status of the conflict, is damage control. And so he either has two choices right now. He can either go balls deep, take over the whole country in an aggressive fashion, because I'm pretty sure he's getting tired of fucking around. I'm sure he's getting tired of seeing his soldiers and equipment get clapped up all the time by what he feels and statistically is a inferior force in Ukraine, okay? But they're still getting held back. And when you emasculate a hyper-masculine man like Putin, he's going to start doing dumb shit. And I hope he doesn't. I hope he doesn't go balls deep. I hope he doesn't aggressively try to take over Ukraine by using all of the weapons at his disposal. You know what I mean? He can either do that, go balls deep, and in which case the human toll is going to be even greater than it is now. Or he can back the fuck off and just withdraw, you know, maybe salvage the eastern Donbass region, which maybe I'm misinformed, but I feel like Donbass was already controlled by Russian-backed separatists anyway, even though legally it was a part of Ukraine. You know, Russia, for the most part, controlled that area. And then before the invasion, when Putin made that announcement that Luhansk and Donetsk were free and independent, it was bizarre that he was making that announcement, but okay, man. All right. I tell you what, and maybe this is just something that Zelensky's not willing to do, is give up those parts of the country to Russia. That he shouldn't have to. In its entirety is bullshit. Okay, Ukraine was an independent country. If there's an eastern part of that country that sides with Russia, I know this is like a first world solution, right? That only people with wealth can consider. But why don't those people just fucking move to Russia? You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I know that takes money. Anytime that you want to move from one location to another, in any capacity, it costs money, and a lot of people don't have money to do that. But you're ass to ass with Russia, man. You guys got your butt cheeks pressed to each other. You're right there, you know. And if Russia was just interested in those citizens and their well-being, they would be willing to pay to move those people into Russia. Don't make it a territorial conflict, but that's not what they care about, right? That's the problem. It's not the people that they care about in Ukraine that want to be a part of Russia. They want the territory. So, you know, that's what led to the invasion. But Zelensky shouldn't have to give up Donetsk and Luhansk to Russia. He shouldn't have to. But if it saves the war, if it ends the war, you know what I'm saying? If it brings this whole conflict to an end sooner, I think it should be a legitimate consideration. And if memory serves, I feel like Zelensky has put that on the table, that he would consider giving up the Donbass region to stop this fucking war. But then again, Russia is not engaging in good faith negotiations because I believe Putin has put out a blanket statement saying no peace. There's no peace. Go in there and just give them sling some bullshit. You know what I mean? Go in there and tell them what they want to hear long enough to get through the meeting, and then come back here and we'll start formulating the plan to clap Ukraine. So yeah, I think they're just, it's lip service, man. I think that every time they sit down for a peace negotiation with representatives from both Ukraine and Russia, the Russian side doesn't have any interest in ending the conflict. I mean, the Russian side probably does, but Putin doesn't. And, you know, him being a dictator, his opinion is the only one that matters.
For his briefing. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Volodymyr Zelensky, the President of Ukraine.
Here we go. Here's the money shot.
You have the floor, sir.
Can we give this man a round of applause? Dude, we better have a translator. Is there really not a translator?
Вчора я повернувся з нашого міста Буча, днями звільненого від військ Російської Федерації. Складно знайти такий воєнний злочин, який
I'm officially annoyed.
Російські військові розшукували і цілеспрямовано вбивали.
All right, we're watching DW News.
Deterioration of food security.
I want to go
surge in
back.
energy prices,
Obviously, I need to see Zelensky talk.
The most vulnerable and impoverished in developing countries
Sorry.
who suffered the most. We utterly
Has reached.
I really hope that somebody's got translator.
Thank you very much, dear Madam Chairman, dear Mr. Secretary General, distinguished members of the Security Council, and other members of this meeting. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm sure that all the representatives of the United Nations member states will hear me today. Yesterday, I returned from our city of Bucha, recently liberated from Russian troops, not far from Kiev. So there is not a single crime that they would not commit there. The Russian military searched for and purposefully killed anyone who served our country. They shot and killed women outside their houses when they just tried to call someone who is alive. They killed entire families, adults and children, and they tried to burn the bodies. I am addressing you on behalf of the people who honor the memory of the deceased every single day, in the memory of the civilians who died, who were shot and killed in the back of their head after being tortured. Some of them were shot on the streets, others were thrown into the wells, so they died there in suffering. They were killed in their apartments, houses, blowing up grenades. The civilians were crushed by tanks while sitting in their cars in the middle of the road, just for their pleasure. They cut off limbs, cut their throats, slashed their throats. Women were raped and killed in front of their children. Their tongues were pulled out only because the aggressor did not hear what they wanted to hear from them. So this is no different from other terrorists such as Daesh, who occupied some territories. And here it is done by a member of the United Nations Security Council, destroying internal unity, borders, countries, and taking the right of more than a dozen of countries who are self-determined and independent. They pursue a consistent policy of destroying ethnic and religious diversity, then inflame wars and deliberately lead them in such a way that to kill as many regular civilians and cities, to leave the country where they deploy their troops in ruins and filled with mass graves. You all see that. And they support hatred at the level of the state and seek to export it to other countries through their system of propaganda and political corruption.
Yeah, your whole argument of trying to denazify Ukraine really falls to shit when you're worse than the Nazis. You know what I'm saying? Because if there's truth to this, if there's truth to these war crimes, then they're just as bad as Nazis, if not worse, you know? God damn. Yeah, so, we all know that the denazifying excuse was bullshit, right? Nobody really believes that. Nobody who's sane, anyway. But yeah, your whole argument, your altruism that you're trying to spout by saying you're going in to denazify Ukraine, it's meaningless. It's meaningless when these mass graves are found. And you hear even one single report of rape or killing innocents, throwing them down a well. If any of that's true, then your entire argument goes to shit. Because you are no longer on a high horse. You're no longer in a position where you can criticize other people for the atrocities that they commit. You are committing the atrocities at a much higher level than whoever the Nazis are that you're speaking of. And if it's just the one part of I can't remember what the name of the battalion is. It Azov, the Azov battalion, who had some ultra nationalist, white supremacist dudes as part of their battalion. And then they were absorbed into the National Guard of Ukraine, I believe. Is that who you're talking about, man? Like, is that the Nazis that you're talking about? Because they're just like a very small portion of their armed forces, and I'm not excusing it. I'm just saying that, again, the soapbox that you're preaching from disintegrates whenever your soldiers are committing these kinds of war crimes. When you're out there, even in like the worst situations of war, right? When you're in the thick of it and people are dying, any women or children that are killed directly by enemy combatants is unacceptable. It's unacceptable in any context, even during war. Let's say, you're lobbing cluster bombs over there and women and children are dying as collateral damage. That's still unacceptable, but it's more acceptable in the context of war than one of your soldiers or a group of your soldiers massacring women and children or raping women at all. Because immediately, whatever values and sense of morality that you're trying to perpetuate, I guess, it's non-existent once your boys start doing creepy shit like that. Inexcusable war criminal type shit. And it needs to be put to an end. And I'm getting really fed up with it. Like, I'm a huge advocate for not escalating this conflict to a point where Putin is going to start lobbing nukes. However, I am not an advocate for these atrocities to continue. I'm getting tired of innocent people dying, women, children, women being raped. This massive grave in Bucha was like the final straw for me. I'm going to be honest. Again, nuclear war is not something that anybody should want. Nobody wants it, I don't think, unless you're a fucking psycho. But we're almost at that point where we've got to risk it. We've got to risk it. This shit's got to stop, man. And by continuing to stand by and do nothing in the way of force, right? We're almost signing off on it. And that's unacceptable, dude. I'm sorry. I'm starting to learn, the whole, what's the best word? It's false that the United States is the greatest country in the world, okay? That's starting to sink in for me. However, I mentioned this on a stream I did last week where I was talking about news. We like to convey the idea that we are altruistic, I think is a great term. I'm going to use it again. We are a great country. We value freedom. We are the world police. You should want to move to the United States because of all these excellent values that we hold dear, right? And when we go in and we end up invading a country or whatever, there's most cases a very sinister truth behind why we're invading. And it very seldom has to do with, the people who are living in that country are being oppressed by this leader, However, if we want to continue to pretend to be the world's greatest country, and we want to pretend that we are here to spread these awesome values across the globe, and we want people to live the way that we do, valuing freedom and all these other beautiful things about the United States, then we have to act on those beliefs, right? We have to put up or shut up. If you think that if you go around saying that you are unwilling to allow people of a certain country or territory to be subjected to mistreatment by a leader or a bully or anything like that, then we need to put up or shut up, and we need to stop it from happening. And again, I know that that could mean nuclear war. But if we don't intervene in more meaningful ways than we currently are, then we're almost signing off on it. We're letting it happen, man, when we could stop it. And it's a delicate balance. It's a delicate balance. Again, I don't want nuclear war, and I'm certain it would happen. I think that we've gotten lucky for the most part that Putin hasn't considered our assistance that we're offering Ukraine to have already crossed the line. I mean, I think that we have gotten away with some shit that a psychopath wouldn't actually allow to happen. But by the same token, man, the idea of continuing these atrocities, allowing these atrocities to happen, if we continue to do that, we're giving our blessing, right? At least that's what I feel like. I feel like we're giving our blessing by not stepping in. We have got to step in, unfortunately. And what does that mean? What does that look like? I'm not sure. I mean, I've got some suggestions. I mean, for real, I got some suggestions. I think that we need to start giving them the good shit. All right, we've given them the javelins and things like that, and that's great. I think that those are helpful. But I think we've not given out certain items, and it makes sense, okay? The reasons that we haven't given out a lot of the good shit is because of I mean, that shit's expensive, right? And if we give out the good shit and then it falls into the hands of Russia, then they can reverse engineer it and they can find easier ways to destroy our good shit, right? So to a certain extent, I get that. I understand that. What are you doing, my guy? But by the same token, stop, dude. If you're gonna bite me, I'm gonna fucking bop you, I promise. But by the same token, we've got to lean into it a little bit harder than we have been. Stop. We can't just continue to be as passive as we have been. And I truly mean that. Stop. I'm gonna hit you. I'm gonna see what the gradient looks like. I'm trying to put gradient behind the text. Ooh, that's pretty. Look at that. Ooh, ooh. How pretty. Let's see, alignment is center, vertical alignment top. Wait, vertical is this way, right? No, that's horizontal. So it's centered, it's aligned at the top. I wanted to see if I could put, what do you call it? Like on the background color using a border. I'd like to put a border around it. Background color, opacity, alignment, center, top, outline. What's this gradient for? Is it the gradient for the background color? Dude, I'll bop you. I swear to God I will. I'll bop you. You hear me? You want to get bopped? Biggity bop, bop, bop. Don't stop the rock. Alright, I'll mess with that later. But you get what I'm saying. We can't really give out the good shit because ultimately it could be reverse engineered. It's going to be costly, and again, you know, if it's stuff from the U.S. And they can for sure tell it's from the U.S., then that's going to be the straw that breaks the camel's back, and Putin's going to consider us a direct enemy combatant. So, dude, there's food over there. Are you hungry? There's food right there from where I fed you like 2 hours ago, and I'm over your shit. I really am. Go eat. God damn. You fucking dickweed. God, oh God, I'll be right fucking back. I'm gonna kill this cat. Leave me alone, please. Alright. I'm back. Yeah, put this away. Okay, now we'll watch some more.
Corruption. They provoke a global food crisis that could lead to famine in Africa, Asia, and other countries, and will surely end in large-scale political chaos in many countries, and destroying their domestic security. So where is the security that the Security Council needs to guarantee? It's not there, although there is a Security Council, so where is the peace? Where are those guarantees that the United Nations needs to guarantee? It is obvious that the key institution of the world, which must ensure the coercion of any aggressor to peace, simply cannot work effectively. Now the world can see that what Russian military did in Bucha while keeping the city under their occupation, but the world has yet to see what they have done in other occupied cities and regions of our country. Geography might be different or various, but cruelty is the same, crimes are the same, and accountability must be inevitable. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to remind you of Article 1, Chapter 1 of the UN Charter. What is the purpose of our organization? Its purpose is to maintain peace and make sure that peace is adhered to. And now the UN Charter is violated literally, starting with the Article 1. And if so, what is the point of all other articles? Today, as a result of Russia's actions in our country, in Ukraine, the most terrible war crimes of all times we see since the end of World War II, and they are being committed. Russian troops are deliberately destroying Ukrainian cities to ashes with artillery and airstrike. They are deliberately blocking city, creating mass starvation. They deliberately shoot columns of civilians on the road trying to escape from the territory of hostilities. They even deliberately blow up shelters where civilians hide from airstrikes. They are deliberately creating conditions in the temporarily occupied territories so that as many civilians as possible are killed there. The massacre in our city of Bucha is only one, unfortunately, only one of many examples of what the occupiers have been doing on our land for the past 41 days. And there are many more cities, similar places where the world has yet to learn the full truth. Mariupol, Kharkiv, Chernobyl, Tyrka, Borodyanka, and dozens other Ukrainian communities. Each of them is similar to Bucha. I know, and you know perfectly well, what the representatives of Russia will say in response to the accusations of these crimes. They have said that many times. The most significant was after the shooting down of the Malaysian Boeing over Donbass by Russian forces with Russian weapons, or during the war in Syria. They will blame everyone just to justify their own actions. They will say that there are very
I know that it's no groundbreaking analysis on my part, but he's exactly right. That's what I'm projecting. They're going to blame everybody but themselves. But we didn't do it. What do you mean? A mass grave? What? And that was already there. I'm sorry? Yeah, it was already there. You mean the mass grave full of dead bodies was already there? Yeah. When we got here, that was already there. Really? Because they kind of look fresh. Yeah, well, I don't know, man. When we rolled up into town, those dead people were already in the grave. Are you sure? Yeah. Seriously. I'm not even kidding. It was there. It was already there. I don't think it was there. No, I'm telling you it was there. Or let's put it this way. If it wasn't there, we didn't do it. Are you sure? Because you're like the occupying force, you invaded this country, and you occupied this city, so, I mean, stands to reason. Yeah, but, we didn't do it. Matter of fact, now that you mention it, I came out here one night, like 3 a.m., right? I'm out on patrol, just making sure there aren't any, people acting crazy out on the streets. And I saw these group of guys, like 4 of them. They were definitely Ukrainian, and they were digging, okay? And I saw them, 4 of them. They actually had on yellow T-shirts with blue jeans that said "I am Ukrainian" on it, and they were digging this hole, man. And then I saw them start chucking bodies in there, women and kids too. I seen it. Okay, it definitely wasn't us though. It definitely wasn't us. Okay, that was already there.
various versions, different versions, and it is impossible to establish which one of those versions is true. They will even say that the bodies were of those kills were allegedly thrown away, and all videos are staged. But it is 2022 now. We have conclusive evidence, so there are satellite images.
I thought he was about to say they will allege that it was already there. The bodies were already there.
Maximum access for journalists, maximum cooperation with international institutions, involvement of the International Criminal Court, complete truth and full accountability. I'm sure that every member state of the UN should be interested in this. For what? In order to punish once and for all those who consider themselves privileged and believe that they can get away with anything. So show all the other potential war criminals in the world how they will be punished. If the biggest one is punished, then everyone is punished. Why did Ukraine come to Ukraine? I will tell you, because Russia's leadership feels like colonizers. In ancient times, they need our wealth, our people. Russia has already deported hundreds of thousands of our citizens to their country. They abducted more than 2,000 children, just simply conducted those children and continue to do so. Russia wants to turn Ukraine into silent slaves. The Russian military are looting openly the cities and villages that they have captured. This is wide-scale looting. They are stealing everything, starting with food, ending with earrings, gold earrings that are pulled out and covered with blood. We are dealing with a state that is turning the veto into the UN Security Council into the right to die. This undermines the whole architecture of global security. It allows them to go unpunished. So they are destroying everything that they can. So if this continues, the countries will rely only on the power of their own arms to ensure their security, and not on international law, not rely on international institutions. The United Nations can be simply.
He makes a good point. Sorry, I was muted. He does make a good point. Because let's just throw up a random hypothetical scenario that would most likely never happen. Okay, you have a developing nation, okay, that really has no real capacity to defend itself. Let's take Mali. I'm just picking, a random. I've got a giant mouse pad with different countries on it, or I don't know, Algeria. I have never looked into like the Algerian military, okay? But it's part of Africa, right? And typically speaking, the countries in the southern hemisphere have been fucked for a really long time. So I'm just imagining that they're probably not in great shape, okay? I don't know. They could be amazing, and I'm going to educate myself to make sure. Random scenario. Let's say Russia, for whatever reason, decides they want to take over Algeria. And they just go in and they roll over Algeria because Algeria doesn't have the capacity to defend itself. It doesn't have the manpower, the weapons, any of that, okay? Do we allow that to happen? Because we're afraid of the conflict that it'll wrought on the rest of, of NATO and the rest of the world. Like, do we stop it from happening? Or do we do what we do here in Ukraine? We just allow it to occur. I mean, we're doing everything that we can short of starting a nuclear war. And again, I'll say this for the millionth time. So far, I agree with the decisions that have been made, because nuclear war would be an escalation that nobody, I think, would want. And there would be a lot more people lost, for sure. But essentially, Russia has been emboldened to expand their territory because of the lack of response. I mean, surely to God, they were aware that there would be sanctions and shit like that. But, in evaluating the pros and cons, like I was talking about earlier, I'm sure Putin had sanctions in the list of negatives, right? He had it under the cons for sure. But the fact that we're not stopping it, okay, emboldens him to further expand his territory. So, but like Zelensky said, if we don't stop it from happening, essentially what we're doing is giving permission for any country who has a superior force to bully a weaker force, a weaker country, in whatever personal interest they actually have. I mean, I'm not saying whatever story they give the rest of the world, like the denazification of Ukraine. Again, we know that's bullshit. We know that's not exactly why they're there. But if we don't intervene in more meaningful ways, then we're signing off on it. We're saying it's okay. Go ahead. Do your thing.
Close. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to close the UN? Do you think that the time of international law is gone?
I gotta go pee.
If your answer is no, then you need to act immediately. The UN Charter must be restored immediately. The UN system must be reformed immediately so that the veto is not the right to die, that there is a fair representation in the Security Council of all regions of the world. The aggressor must be brought to peace immediately. Determination is needed. The massacre from Syria to Somalia, from Afghanistan to Yemen and Libya, that should have been stopped long time ago, to tell you the truth. If tyranny had at least once received such a response to the war it had waged, it would have ceased to exist, and honest peace had been guaranteed after it, and the world would have changed for sure. And then perhaps there would not be war in my country against our people, against Ukrainian people, against our citizens. But the world watched and did not want to see either the occupation of Crimea or the war against Georgia or taking the entire Transnistria from Moldova, and how Russia was preparing the basis for other conflicts and wars near their borders. How to stop it? Right away, the Russian military and those who gave them orders must be brought to justice immediately for war crimes in Ukraine. Anyone who has given criminal orders and carried out them by killing our people will be brought before the tribunal, which should be similar to the Nuremberg tribunals. I would like to remind Russian diplomats
Thanks, man.
that
I appreciate that.
Von Ribbentrop has not
Your encouragement is always valued here.
I would also like to remind you that Adolf Eichmann also did not go unpunished. Nobody.
Hold on, I gotta run that back.
But it is where civilians hide from airstrikes.
I don't want to miss anything.
Deliberately creating conditions in the temporarily occupied territories so that as many civilians as possible are killed there. The massacre in our city of Bucha is only one, unfortunately, only one of many examples of what the occupiers have been doing on our land for the past 41 days. And there are many more cities, similar places where the world has yet to learn the full truth. Mariupol, Kharkiv, Chernobyl, Tyrka, Borodyanka, and dozens other Ukrainian communities, each of them.
Mario Purple, I'm sorry. I love the auto-generated closed captioning. You gotta learn the full truth of Mario Purple. That's terrible. That's pretty good interpretation for Mariupol.
Well, what the representatives of Russia will say in response to the accusations of these crimes. They have said that many times. The most significant was after the shooting down of the Malaysian Boeing over Donbass by Russian forces with Russian weapons, or during the war in Syria. They will blame everyone just to justify their own actions. They will say that there are various versions, different versions, and it is impossible to establish which one of those versions is true. They will even say that the bodies were of those kills were allegedly thrown away, and all videos are staged. But it is 2022 now. We have conclusive evidence, so there are satellite images. We can conduct full and transparent investigation. That is what we are interested in. Maximum access for journalists, maximum cooperation with international institutions, involvement of the International Criminal Court, complete truth and full accountability. I'm sure that every member state of the UN should be interested in this. For what? In order to punish once and for all those who consider themselves privileged and believe that they can get away with anything. So show all the other potential war criminals in the world how they will be punished. If the biggest one is punished, then everyone is punished. Why did Ukraine come to Ukraine? I will tell you, because Russia's leadership feels like colonizers. In ancient times, they need our wealth, our people. Russia has already deported hundreds of thousands of our citizens to their country. They abducted more than 2,000 children, just simply conducted those children and continue to do so. Russia wants to turn Ukraine into silent slaves. The Russian military are looting openly the cities and villages they have captured. This is wide-scale looting. They are stealing everything, starting with food, ending with earrings, gold earrings that are pulled out and covered with blood.
Jesus
We are
Christ.
dealing with a state that is turning the veto into the UN Security Council into the right to die. This undermines the whole architecture of global security. It allows them to go unpunished. So they are destroying everything.
Yeah,
That
it's kind of what I was saying a minute ago. I truly agree with what he was saying. Dude, okay, so I was originally watching, who was it? Some, like the Washington Post or something like that had a broadcast on YouTube. And I started watching it because, it was the first one that popped up and said live now. And there were no translators. Like, the Ukrainian president, when Zelensky started talking, even before that, when it first started, of course, the Russian ambassador or whatever had to pop off, and there was no translator. So I thought that, okay, well, they kind of got started quickly. Maybe the translator just wasn't there and ready to go. No, it wasn't that. That just for whatever reason, I guess the Washington Post or whatever this damn newspaper was or this channel, they didn't have a translator that was broadcasting to the YouTube channel that they were streaming live to. So then I had to go and come to DW News, and they had a translator. But yeah, man, it's incredible to see how fast you got to be to keep up on top of this, because not only do you have to translate it in your own mind, but then you have to, speak it so everybody can hear it. So I would be out of breath. She's probably going to black out from hyperventilation if she's not careful. But it's impressive. It's impressive. And truthfully, I mean, I think a lot of people would love to speak a second language, but it's so hard. But the one thing that I did want to comment on, though, is something I had said a minute ago. But Zelensky, what he's saying here is exactly 100% accurate, because even though we've done a lot in the way of sanctions and shit like that to try to punish Russia or dissuade them or whatever rhetoric they want to use, but we haven't stopped it, which again, to stop it would imply that, we're going to have to go to war ourselves, and it would end up being nuclear war, of course. So I agree with the decisions that we've made so far, but it sucks that we can't outright stop it, because it essentially gives Russia or any other country that has military superiority over some other weaker nation, it kind of gives them carte blanche to go out and just take over, knowing that we're not going to do anything to stop it. Now, of course, if it's some different nation that doesn't have nukes, then we don't have as much fear of repercussion. But by the same token, man, it's so hard as an outsider to sit back and watch this shit happen and not be able to do anything, Not only you can't be like, they kidnapping children. Wait, they were kidnapping children? The fuck? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, dude. And that's, this whole thing that's happening in Bucha, or where they found the mass graves. I was making a joke earlier, which, of course, it's not a joking matter, but I thought I could see the Russians, when we start investigating this or asking them about the bodies in Bucha, they'd just be like, nah, that shit was already there. When we got here, it was already there. You know what I mean? Like that big-ass grave, that was already there. When we showed up, it was already there. Because that's all they'll do. They'll just say, they'll sling some bullshit. And even if we have evidence that they committed the atrocity, what do we do? Like, what do we do? Like, go to war? I'm honestly, I'm not sure, because we can't let that stand. We for real can't let that happen. I mean, it's already bad enough, even outside of the mass grave found in Bucha. You know, you got to assume that there's going to be other mass graves like that. But even if it's the only one, it's still too many. It was already too many in a lot of people's minds. You know, innocent civilians that are being killed that we know of, as part of like the war in general. You know, just the usual collateral damage. It's too many people dying, and we can't establish and maintain reliable military corridors, or I'm sorry, humanitarian corridors, because fighting always crops up. And I was saying this earlier, that I think Russia is purposefully generating conflict along these humanitarian routes so that they have to close again. And it's their way of getting back at NATO, right, for the sanctions. And they won't allow these humanitarian corridors to exist. I think it's within the realm of our power. I think it's completely reasonable, all right, for us as NATO to let Putin know, listen, we are opening humanitarian corridors in these locations. These are the exact routes that we're going to take from our forward operating base, you know, whether it be like in Poland or wherever is close to the city that you're trying to get humanitarian aid to, like Mariupol, you know, all the hardest hit cities. We tell Putin, listen, we are establishing military corridors. Here's the exact routes that we're going to take from our forward operating base to the destination. And we send in boots on the ground to protect those military or those humanitarian corridors, you know, because at that point, we're not acting offensively. We're just bodyguards, you know. We're saying, listen, if you don't allow these humanitarian corridors to exist, then essentially what you're saying is you don't care about the collateral damage to civilians. And if you don't care about the innocent lives lost, then you for sure confirmed are a war criminal. You know, it's different for Joe Brandon to be like, hey, you're a war criminal, Jack, you know, and to go on TV and say that. But when you can actually set up a scenario like trying to open these corridors, and he is flat out refusing to allow it to happen, and flat out refusing NATO to protect them, then he's straight up confirmed war criminal, you know? I don't know if Putin is that reasonable, considering he considers Russia can't join NATO to be aggression, right? Yeah. Yeah, so, and that's one thing that I had touched on at one point. I can't remember when. But you're right. We're operating under the assumption that he still has the capacity to make smart decisions. And you're right. I don't think he's that reasonable. I don't think that he is of the... I don't think he's under the impression that there's any way that this doesn't end up going 100% the way he planned, you know? So even though the way that it seems that it's not at all going the way that he wants it to go, he's going to create a scenario where ultimately he wins, right? You know, like he's going to, whether or not in the grand scheme of things he won the war or he accomplished the operation the way that he wanted it to be accomplished, he's going to change the narrative, especially within Russia, to say, yeah, you know, we did it, Reddit. But I do think that if we try to negotiate with them, and you know, it's proof that they don't have any intention, or I think it is Putin. I think it is straight up Putin that's telling all of his high-ranking officials, look, peace is not something that's on the table. You can go to the UN Security Council, and you can go and have these good faith negotiations for diplomacy. But your job as diplomats in these meetings is to confuse the shit out of them. Just don't ever, you know, let them know exactly what we're trying to do. Keep it vague. and go in there and put on a good show and make them believe that we're playing ball and that ultimately we do want this war to stop. And he doesn't. He straight up doesn't. And to me, it's so bizarre because, I'm some dipshit. I don't know what I'm talking about, but it's hard to look at this whole scenario and try to understand what he gains from invading Ukraine. Just Ukraine, right? I'm, again, probably operating under the faulty assumption that Putin is a reasonable man and that he's just going to stop with Ukraine alone. But he very well might, go on to invade other countries. But if you are like doing a pros and cons list of what are the benefits of invading Ukraine and, potentially absorbing it into the Russian Federation, and what are the negatives? And that's why most analysts and people that knew what they were talking about said that there's no way that they're actually going to invade Ukraine because it doesn't make any sense. Like, he had to have known they were going to be massive sanctions. He had to know that the sanctions are unlikely to ever be lifted, and he's created a scenario where his country is the new North Korea, completely isolated. And that's what's bizarre about it is you did all that shit for Ukraine? Like, you're willing to give up all of that for Ukraine. I mean, I know that they have natural gas reserves or, and they're the breadbasket type country. And they have large agricultural exports and shit like that. But obviously it's not the denazification stuff. That's bullshit, right? Even though there are Nazis, okay, there's Nazis in the U.S., but that doesn't mean that other countries come and invade the U.S. because we've got Nazis roaming around. So I don't understand ultimately what was so enticing to Putin that he was willing to sacrifice the alienation that he and his country are going to experience for a long time just for Ukraine, and you're right, he's probably not reasonable. You probably can't negotiate with him and say, look, dude, here's the deal. We're opening these corridors because he knows that since he's got a shit ton of these nukes lying around, that even if we say that and they continue to attack and close down these corridors, we still aren't going to do shit. And he knows that. And so that's what's scary about it, right? In my opinion, he's going to keep pushing it. He's going to keep doing whatever he wants. I think he's finally fallen off the deep end. I don't know what happened in his life to make him far more insane than he's ever been. I mean, he's always been a dictator type asshole dude. But what made him go full-blown Hitler, Like, oh, really? Oh, I'll have to check into that. That wouldn't surprise me, man. I mean, this whole thing has gotten really bad because, of course, war is bad in any context, but Putin's like a hyper-masculine dude, right? Like, that's always been, like, the meme, shirt off, wrestling a bear and all that kind of shit. So I could totally see how if he were legit dying, that he's like, you know what? I haven't brought this country to the glory that I thought I would, and my time's running out. So we're going to fucking throw a Hail Mary. And that, you know what, man? That would explain a lot. It really would, right? Because he's always been power hungry. He's always been like, he's always been Putin. He's always been the strong man. I think that's the best term that I can think of, or the way he existed in my mind, right? As somebody who didn't give two shits. But Putin was definitely a strong man. Like, he ran his country with authority, didn't take no bullshit, and usually if you ever spoke out against him, you came up dead, right? So that's always how he's existed in my mind. He's been a little bit overzealous, right, in a lot of contexts. But this was even more out of character than anything he's done before, from my perspective. And I think a lot of people agree with that. So I think that totally would make sense. It really would. because essentially he's calling our bluff. He's calling NATO's bluff. He's basically saying, look, you guys know I've got the world's largest stockpile of nukes. They might be rusting, okay? We might have to blow the dust off of them and everything, but they're still effective. And so he's just got these imperialist notions, I guess, about expanding and trying to reunify the Soviet Union. And it won't exist, man, in 2022. You know, they laid it out at the beginning when they were talking that, you know, this is a violation of international laws, which again are mostly bullshit. You know, they're like moral laws that we as countries adhere to. But you don't just go and invade a country, right? Like, even though the Donbass region was like disputed and you know, controlled mostly by Russian-backed separatists, you still don't just go balls deep in on a country because you fucking feel like it. And this whole notion of denazifying, like I said, it's dog shit. We know it's not true. And especially in the context of Bucha, if there's mass graves and these very severe atrocities that are occurring and continue to occur, all of a sudden you've lost the moral high ground. You're not denazifying shit when you and your boys are rolling into a country and you're brutalizing people. Like, you can't claim virtue, you know? When you go in and you're worse. You're worse than the Nazis that you're trying to rid the country of, or whatever bullshit you're trying to sling. But, you know, if he was dying, I think that there's so many people out there that would be like, oh, that's why he's making these insane decisions that don't seem to align with a lot of his previous behavior, you know? So that's actually really interesting. That's really interesting. Because not only is he, you know, a strong man, and all of his top generals have always been afraid to give him bad news, but they seem to be even more adamant about keeping the bad news to themselves. All right, man. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, I'm going to have to check into that, dude. That would explain so much if he's dying. And there's no way in hell that information would get out there. But whoever it was within the Kremlin still exists, right? Isn't it just like the White House for Russia? I mean, that wasn't just a Soviet era thing, was it? I don't know. Anyway, whoever it was inside the Kremlin that was feeding Joe Brandon the information and our intelligence agencies that Russia was about to invade Ukraine, get him on the phone and tell him, hey, we need you to research the idea that Putin's dying. And if there's truth to that, any truth, you need to bring us some evidence, and we're going to blast it. We're going to blast it everywhere, dude. We're going to blast it. Or should we? I say that thinking that that's a slick move. No, at least get us the information. We may not blast it all over, because that might make him even more pissed and more erratic. But, again, that would explain so much. And if you can confirm that, right, in our intelligence agencies, then what you can do with that information is understand that any comprehension that you feel like you had towards his level of impulsiveness or impulsivity, you haven't even seen the beginning of it. You know what I mean? You haven't seen the half of it. Sorry, I gotta get some Tylenol out of here. My chair. Something was bitching. Anyway, yeah. So even if we are acquiring this information and we just hold on to it, then that gives our commanders, and even the Ukrainian commanders, we can pass it on to them, I guess, the knowledge that he's going to make really poor decisions, and he's got nothing to lose at this point, which makes him far more dangerous. But any understanding or any light that can be shed on him and his decision-making process is valuable intel, you know? So yeah, we need to talk to that dude. We need to get him back. Give him another 50 rubles. I think, realistically though, we need to up our contribution. We need to give him some of the good shit, okay? I don't know if it was Zelensky. Yeah, I think it was Zelensky when he was doing a speech a couple weeks ago. Maybe it was last week sometime. He mentioned F-15 and F-16 fighter planes. Dude, send him that shit. That's not our best of the best. They're still incredible aircraft. But some F-15 and F-16s, dude, they'd be set. You know, the F-15 is fucking legendary in combat aircraft. Larger, dual engines, multi-purpose fighter aircraft, right? And then the F-16, I think it's the F-16, is slightly smaller. It's a single engine, but it's more maneuverable. And still, excellent aircraft. But, you know, they're not our old stock, okay, but they're definitely not our brand new shit. It's not the Lightning II or whatever, you know, which actually, ironically, cannot be struck by lightning. And if it gets struck by lightning, it causes like a lot of damage to it, which I thought that was pretty funny. But no, seriously, F-15, F-16. Let me pull this up. I talked about this on a previous stream, but I think this is important. F-15, F-16. I need to change my background. But I just think it's so cute. It was Hispanic Heritage Month. I mean, several months ago, obviously. Maybe even last year. But to celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month, they had backgrounds for your Google homepage here that were drawn by Hispanic artists. And I was like, that's fucking sick. I thought it was so cute, and I've just left it ever since then. So if you ever wonder why my Google background's like that, that's why. All right, here's the deal. Let's look up the F-15. No, not F-150. Fuck your F-150. All right. F-15 Eagle, right? I've already looked at this, obviously. Okay, F-15 Eagle, all right? It's a twin-engine, all-weather tactical fighter aircraft designed by McDonnell Douglas, now part of Boeing. All right. Following reviews, proposals, the U.S. Air Force selected MD design in 1969. Okay, so this is a 1970s era aircraft. Of course, they continued to be manufactured for a few decades after that. But they were designed in 69 to meet the service's need for a dedicated air superiority fighter. The Eagle first flew in July of 72. All right. And entered service in 76. It's among the most successful modern fighters with over 100 victories and no losses in aerial combat, with the majority of the kills by the Israeli Air Force. So we're already giving them to Israel. And that's contentious, right? I mean, I don't know why we continue to pour billions of dollars into Israel. I mean, I know the story that we often say, right, is we got to pour billions into Israel so they can defend themselves from their neighbors who are constantly trying to kill them, Palestinians or something like that. Again, that's another conflict I need to be more informed on, but I just started getting into the politics and foreign policy. But, okay, the F-15 Eagles, we give them out like hotcakes to Israel. 100 victories and no losses in aerial combat. That's an awesome record. That's an amazing record. And it should be, we should try to maintain that record, okay, even for historical purposes. But it's all right, you know. The only downside I could see is, even though it's an older aircraft, right? This is a 70s era aircraft. Fantastic aircraft. I could see the reservation about sending it in because, you know, if one of them gets shot down, you've lost that record. But in the context of losing human life, by comparison, who cares about the fucking record, right? But then Russia can kind of reverse engineer. Oh, I'm sorry, let me adjust this. But then Russia could kind of take a look at the technology and sort of reverse engineer uh, the aircraft. And even though it's older, it's still one of our babies. So I understand people not wanting to lose one. But having said that, again, when you compare that loss of some older aircraft and the technology associated with that older aircraft, it's nothing in comparison to the loss of human life. Okay? So there are innocent people dying in Ukraine. We need to make a bigger contribution. The F-15 Eagle is a great contribution. Okay, that's the first one. We've got them. I promise you we've got them. Somebody's got them. Even if Israel has got the vast majority of our older fleet, they're going to have to come up off of some. Okay? That can be their contribution. They've already offered to be kind of the middleman in negotiations between Russia and Ukraine, which is great, but they also need to come up off a little more contribution. So if they've got our F-15 Eagle surplus, come up off them, okay? If we got some in a hangar somewhere, great, come up off them, okay? They're just collecting dust anyway. I promise you, you guys aren't going to use them again. Okay, so that's the first one, F-15 Eagle. Send 100 of them over there. I'm comfortable with sending them 100. That's a large investment. Let's talk about the money that we spent building those aircraft, which is fine. But truthfully, that money ain't worth shit now, okay? It's outdated, older technology. However, it's still a fantastic aircraft that can compete with the SU, the older SU planes. And I think it's superior in a lot of ways. Right? What's the predominant fighter aircraft that's being used in Russia by the Russians right now? It's not that cutting edge technology SU something. I forget the SU designations. But I think that, okay, the Eagle has been exported to Israel, Japan, and Saudi Arabia. Great. We can send an ass ton of them to Ukraine. So it was originally envisioned as a pure air superiority aircraft. Its design included a secondary ground attack capability, and it was largely unused. But, dude, if it's... Okay, that was part of its design, but did we implement that? I mean, because if we did, then they could utilize that as a way to attack, ground forces, tanks and shit like that. It was proven flexible enough that it could, wow. Wait, okay, the aircraft design proved flexible enough that an improved all-weather strike derivative, the F-15E Strike Eagle, was later developed. And it entered service in 1989. Dude. Look, as of 2021, the aircraft is being produced in several variants, so they're still making them. What's a strike derivative? A strike fighter is a multi-role combat aircraft designed to operate both as an attack aircraft and an air superiority fighter. Boom. As a category, it is distinct from fighter bombers. It is closely related to the concept of interdictor aircraft, but it puts more emphasis on aerial combat. Dude. Don't tell me we can't give some of these. Don't tell me we can't give some of these to Ukraine. Why? Why not? Why? It's still an older generation of technology. We got newer, gooder shit now, okay? So, even if we send them over, even if one of them gets shot down, even if a few of them get shot down and they, reverse engineer them, try to figure out the technology that goes into it, dude, that's our old shit. That was 1980 stuff, okay? So, here you go. F-15 Eagle. Send them over, all right? Second one, F-16, I think it is, the Fighting Falcon, which is my personal favorite of aircraft. I like how it's smaller and more maneuverable. It's single engine instead of twin engine. But yeah, single engine, multi-role fighter aircraft originally developed by General Dynamics for the Air Force. Designed as an air superiority day fighter, it evolved into a successful all-weather multi-role aircraft. Over 4,600 aircraft have been built since production was approved in 1976. Although no longer being purchased by the U.S. Air Force, improved versions are being built for export customers. In 1993, General Dynamics sold its aircraft manufacturing business to Lockheed Corporation, which in turn became part of Lockheed Martin after a 1995 merger with Martin Marietta. The Fighting Falcon's key features include a frameless bubble canopy for good visibility, side-mounted control stick to ease control while maneuvering, an ejection seat reclined 30 degrees from vertical to reduce the effective G-forces on the pilot, and the first use of relaxed static stability fly-by-wire control system that helps to make it an agile aircraft. The F-16 has an internal M61 Vulcan cannon and 11 locations for mounting weapons and other mission equipment. The F-16's official name is Fighting Falcon, but Viper is commonly used by its pilots and crews because of perceived resemblance to a viper snake, as well as the Colonial Viper Starfighter. Colonial Viper, yeah, Starfighter on Battlestar Galactica, which aired at the time the F-16 entered service. That's true, holy shit. Yeah, the Vipers. Holy shit, that's cool. I love it. Fast, maneuverable. Don't tell me we don't have these. Okay, I know we still got these shits lying around. Even though they say that they, stopped manufacturing them? No. They're not being used by the U.S. Air Force, but improved versions are being built for export customers. I know we've got some we can give to Ukraine. I think that's fair. I think that we've been giving out the Stingers, we've been giving out the Javelins, and it's made a huge impact, okay? But we've got to, give them some of the good shit. Not the brand new shit, okay? Not the Lightning II, not whatever our main aircraft is right now. All right, not the fancy shit, but this is like 1970s, 1980s technology, which would still go a long-ass way into helping Ukraine defend itself, right? We can't lock off the airspace around Ukraine. I mean, we just can't do that, okay? Because Putin is going to take it as us overstepping or whatever his bullshit is. But we can at least give them the equipment to control their own airspace. And this is old shit, okay? It's not brand new. F-15s, give them a few. F-16s, give them a few. 50 of each. 50 of each. Because I don't care about, but these cost billions of dollars to manufacture. Yeah, back in 76, you don't care about it now. Okay? That's old shit. That's old shit. That's money spent. You might as well just put it to good use, donate it to a good cause. I mean, I honestly believe that at this point, especially with what happened and the bodies that were found in Bucha, we have to up our contribution. Sanctions and money, it isn't really cutting it. I mean, they say it all the time. They don't need a ride. They need weapons. And we've got weapons. Dude, if there's something the United States has, it's weapons. So just don't give them the brand new shit. Okay? I can understand apprehension of doing that. If any of our good shit gets shot down, Russia can take it, analyze it, and use it against us, or find better ways to, combat our equipment. And our brand new shit, if we give it to Ukraine, that's a direct contribution, and Putin would take that as, we're entering the war and we're a active combatant. But if we got some fucking F-16 sitting around that are collecting dust, or the F-15 even, we give them to Israel. Fuck Israel, man. Right? Tell Israel to come up off some of those F-15s that we've been giving them. Just personal opinion. Sorry, I went off on that one, but I'm telling you, I think we could do that. I think that we could totally give up some of our semi-older technology that we're not going to be worried about falling into enemy hands or anything like that. We got to up our contribution. That's all I'm getting at.
If this continues, the countries will rely only on the power of their own arms to ensure their security, and not on international law, not rely on international institutions. The United Nations can be simply closed. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to close the UN? Do you think that the time of international law is gone? If your answer is no, then you need to act immediately.
He's so sassy. I love it. He's not wrong. He's not wrong.
Must be restored immediately. The UN system must be reformed immediately so that the veto is not the right to die, that there is a fair representation in the Security Council of all regions of the world. The aggressor must be brought to peace immediately. Determination is needed. The massacre from Syria to Somalia, from Afghanistan to Yemen and Libya, that should have been stopped a long time ago, to tell you the truth. If
don't bring up Afghanistan, dude.
Received such a response to the war it had waged, it would have ceased to exist, and honest peace had been guaranteed after it, and the world would have changed for sure. And then perhaps there would not be war in my country against our people, against Ukrainian people, against our citizens. But the world watched and did not want to see it, either the occupation of Crimea or the war against Georgia or taking the entire Transnistria from Moldova, and how Russia was preparing the basis for other conflicts and wars near their borders. How to stop it?
He's right, man.
Right away, the Russian military and those who gave them orders must be brought to justice immediately for war crimes in Ukraine. Anyone who has given criminal orders and carried out them by killing
Didn't Joe Brandon, I know he had called Putin a war criminal before, but I know he said it again. And didn't he actually say that Putin should be charged as a war criminal? Like, that's a pretty significant escalation.
Not escape punishment for crimes in World War II. I would also like to remind you that Adolf Eichmann also did not go unpunished. Nobody of them escaped the punishment. But the main thing is today it's time to transform the system, the United Nations. So therefore, I propose to convene a global conference, and we can do it here in peaceful Kyiv in order to determine how we are going to reform the world security system, how we will rely, how do we establish guarantee of recognition of borders and integrity of states and countries, how we will assert the rule of international law. It is now clear that the goals set in San Francisco in 1945 for the creation of a global security international organization have not been achieved, and it is impossible to achieve them without reforms. Therefore, we must do everything in our power to pass on to the next generation an effective UN with the ability to respond preventively to security challenges and thus guarantee peace, prevent aggression, and force aggressors to peace, have the determination and ability to punish if the principles of peace are violated. There can be no more exceptions or privileges. Everybody must be equal. All participants of international relations, regardless of economic strength, geographical area, and individual ambitions. The power of peace must become dominant. The power of justice and the security power. as humanity has always dreamed of it. Ukraine is ready to provide a platform for one of the main offices of the newly updated security system, as similar to the Geneva office that deals with human rights, and Nairobi office that deals with environmental protection, and in Kyiv we can have U24 office that can specialize in preventive measures to maintain peace. I would like to remind you of our peaceful mission in Afghanistan when we Ukrainians evacuated from that country more than 1,000 people from at our own expense. It was a very difficult phase, and Ukraine came to their help. We took in people of different nationalities, ethnic groups, different faiths, Afghan citizens of the European countries, U.S., Canada. We did not look who needed help. Was it one of our own or somebody else? We helped all of them. We saved everyone. If every time there was a need, everyone in the world would be confident that help would come, the world would be definitely safer. Therefore, Ukraine has the moral right to propose a reform of the world security system. We have proven that we helped others not only happy time but in dark times too. And now we need decisions from the Security Council for peace in Ukraine. If you do not know how to make this decision, you can do two things: either remove Russia as an aggressor and a source of war, so it cannot block decisions about its own aggression, its own war, and then do everything that we can do to establish peace. Or the other option is, please show how we can reform or change, dissolve yourself and work for peace. Or if there is no alternative and no option, then the next option would be dissolve yourself altogether. And I know that you can admit that if there is nothing that you can do besides conversation, we need peace. Ukraine needs peace, Europe needs peace, and the world needs peace.
Jesus,
and finally, I would kindly ask.
He's 100% right in the fact that it's like, this is the UN Security Council. This council itself exists specifically to stop scenarios like this, right?
Of your time, the video that,
or to intervene, or you know what I mean? Like, and this international law stuff is horseshit. Okay, Russia doesn't give a fuck. You know, well, the United States doesn't give a fuck if they violate international law. So what's the purpose of their existence as a Security Council? They don't do anything. They're just a bunch of mouthpieces. They really are. He's right. Oh, what the fuck? Scared the shit out of me. He's getting bored with the applause, and I don't blame him one bit. I mean, I've seen clip after clip, speech after speech, where he comes in and he gives some very impassioned truth. You know, he comes in and he says very honest things that are moving and powerful and 100% accurate. And then they all, bless you, sir. Oh, God, you're just such an inspiration for us all. Oh, you're doing such a great job. Keep it up. Keep it up. And, oh my God, it's so frustrating, especially just being some morbidly obese man sitting across the world. To watch that kind of shit happening, and he's absolutely fed up with the applause, and I get it, man. You know, he used to at least, you know what I mean, whenever he would get like these ovations and shit for his speeches. Now he's over it. He's sick of it, because the applause and the words mean nothing, man. You're not stopping people from dying. You know. Again, I don't have any answers on, well, how do you do that without inflicting nuclear war upon the planet? I don't know. I mean, I throw out the idea of giving them more advanced equipment than what we've been giving, more significant equipment, right? Than just javelins and things like that. But they need like the real fighting equipment. Not just javelins, not just loitering munitions. I mean, we're giving them switchblades, I think, which is cool. But again, that's pop guns. You know, that's essentially party poppers in comparison to what Russia is equipped with. And I think that Putin's probably looking at this whole meeting and speech and everything and trying to see if it's just another mouth session where people are just talking about, oh yeah, fantastic, you know, this war has got to stop, but then ultimately not doing anything to stop it. And Zelensky's fucking over it. No, I don't blame him, because every day that this shit continues, his life is in danger. I mean, not just the citizens that are living in Ukraine, but him specifically. He's target number one, for real. And he is in direct danger. I mean, and everybody living in that country is in direct danger. So if we can't put boots on the ground, okay, again, I know Putin has seemingly lost all his sense of rational thought, all right? But I think establishing and communicating humanitarian corridors and exactly where we're going to locate them and the routes that we're going to take from a forward operating base in a NATO country to specific cities, like the hardest hit cities, all right, Mariupol, and you know, all of the other cities that have been relentlessly shelled and attacked. We're going to communicate to Putin, these are the humanitarian corridors we are going to set up. We are going to send in our own troops to protect those convoys, those humanitarian convoys. If they are attacked by Russian soldiers, we will protect those convoys. And we can't just call it acceptable that we've gotten 4 convoys successfully in the last 40 some odd days since the conflict started. That's unacceptable. There should be trucks in and out every single day, multiple times, into the hardest hit locations. There's supplies going in and buses of people going out. And I think it is well within our right as a organization to let him know, let Putin know, we are bringing in humanitarian supplies, and we are defending those humanitarian corridors with our soldiers, and they are not to be attacked. And if he attacks it, then straight up, there's proof positive that he's a war criminal. I mean, they're going to deny that these dead bodies in Bucha are as a result of them being psychos and doing shit that they shouldn't be, right? So unless you have hard evidence to conclusively say they're responsible for it, they're going to duck under responsibility for it. So if you can catch them interfering with humanitarian aid efforts, then that's a war crime. Proof positive, you have the evidence right there in your hand. And furthermore, beyond that, we got to give them big boy toys. If we're not going to send in men to help, which I understand why we won't, I understand that. But we got to give them big boy toys so they can defend themselves. The goddamn main battle tank that we've been using in the United States, the Bradley? What is it? Whatever our main tank is. It's been our main tank for a long time now. I want to say since the 70s or the 80s, and, you know, we've been making improvements to it and everything like that. And I don't necessarily like the thought of one of them falling, or let's put it this way, I don't like the thought of one of our newer versions of that tank falling into Russian hands, because it's our main battle tank. And, you know, it's not great, okay? Especially from speculations that people are saying about the T-14 Armada tank that Russia's coming up with. I guess it's, you know, it's revolutionary and blah, 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 and, you know, all this. But, truthfully, give them some of the older variants. They're still superior to the T-72s or whatever that they're rolling around in. Give them some of that. We've got dude. We've got weapons. Okay, we've got old weapons. We got new weapons. We've got weapons coming out of our ass. Give them big boy toys. Teach them how to use them, and then dip out. You know, have them come over the border into Poland or somewhere that's a NATO country, right? And train them how to use all the big boy toys. Give them some of them A-10 Warthogs too. The Air Force, or the Army, I guess, has been using the A-10 Warthog for, I think, also since the 70s as a ground attack aircraft. And they're in the process of retiring them, and there's kind of contention around retiring them because the people in the Army and the pilots who fly them absolutely love them, and they don't want them to be retired. They're not super fast aircraft, you know, but they're absolute hogs, dude. They can take damage and keep flying, and they've got one of them Vulcan cannons, like 30mm cannon on the front. Super effective at attacking ground targets. Give them some of the Warthogs. Like, we've got big boy toys, man. I'm trying to, in my mind, run through the possibility that we can give a more significant contribution to Ukraine without all-out nuclear war. And I think that that's fair. I know we're teetering on the edge in Putin's mind, but, you know, if he considers us giving Ukraine the means to defend themselves as a declaration of war, then so be it, man. Because either we face it head on, right, or we're going to always be living with the prospect that one day Putin's going to have enough of our bullshit, so to speak, and he's going to start lobbing nukes. So I'm all for the idea of limiting the possibility of nuclear war. Nuclear war is bad, for sure. But we're either going to have to deal with him now or later, right? I truly believe at some point we're going to have to face him head on. I don't think there's a very real possibility that the citizens of Russia are going to overthrow him or assassinate him. Putin's the one that does the assassinating, right? He's the one that puts out the orders for who was the guy who owned the Chelsea Football Club? Some big rich Russian dude, right? Can't remember his name. Ended up poisoned. He's not dead. I don't think he died, but he was poisoned. And I don't know how vocal he was about his opposition to the invasion of Ukraine, but in selling the football club when this whole conflict started, you know, he made even a modest statement about how, you know, seeing as how the events are unfolding in Ukraine, I don't find it appropriate to, you know, have ownership of this football club that's, you know, based in the UK, right? Based in Britain. And he sold so it was even a modest opposition, right? I'm not sure, but I don't think he went balls deep and was like, fuck Putin, he's doing bullshit. I think it was just him kind of expressing remorse towards what was happening, you know, that he felt sorry for what was going on. And he sold a very profitable football club. And just because of that supposed opposition or betrayal in Putin's eyes, he got poisoned. I mean, I don't care what. No, he didn't. Yeah, he got poisoned. I'm telling you, he was poisoned. They just didn't dose him hard enough to kill him. And truthfully, they probably didn't intend to kill him. They probably gave him a measured response to the perceived betrayal, you know? Like, it wasn't an all-out denouncement of Putin and the bullshit he was doing, but it was a modest pushback. So they gave him a modest fucking dose of poison, for real. Like, I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. I know I'm laughing, but I seriously think it was a measured response based on the level of anger that they held towards his statements. And it made his skin peel off and shit. It, like, ugh. So, we have to up our contribution. I'm not bullshitting. We either face him now, or we face him later, because I don't think at some point the Russian people are going to, even if they stand up and protest like they have been, they're squashed, right? They immediately get squashed under the boot heel of Russian police or whatever. They're not allowed to speak out. Did you guys see that clip of a Russian protester, right? And she went out and held up a blank poster board. It literally didn't have anything written on it. And as soon as she pulled it out, there were cops right there. Right there, snatched her up immediately. It was blank, and she was taken to jail. So I think even if the Russian people did want to implement change, that Putin wouldn't allow it. Now, I was reading yesterday or the day before that 2024, I think, is the next expected election to take place in Russia. And based on current law, to my understanding, Putin cannot serve another consecutive term. I think it maxes out at 2 consecutive. I don't know if there's a max term limit overall in Russia, but you can only serve 2 consecutive terms. Now, during Putin's presidency, he has also extended the length of a term, I think. Instead of like 3 years, it was like 5 years, or you know what I mean? I can't remember the exact, but he extended the term for president. But when it comes to it, I mean, this is kind of laying the groundwork for a dictatorship, right? Like, he's already making these decisions that a dictator would make. He's always been a strong man, as long as I can remember. So when 2024 rolls around, and there's supposed to be an election, there may not be any election because he changes the rules again. And he just, declares himself the forever president. Or B, there is an election in which, suspiciously, Putin wins by 97% of the popular vote. Either one of those two scenarios is just as likely. But if that's the case, I mean, I don't know. Is that what, is that what the leadership in the United States and NATO is banking on? Is that 2024? We won't have to deal with him anymore? Yeah, that'd be cool, huh? That'd be cool if he just, like a reasonable person stepped down like he was supposed to at the end of his term. That'd be dope. But I think we're kidding ourselves if we think that's actually going to happen. Like I said, he's going to change the law, or the election is, it's going to be rigged. We won that election, I'm telling you. One of the two. So we're gonna have to head him. We're gonna have to face him head on now or later, or we can head him. We can give him head. Truthfully, if giving him head works, I would do that. I'd suck his dick to free Ukraine. I think a lot of people would. Did I say that? I just meant to think that. See, he's sick of it. He's over it. He's done with your fucking applause, man. Your claps and your words are meaningless. God, look at that. Look at that chin, man.
I'm not sure. The video, is it just coming?
I'm coming. The videos are coming. I love technical issues.
Of the Security Council. So they have it in their possession.
Look at Zelensky.
We don't have the video. Propose that while we sort that out,
You don't have the video?
Mr. Zelensky for his compelling and powerful remarks. We will.
I love technical issues, especially when it's a bunch of fucking boomers that are running the whole meeting.
May I say, speaking in my national capacity, may I express appreciation to the President for his leadership in wartime and for the extraordinary fortitude and bravery of the Ukrainian people under this unprovoked and illegal invasion. I resume my function.
Just take away all the words. You don't have to say anything, ma'am. Just more of this.
The technical video, I propose to give
your applause saves lives.
Members who wish to make statements, and I now give the.
I changed my profile banner to the Ukrainian flag.
Thank you, Madam President. Let me also
I'm saving lives.
By thanking UAE and Ambassador Nisabeh for her successful presidency during the month of March.
Stop licking her ass, Jesus. That was last month. Move on.
Your Security Council presidency, I want to thank the United Kingdom for your leadership and for organizing this vital discussion on Ukraine today. I also want to thank the Secretary General for his remarks and the other briefers.
Okay, come on. Important stuff.
And I'd like to extend a warm welcome to President Zelensky. I was so moved by the address he made recently to our Congress, and we are truly honored by his presence here under the circumstances that he...
Just stop saying the words and keep clapping.
Today.
That's more meaningful.
Madam President, last night I returned from a trip to Moldova and Romania. I saw with my own eyes the refugee crisis caused by Russia's unconscionable war. I spoke to refugees who indicated...
I'm sorry, this just crossed my mind. At what point does the representative from the Russian Federation get pissed and just walk out? Or has he already? You know what I mean? It's complete truth, man. Of course they're sitting there telling nothing but truths, right? I mean, as far as I can tell. At some point, our version of the truth will come to light, right? And then Russia will spin it however they want to. But I just cannot wait for him to like get super pissed and try to flip the desk and realize they're all connected. And he just, fuck you, I'm leaving.
To me their desire.
I don't know what that accent was, I'm sorry.
To their home. And we've all seen the images on TV of the bombed out buildings. But what we have not seen is that behind those destroyed buildings are destroyed lives and destroyed families. I met with women and children who had fled Ukraine, who stuffed their lives into backpacks and left the only home they had ever known. And these were sobering conversations. One young woman I spoke to came with her 6-year-old brother who had autism and is struggling with cancer. Their single mother helped them escape to save their lives. But Russia's war has interrupted the care her brother desperately needs. Another woman I spoke to fled with her 8-year-old from Odessa. The father, who they'd left behind, told them there was shelling right next to their apartment that very night. And they very well could have died had they not left. A third woman I met told me that she used to love to travel.
I'm sorry. I know that me joking about this stuff is probably very poorly timed. But when she was like flipping to the next page, it sounded like one of those picture books that you read when you're a child. You know, like the texture of the paper. And I remember reading kids' books to Lily when she was younger. Or in general, you know. And it's like 2 lines of text with a giant picture, and then you flip to the next page. But it's huge, right? It's a big book. It's like Trump's newest book with pictures in it. You know, it's just like that. So I just picture her like reading through a children's book and then flipping the pages as she goes along.
Never expected her next trip would be to flee her life. flee for her life. When I asked her where she was from, she started to say, and then she stopped with tears in her eyes and said, "I'm sorry. I don't know how to say it, whether I live in Kyiv or whether I used to live in Kyiv." She was realizing in the moment just how dramatically her life had changed because of this senseless war. These are 3 stories of more than 10 million people, 6 million internally displaced, 4 million who have left Ukraine altogether, 4 million people who have relied on the big-heartedness of countries like Moldova, Romania, Poland, Slovakia, Hungary, and others across the region and the world to welcome and support all those leaving Ukraine in search of safety. Ukraine's neighbors are bearing the brunt of Europe's most significant refugee crisis since World War II. And I want these countries to know that they have a committed partner in the United States. And that is why the United States announced recently that we are prepared to provide more than $1 billion in new funding toward humanitarian assistance for those affected by Russia's war
Yay,
in
thanks. Thank you
and its
so
severe
much.
impact around the world.
Thanks. Oh my God.
And it is why we are welcoming
Thank
up
you.
to 100,000 Ukrainians and others
But no
fleeing
more.
Russia's aggression to the
No
United
more than 100,000. You hear me?
We will continue
Cap
to
that
assist
shit.
humanitarian efforts to help the people of Ukraine and all those fleeing Putin's violence.
How many of you are brown skinned? Because you don't count.
But as heart-wrenching as
You
the
can't come.
stories are that I heard
not
in
come.
Moldova and Romania, there are some stories we will never get to hear. Those of the people we saw in the images out of Bucha. We've all seen the gruesome photos.
Her picture, but
Lifeless bodies lying in the streets.
I haven't.
Apparently summarily executed.
Kind of on purpose.
Their
I
hands
don't
tied behind their backs.
really want to see.
As we work to
But I kinda do.
independently confirm
It's like a
the
train
events
wreck.
depicted in these images,
It's
I would
horrific,
remind this
but you can't look
council
away.
that based on the currently available information, the United States has assessed that members of Russia's forces have committed war crimes in
Oh
Ukraine.
shit.
And even
Lucifer's on
before
this side
seeing
this
the
time. It's
images
weird.
from
He usually
Bucha,
comes to this side.
President
you doing, man?
Zelensky, along with others in the region, were reporting that children were being abducted, and we heard him say that today. Also abducted are mayors and doctors, religious leaders, journalists,
Mayors? Like
and
the
all who dare defy Russia's
leaders of
aggression.
cities? Are being
Some of them,
attacked?
according to credible reports, including by the Mariupol City Council, have been taken to so-called filtration camps, where Russian forces are reportedly making tens of thousands of Ukrainian citizens relocate to Russia. Reports indicate that Russian federal security agents are confiscating passports and IDs, taking away cell phones, and separating families from one another. I do not need to spell out what these so-called filtration camps are reminiscent of. It's chilling, and we cannot look away. Every day, we see more and more how little Russia respects human rights. And that is why I announced yesterday that the United States, in coordination with Ukraine and many other UN member states, will seek Russia's suspension from the UN Human Rights Council. Given the growing mountain of evidence, Russia should not have a position of authority in a body whose very purpose is to promote respect
Lucifer.
for human rights.
That's true.
Not only is this the height
Get
of
'em.
hypocrisy, it is dangerous. Russia is using its membership on the Human Rights Council as a platform for propaganda to suggest Russia has a legitimate concern for human rights. In fact, we will hear some of that propaganda here today, I know. And I will not dignify these lies with a response, only to say that every lie we hear from the Russian representative is more evidence that they do not belong on the Human Rights Council. 140 UN member states voted to condemn Russia over its unprovoked war and the humanitarian crisis it has unleashed upon the people of Ukraine. Here's my message to all of you. Now is the time to match those words with action and show the world that we can work responsibly. And I share President Zelensky's view that this moment requires responsible world powers and global leaders to show some backbone and stand up to Russia's dangerous and unprovoked threat against Ukraine
Hello?
and the world.
Is there any irony in what you're saying?
The Secretary General said that confronting this threat is the Security Council's charge. It is, and it is also the responsibility of UN leaders and leaders around the world, every single member state with a voice in the GA. No one can be a shield for Russia's aggression. Suspending Russia from the Human Rights Council is something we collectively have the power to do in the General Assembly. Our votes can make a real difference. Russia's participation on the Human Rights Council hurts the Council's credibility. It undermines the entire UN, and it is just plain wrong.
Very significant.
Let us come together to do what is right and do right by the Ukrainian people.
They're not gonna.
Let us take
They're
this
not gonna like
step
that.
to help them to start to rebuild their lives. And
It
let
just
us
further
match the
alienates them. I
courage
mean,
of
I
President
agree with it.
Zelensky, who we are
For sure.
so honored to have with us today.
He gone.
President Zelensky,
Wherever you might be.
I want you to know that we stand with the people of Ukraine.
I mean, we stand near you,
Brutal attack
not like
on
behind
your
you,
sovereignty,
but
on your democracy, and on your freedom.
you know, great speech again.
I thank the representative of the United States for her statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Albania.
Ooh.
Thank you, Madam President. Let me thank Ambassador Nusibe for having steered our work during the month of March and wish the UK and you, Madam President, success in our common work during this month. Albania welcomes President Zelensky's presence to this meeting. His remarks are painful, and his account on what Ukraine is experiencing under Russian occupation is revolting. We stand by you, Mr. President, by your compatriots.
Not like behind you, but like to the side,
for the
or you
resilience
know, like
that
in
the
you.
entire world is admiring. You are not alone. You have
they
the
are.
world on your side.
I mean,
because
kind
it
of.
is the
It- like,
side of the right,
like
of the
morally, we got you.
and as
You
the
know,
hope of victory.
I have made the order
Madam President,
that everybody in my country
Guterres for
change
his,
their profile
again,
picture
very
to the
clear and
Ukrainian flag.
powerful
Let it be
remarks.
known.
I also thank USG DiCarlo and Griffiths for their updates. This is the 14th meeting of the Security Council on Ukraine since the 31st of January, while the war of aggression has entered the second month. Let's establish a few basic yet meaningful facts. Russia has stalled and its imperial dreams are nowhere. Taking Ukraine finally proved impossible. Kiev was too hard to swallow. Russian army is in disarray, but it has not.
Is this motherfucker calling them out for their military blunder? I love it. I love it. I love what he's saying. The reason I love it so much is because, you know, it's like speculation, right? There's different versions of the events, okay? You know, the Russian high command says, no, listen, we never had any intention of taking over the whole of Ukraine. Okay, we're just worried about this eastern part over here. Meanwhile, I mean, and prior to, they tried to encircle the capital, right, of Kiev. And it didn't go well. So they got pushed back, right. And that was speculation. That was what people were assuming, you know, on the big news networks and analysts and stuff like that. Is just from the outside perspective, it did not seem to be going the way that Russia would hope. All right. And but it wasn't necessarily like one of those things that we knew for a fact. It just kind of appeared that way. This motherfucker is straight saying it like it's facts. Oh my god, dude. And I love it. I love it, but at the same time, Putin is going to need Vagisil. Like mountains of Vagisil. Oh my god. Because this guy from Albania is just, and is he okay? Is Albania a NATO country? Because if not, they might be the next target. But truthfully, if you've got the stone nutsack to say this, like, that's incredible. I almost would assume that they're a NATO country, or they at least got somebody backing them up to where they can talk shit. It's like your little brother, you know, who's like half your size, just talking shit and like knowing that you're standing behind him to protect him. Or the little chihuahua that likes to yap at people because he's got a freaking, you know, he's got a Rottweiler standing behind him, you know, to protect him. That's what this dude's doing. But that's incredible. He's straight up calling them out on how bad this entire operation's been fucked up. And he's saying it factually, not just like, we think or we presume that it's not going the way that it should be because of XYZ. He's straight up like, you guys are getting clapped up. Them ass cheeks are getting chapped, my dudes. And so now you're running like a bunch of punk bitches, and that's bad. Albania bitches, drop the mic.
Not stopped shelling and bombardments. But all this is not new, and all this is not news. The real news that has horrified the world is what Russia is leaving behind. The unspeakable horrors, those soul-crushing images in areas from which Russia is withdrawing. Images of civilian executed.
All right, I gotta look at the pictures.
In the neck, sometimes with their hands tied behind their backs or shot dead in their bicycles. Images of mass graves overflowing with corpses. Images of carnage and devastation, including looted homes, rape, and sexual violence, acts usually attributed only to thugs. They spring from the same cruel impulses as the bombardment of cities, homes, hospitals, schools, and kindergartens by the Russian forces. Bucha is an open-air graveyard, the notorious facelift of the Russian aggression. Madam President, we have heard time and again, it is not Russia. Yes, but no. It will be hard, actually impossible, to convince anyone that the destroyed tanks that clutter the roads, the mines and booby traps left behind amidst the wreckage, and the bodies of civilians killed by arbitrary executions and laying in the streets amidst debris are staged scenes for propaganda. Who would believe that Russia aggressed Ukraine simply to protect civilians, while Ukraine is busy staging horror movies? You may muzzle media back home, but you cannot fool satellite images. You cannot blind independent reporters and human rights NGOs on the ground. Waiting for Russia to accept and tell the truth is waiting for Godot to arrive, and he never does. These are facts, hard and sickening proof of the atrocities committed, the ugly face of this madness. Such crimes, as documented by Human Rights Watch and verified by independent and respected professional reporters, those who are bound for the Russians call for answers, call for thorough investigation, for effective accountability, for justice. Prime Minister Rama called these crimes a terrible pain and a horrible shame. Russia has an international obligation to abide by international humanitarian law, the laws of war, including the Geneva Conventions of 1949 and its first additional protocol. Russia has an obligation to abide by the order of ICJ to immediately halt its military activity in Ukraine. But unfortunately, Russia has made another choice, not to respect any of it, and has cancelled itself from international law. But the law will pursue it. Russian army and its commanders cannot escape accountability. The name of the butcher of Mariupol, a criminal that has reduced an entire city to ashes and has made its citizens go from 3 meals a day to barely 3 meals a week, is engraved in the ruins of the city. This is why we will support the call to suspend Russia's participation in the Human Rights Council. The UNGA resolution that created the Council stipulates that, and I quote, members of the Council will respect the highest standards in the promotion and protection of human rights. As we see, Russia's standards are nose-eating, and its presence there is a farce, a desecration of the place that is called to be the sanctuary of rights. Dear colleagues,
It's
Russia
horrific,
has announced
dude.
that it will now shift its focus on eastern Ukraine. This means that it will concentrate its brutality there in what may end up becoming a war of attrition. Russia has blocked the renewal of the OSCE International Observer Mission in Ukraine. This denies the international community the independent eyes it needs there. This anticipates, sadly, more war, further atrocities, other crimes, even more humanitarian disasters. This war continues to particularly affect women and children. Millions have been displaced, many of them alone, in search of safety and security. It is heartbreaking to see mothers write names and addresses in the back of their children so that they are recognized in case they end up being orphans. We welcome the
Jesus
efforts of
Christ,
OSHA and
man.
its partners to deliver assistance in support of the people in Ukraine and the millions of refugees in neighboring countries. Madam President, let me end with this note. Rarely has the outcome of a war been so disastrously the complete opposite of what it wanted to achieve. Russia's army has been defeated by the outgunned
Oh
and outnumbered
my
Ukrainian
God.
resistance.
Listen at him.
Russia is isolated like never in its history.
He's like, what? What?
It has become the
What?
world's most sanctioned country in history.
Hell yeah, man.
No country has ever seen itself transform in a matter of only 10 days from a global player into a financial and international pariah, to the point that it is obliged to find comfort in the support from North Korea and Syria.
Yeah, North Korea
This
especially.
aggression and its startling defeat have once and
It's
for all
startling
the
defeat.
face of
I mean, these
Ukraine.
guys just got clapped the
Because the
fuck
case of
up. Let me
Ukraine
tell
is
you, when you
full of
talk about
democracy.
Russia and this military operation, I don't think anybody's ever lost as bad as they have. I tell you what, they came in and they had every advantage over their much weaker opponent, and I tell you what, they just got totally pegged. I just every way, you know. I'm telling you, they ran like punk bitches. Kick him in the nuts, send Putin the Vagisil, call it a day. You know, he is straight up letting this dude know what he thinks. And it's like I said, he's speaking it as if it's fact, which I appreciate. You know, I'm not a very well informed person, but to me, it was just kind of conjecture up to this point. And he's speaking it like, look, you guys got beat by Ukraine, which is just like a mini me version of you.
Against tyranny and kleptocracy. It is a fight between the will of the people against the vicious will of one whose reckless actions have challenged everything we stand for, and who is directly responsible for the economic disruption and food insecurity which is affecting the entire world. He may choose to stop, withdraw troops, and quit Ukraine, or continue to descend in the very abyss he has created and face the consequences. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Albania for his statement. I understand that we now have solved the technical problems, so I suggest we return to the video. Thank you.
Oh, no. What happened? Oh, this is the video. Oh, okay. Whoa. Content warning. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. For all 2 people watching. Okay, sensitive topics. I'm very sorry. Jesus. Oh my god. That was horrific, dude. But yeah, we're gonna watch it, okay? So prep yourselves for that. It's gonna be rough. But I think it's very important to see this. But I do want to go back to
Continue to choose to stop, withdraw troops, and quit Ukraine, or continue to descend in the very abyss he has created and face the consequences. I thank you.
dude, I love that dude.
I thank the
He's my
representative
new
of
hero.
Albania for his statement. I understand that we now have solved the technical problems, so I suggest
We've
return to
boomed
the
out
video.
the issues, if you know what I'm saying. We've ironed out all the boomer. Alright, get ready for this. It's gonna be rough. Jesus Christ, dude. Jesus Christ, dude. Was that a child? I'm so sorry. That's a child that's bound. I'm so sorry. Dude.
I would like to thank the delegation of Ukraine for sharing that video with us. The images are harrowing. Speaking in my national capacity, we are appalled by what we have seen and reiterate our solidarity with Ukraine. I resume my function as the Council President, and I now give the floor to the representative of Gabon.
I would like to, at the outset, express my appreciation to the Ambassador of the United Arab Emirates for her remarkable presidency. I thank the Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, Under Secretary General Madam Rosemary DiCarlo, as well as Mr. Martin Griffiths.
Now this translator doesn't make me want to have a stroke nearly as bad as the previous one. I know it wasn't her fault, you know, because Zelensky was speaking quickly, but...
Madam President, we continue to witness, powerless, the war in Ukraine, while the grim toll of the...
Okay, I'm going to just throw this in here, okay? I don't know if anybody watched my stream from a couple days ago, but I was talking about ASMR, okay? And for anybody who knows, or doesn't know, I guess, what ASMR is, it's Autonomous Sensory Meridian Response, and it's like a certain part of your brain, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, you know, you can see these channels, or at least you saw the rise of a lot of ASMR channels, like on YouTube, and they do a lot of whispering, and some of them, like, chew into the microphone, I don't know, or they do, like, tapping of their fake nails on plastic and stuff. Anyway, it's a collection of, you know, activities or speech that is supposed to trigger that meridian response, okay? Now, the thing is not everybody gets it, okay? Not everybody gets that particular response from these different activities. But I'm one of the people that actually I get the meridian response, and it's not sexual. Okay, so I'm sorry, anybody who says it's sexual, you're not getting the right meridian response, or I don't know. It just I've never in my life experienced that meridian response during anything sexual in nature, and it doesn't evoke a sexual response from me. And to my knowledge, anybody who legitimately has it, the meridian response, uh, I've never heard of anybody getting aroused by it. Okay, but um, this man, okay, who's doing the translation, he's got the type of voice with the right tone and pitch and volume to trigger like meridian response. Um, I haven't gotten it or anything like that, but and it's weird because people liken it to a boner. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, dude, you're giving me the biggest meridian response right now. I am rock solid. It's not like that. But it is, truthfully, one of the most relaxing things that can occur because it's kind of like your brainstem back here. It starts tingling and it radiates down your back. Um, it's kind of like a cold chill, but like relaxation, and it's so weird. It's different than like getting a back massage or anything like that, but it is incredibly relaxing. So I usually by the time that you're an adult, you know whether or not you have the meridian response because you have inadvertently experienced triggers, right? Like when I was younger and I would experience the trigger, I always thought I was weird. I didn't know like what was going on, or I just felt this, like I said, a tingle kind of radiates down your back. You get a super relaxing feeling, and it just kind of calms everything down for a while. And I never spoke of it because again, nobody else ever talked about having that kind of a sensation. So I just assumed that there was something wrong with me, or something different about me. And I didn't want to, put myself on blast like that and be like, hey, do you ever, like run into these scenarios and then you get like a brainstem boner, you know? So I kept it to myself. But this guy who's translating um, has the type of voice. So if I get a brainstem boner, brainstem boner? If I get a brainstem boner, I apologize. You won't even be able to tell though.
The dead and
But he just
displaced
has that
front
relaxing, calming
and
voice,
fighting continues even as lives and civilian infrastructure are destroyed day in, day out. One day of war is one, without a doubt, one day too many. And as the conflict enters its sixth week, the number of displaced persons is now surpassing the 10 million mark, almost 4 million of which have sought refuge in neighboring countries. This is a frightening humanitarian catastrophe, the repercussions of which are sure to worsen as a result of the risks of food insecurity due to the unpredictability of harvests, which will in turn have trans-regional knock-on effects. I'd like to welcome the Secretary General's establishment of a working group task force on food security, energy, and finance to reduce the impact of the war. Madam President, allegations concerning violence, especially sexual violence against women, are cause for grave, very grave concern. My country is very concerned as well at attacks against infrastructure and humanitarian personnel. Humanitarian workers working in theaters of conflict should never be the target of armed attacks. They are very often the link between victims of war and what remains of humanity when the rug has been pulled from under their feet. Humanitarian workers should be able to funnel humanitarian assistance to wherever it is needed without obstacles and in conditions of security guaranteed by all parties. should be possible to form secure evacuation convoys to allow for the smooth evacuations of persons wishing to leave combat zones. This is a vital form of assistance to the almost 18 million
What I say?
people in need of
What I
humanitarian
say? I'm
assistance.
telling you,
And the situation in Mariupol,
Madam
mentioned
Gabon,
town
you are
become
100% correct, and you're echoing what I said earlier. There is absolutely no scenario in which we should not have already set up permanent humanitarian corridors that remain open. I couldn't believe the first report that I heard about humanitarian corridors lasting one fucking day before they collapsed. No, dude, I'm sorry. There's no excuse for not being able to establish corridors and keep them open. And if they're being closed, whoever is causing them to be closed needs to be held responsible. Again, I am a huge advocate for the idea establishing corridors, marking point A to point B, where we're going to be traveling from in a neighboring country that's NATO aligned, destinations to which these supplies will be destined, right? Mariupol, some of the other cities, I'm so sorry, I can't remember, but you know what I mean. There's super hard hit towns that probably need to be addressed first, right? A list of decreasing priority. Start with 5, okay? Take your 5 hardest hit cities, all right? Establish a map. Draw out exactly where you'll be starting from to reach each of these 5 hardest hit cities or towns, communities, and the exact route that you are going to take with your convoy. Get it to Putin and say, here's the deal. These are the routes we are establishing these corridors through. They will be protected heavily by NATO troops and personnel, boots on the ground, and military equipment. If they are offended in any way, shape, or form, if you stop the convoy, if you attack the convoy, if you do anything to impede their progress and their regular supply deliveries, as well as evacuation of citizens from these 5 locations throughout the days and weeks to come, then there will be dire consequences. I think that will that probably lead to nuclear war? It might. But if it does, then there was no stopping it anyway. Again, I think that we're kidding ourselves if we don't think at some point it might escalate to that. And again, we deal with them now or we deal with them later. But I think before the next election occurs in Russia, Putin is either going to change the law or he's going to have to change the law. I explained it earlier. You can't serve more than 2 consecutive terms. And he's on his second. He extended the term, the number of years in each term, but he is coming to the conclusion of that second elongated term. So he's going to have to change the law to either include a 3rd term or, most likely just declare himself forever president. He's going to do that. I mean, he seems to be more and more erratic, making irrational decisions, and that's what a dictator does. They say, I am forever president. And I honestly think he'll do that. Because in what context do you ever see Putin not being president of Russia? Do you think he would, step down politely and be like, all right, you know what? You're right. Go ahead. No, I just don't foresee that being a legit possibility. I hope it is. But in the context of Russia and the way it currently exists, people living in Russia, they can't rise up. They can't push him out of office. They can't even hold blank poster board in the street without being arrested. So I hate the thought of it, but I just don't think I don't think it can happen internally. I wish somebody would grow some nuts and poison him or take him out or something, but they gotta have a able and willing, capable leader of fulfilling his role after he's gone. Even though he's like a dictator in most senses, you've got to have somebody who's prepared to take up the reins once he's gone. Because despite a lot of his faults and the fact that he does suck as a leader, you've got to have somebody. He does keep some shit together. He keeps the machine moving. It's not moving great, but you know he is he's the top dog. So you got to have somebody who can step in there once he's gone. But yeah, I fully think that we either deal with it now or later. We're gonna have to take care of him now or later. And the more time that passes, the more innocent people die. And those fucking images on that video were disgusting. Like, just, it makes me so upset. It's so upset. And I'm tired of this being our response. Bravo, Zelensky. Bravo. We denounce Russia's actions. Ukrainian profile pictures for everyone. Like, it's meaningless, man. It's meaningless, and you can see it on Zelensky's face. Stop clapping for me. I don't need your applause. Like, he needs to change his quote. It's not, I don't need a ride, I need weapons. Now it's, I don't need your applause, I need action. And that's 100% accurate. We can't continue. They were murdered children in that video. There's just no way, man. There's no way that we can continue to let this happen. And right now, the counterpoint to every intervention, every meaningful intervention is, well, then it'll start a nuclear war. Okay, so do we just continue to exist under the threat of nuclear war, and that threat alone prevents us from intervening in any meaningful way? You know what I'm saying? Let's stop short of armed conflict, okay? I'm not saying invade, or, I'm not saying send NATO troops to fight an active offensive war, and push the Russians back. I'm not saying do that. I'm saying set up a litmus test to determine what Putin's mindset is, okay? And again, I think establishing these humanitarian corridors that are guarded by NATO troops is a good litmus test. We are not sending in offensive troops. We are not sending in soldiers to directly assist the Ukrainian military. We are sending in troops and limited equipment as direct, protection detail for humanitarian convoys. And if that pushes him over the edge to where he continues to think that NATO is an active combatant, then we didn't stand a chance of preventing an open war with him anyway. Does that make sense? Does that make any sense? Or is it just completely insane? Like, if you put boots on the ground to protect humanitarian aid, and he has a problem with that, then he never intended to concede anything. He never intended to negotiate in good faith. He never intended to be diplomatic and come to some resolution where the war ends. If he's willing to put a stop to humanitarian aid, okay, bringing supplies in and taking innocent people out, then we didn't stand a chance at preventing this war in the first place. But when we see his response, and let's say he's like, no, okay, you're an active combatant now, you and everybody in NATO. That takes a big commitment on him, because at that point, he better start launching the nukes. Because once he declares war on NATO, he's got to know he's lost. I mean, I know he's got the world's largest nuclear arsenal, and he's going to take out a lot of people on his way out, but he can't take out every NATO country. I mean, he can't. He can't. I mean, we would get him at some point. There would be mass casualties, like just so many dead people. I mean, millions and millions of dead people. But we have got to establish the boundary between what is meaningful intervention that's still within the sane person's mind, okay? Somebody who's not batshit crazy, all right? In the mind of somebody who hasn't completely lost it, humanitarian corridors with security detail should be acceptable. Because essentially, if you allow that, you're saying that you still have some humanity left in you, and you truly, truly don't want innocent people to die. Right? Now, if you prevent that, and you're just straight up like, nah, fam, I don't give a shit what you say. You're not bringing in, you know, humanitarian aid with a protection detail. Then he's stating very clearly that he has no qualms with collateral damage. In which case, he needs removed. I mean, he needs taken out. He needs to be. And you can't have a maniac like that. It's like having Hitler back in World War II with nukes. You know, and I used to think that was hyperbolic to a certain extent. And even in some contexts, it is. I mean, but I just heard them talk about cleansing camps? Camps. Is that what they called them? Cleansing camps? Russia and Putin set up cleansing camps. Like she said, it sounds eerily familiar to something we've heard in the past. So it's like he's already down that path. All right, he's already down that path. So we've got to intervene in more meaningful capacities. I used to fully be against this idea. I used to fully, a couple weeks ago, be like, no, man, there's no way that we can commit anything more than we already have without the threat of nuclear war. Well, then we've got two options. Either we try to minimize the damage now. I mean, there are going to be innocent people killed. It's just right now it's limited to Ukraine. And that's acceptable to us over here in this part of the country, or in this part of the world, excuse me. As long as it's not happening in our backyard, it's acceptable. We're very upset about it, and we'll change our profile pictures to the Ukrainian flag, but it's okay. It's all right. But it needs to stop being all right, is I guess what I'm getting at. And those images are horrific. And we need to stop him. And it's going to take more loss of life. And probably more loss of life in other countries. But again, if we don't intervene in more meaningful ways, we're signing off on these atrocities. While, okay, you denounce it and you give Zelensky one of these every time he gives a good speech. But sanctions, he obviously is not being that impacted by sanctions. The Russian people are, absolutely. They're getting horse fucked. But this is Vladimir Putin. I'm sure he has multiple back channels for bringing in assets, whether it be money. So he's taken care of. He and all, you know, all the people that are, that he needs, right? All of the competent military commanders and all of his little pootlings, you know? Putin's got little pootlings running around him. All those people that actually have value to him, they're all taken care of, while the Russian people suffer. He doesn't care about that, okay? The sanctions, they're not working. They're having effects, but they're not having effects on Putin himself. If they did, they would have worked. You know, they would have stopped the conflict. But they haven't. And I just, you know, I haven't even finished watching this, of course, because I'm flapping my gums constantly. But, you know, I just read news bulletin basically saying, oh, we're adding a new round of sanctions. Great. More of this. And finally, I'm like at this point where it's like, look, he's a tumor, dude. He's a tumor. I'm sorry. We did this kind of shit back in World War II. The United States specifically. We did not want to be involved. We were like, no, here's the thing. We're staying out of it. You know, this whole policy of neutrality, you know, and it worked for a while until I think we sanctioned the import of oil to Japan, or we cut off the import of oil to Japan, right? Because they invaded China. And they heavily relied on us for their oil. And they needed our oil to fuel their war machine. And when we severely sanctioned or, you know, limited their access to that oil, they bombed Pearl Harbor. So it's like, you know, they always say history repeating itself, you know. This time it's Russia. And who's to say that this next round of sanctions doesn't hit Putin and his pootlets directly in the wallet, or directly in the means that they have to access back channels for the supplies and money and stuff that they need personally. Again, they don't care about the Russian citizens, but if just by some sheer luck we're able to, in this next round of sanctions, target Putin and his rich buddies and their ability to get a hold of the things that they love in life, that first nuke could hit Washington, D.C. And I'm not kidding. I don't think it's hyperbolic at this point. I mean, you can go online and find Joe Brandon's itinerary. And truthfully, he's probably not, you know, probably not the dude I'd want in charge if the war were to take a, you know, if war were to come. Can we put Trump back in charge if Brandon gets killed? I hate Trump, but I'd imagine he'd probably do a better job taking on Putin. Yeah, Putin and I were the best of friends. But I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. I get more stressed the more I sit here and think about it. If the sanctions do actually have effect, then at some point, something we do, whether it be sanctions or, you know, the additional $1 billion worth of funding that we're given to Ukraine, there's going to be a breaking point. There's going to be a point where Putin's like, nope, I'm done. I'm over it. I'm sick of your guys' shit. You crossed the line a long time ago, but I continue to allow you to cross further and further and further. You know, this is all in his mind. I don't think we have ever crossed the line. I'm the one advocating for pushing the line a little bit further. But again, there's going to come a time where he says we've crossed the line. And when that moment comes, there's not going to be some advanced warning. There's not going to be any warning. And when that moment comes, he's just going to start lobbing nukes. And you know, the first one's going to probably be aimed at wherever Joe Brandon is for the day. And if that's in Washington, D.C., it's going to be in Washington, D.C. I'm sure at least one would land in D.C. I mean, I'm sure he'd lob one at the Pentagon. You know what I mean? Like, it's horrific to think about, but that moment's going to come if we don't resolve it before that. This is reigniting the Cold War. I'm not kidding. We're sitting here, both countries with their finger on the trigger. If we're seeing this level of, like, contention on a surface level, just imagine what our intelligence agencies are hearing and thinking behind the scenes. Like, I would imagine we are far closer to an open nuclear conflict with Russia than we're seeing on the surface. Because they do have this policy of not panicking people. And so they're not giving us the full picture. The only thing I hope and pray is that if the moment does come where Putin's over it, that we know ahead of time. That we know before he gets that first nuke off, or the first few nukes off. God, I hope so. And I'm not, oh God. Like I said, I continue to think about it more and more, and it just gets more and more stressful. Let's just hear out Miss Gabon.
Untenable. The exponential deterioration in living conditions, indeed survival conditions in certain places, is very concerning, especially when civilian infrastructure and the provision of essential public services is affected. We are concerned at the risks of disease resulting from water shortages in certain parts of Ukraine, but also health risks ensuing from the lack of access to primary or specialized healthcare. Women, children, the elderly.
Damn, it's 2 o'clock already? Holy shit.
Not taking part in hostilities should
I've been
be
live for almost 4 hours.
every sense of the
God
word
damn.
without
This is the only thing I've done today, is run my mouth during this speech.
War is a horror, a break.
Why didn't you guys tell me I'm wasting so much time running my mouth?
Which binds us together as humans. It is precisely to seek to reduce the effects of this break that international humanitarian law exists. To not give free rein to the expression of might is right. In fact, it is an attempt to address through law a break in the human contract. All parties should abide by international humanitarian law. Concerning the persistent reports of massacres, summary executions, atrocities, and other mass crimes against civilians in Bucha, there is an urgent need for a UN-led, free and independent inquiry into, as soon as possible, to shed light on the victims and the circumstances surrounding these atrocities. In the interim, it is vital.
I feel bad for the dude that's doing the translation. Because either there's somebody fucking around in the same office or cubicle that he's in. You would think that these people would be isolated in their own quiet room so they could focus on what they're doing. And maybe the dude's fucking with stuff himself, but it just sounds like people are like searching through the drawers around him, you know, like... or you know, he's like sitting there messing with his cell phone and he keeps dropping it. But you can like hear around him that there are people fucking around.
Not lose sight of its role, which is to work towards restoring peace and security by offering an alternative to war. The return to peace in Ukraine will not be achieved through mudslinging. Madam President, this war has lasted long enough and its effects are already being felt beyond Ukraine's borders. From our perspective, the equation is posed in terms of a decision on establishing a ceasefire and on creating the conditions for safe and unfettered provision of humanitarian assistance needed by populations in distress. I wish to reiterate Gabon's appreciation to neighboring countries that continue to mobilize to urgently welcome refugees. We encourage them to
Is that lamp back there, this one? Annoying. Like looking in my... It's a little distracting.
African nationals and students. We request them to ensure respect for their dignity and we call for fair treatment of all
I like
persons
that better.
in distress. It is urgent that the parties commit resolutely to negotiation to bring an end to the hostilities. We call to a de-escalation and a halt to the combat. There is no other way. My country is closely following current negotiations between the parties.
I am so sorry. Where's Gabon?
And we hope that they will soon lead to a ceasefire.
Can y'all see my bald spot when I look down?
Climate of confidence and to establish the climate of calm needed.
It's not a bald spot. Fuck you guys.
To make its voice heard. And
I'm not old. You're old.
Silenced. Thank you.
I thank
I want to look up where Gabon is.
of Gabon for her statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of the Russian Federation.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to first of all express our gratitude to the delegation of the United Arab Emirates for their presidency in the month of March. We're also
Like,
grateful
why you
to
guys?
the Secretary General, to Rosemary DiCarlo.
Is this the formality where you just kiss the ass of the previous month's
We also
president?
listened to the
Like,
President of Ukraine, Vladimir Zelensky.
great. Okay.
We'd like to thank Martin for his visit to Moscow.
I found it. It's on the west
during
coast of
which,
Africa,
as far as we can
Central
judge,
Africa.
he had some useful meetings and discussions.
Oh, it's on the.
Better than anyone else, he
I was going to
should
say on
know
the Ecuador.
efforts that Russia is undertaking every single
Equator.
day to organize humanitarian corridors. However, the arrangements reached with the help of international mediators is consistently not being implemented by the Ukrainian side. I'm not going
Oh shit. Okay, I didn't even. Okay. Oh boy. Oh boy, the Ruski started popping off again. I'm sorry. I think Ruski is probably a little bit offensive, but you're Ruski right now. I'm sorry. Okay. Let me back up because I want to hear.
And I now give.
I'm surprised we let this motherfucker speak again. No, cut him off. Cut him off. Okay. We're kicking him out of the humanitarian organization, you know, whatever it is. Don't let him talk. Shh. Ruski. Shh. Mr. Ruski. Shh. Shh. Cut it out, dude. Anything you say, simmer down now. Because truthfully, nothing you say is truthful. Truthfully. You're going to sit there and just flap your gums. And it's not. Nothing you're saying is true. $20. It wasn't us. That shit was already there. Those dead bodies, they were there when we showed up. Okay? Maybe if Zelensky would do a better job at taking care of his people, there wouldn't be dead bodies all over the street when we show up to invade. Okay? Why don't you ask him where the dead bodies came from? Like, it's going to be that kind of bullshit, right? It's going to be either that shit was there when we got here, or it's going to be, well, these atrocities are just, it's part of getting rid of the Nazis, okay? It's hard work killing Nazis, all right? And sometimes people get in between us, they catch our bullets on accident, okay? Sometimes they get between us and the Nazis, and they get shot. But most of them were already here. We added a few more, but a lot of them were already here before we got here. It's not our fault if the Nazis catch the bullets accidentally.
Floor to the representative of the Russian Federation.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to first of all express our gratitude to the delegation of the United Arab Emirates for
her presidency during the previous month. Yeah,
we're grateful to the Secretary General,
so grateful,
DiCarlo and Martin for their briefings.
Yes,
we
great.
also listened to the President of Ukraine, Vladimir Zelensky.
Sure did.
We'd like to thank Martin for his visit to Moscow, during which, as far as we can judge,
look how big my nose looks right now.
Some useful meetings and discussions. Better than anyone else, he should know the efforts that Russia is undertaking every single day to organize humanitarian corridors.
Every day. Every day. Listen, guys. Every day. You listening? Every day, Russia is working to set up humanitarian corridors. Okay? Every day. But the Nazis keep closing them. You understand that? It's not our fault that the Nazis keep interfering. Right? Listen. I'm going to go make sure my mama doesn't need help bringing in groceries. I'm going to let the Ruski talk. And I'll be back.
The arrangements reached with the help of international mediators is consistently not being implemented by the Ukrainian side. I'm not going to overload you with figures. You can, such communiques are published every single day by our Ministry of Defense. I simply would like to say that just out of Mariupol toward the east, without any participation by the Ukrainian side, we have managed to save 123,500 people. Now, overall, since the beginning of the special military operation. Over 600,000 people have been evacuated to Russia, including over 119,000 children. And we're not talking about any kind of coercion or abduction, as our Western partners like to present this, but rather the voluntary decision by these people is testified by many videos that are accessible in social media. Madam President, another topic of the meeting was declared today, which is practically not being discussed today, so I'm going to leave that out. I simply would like to take advantage of the virtual presence here of the President of Ukraine and would like to address him directly. Now, we place on your conscience the ungrounded accusations against the Russian military, which are not confirmed by any eyewitnesses. And we spoke about this in detail yesterday at our press conference. Vladimir Alexandrovich, we all remember when in 2019 you were elected as the president of Ukraine. Now, there were a lot of hopes tied to your election because you were, as a candidate, pledged peace and an end to the war in Donbass, including the Russian-speaking population, which you pledged to protect. So it seemed that we were on the verge of correcting the historical injustice when, as a result of the Maidan coup in 2014, Ukraine began to be transformed into a hateful anti-Russia, and that seemed to be on the verge of being turned, that page of being turned. However, those hopes failed to be to materialize, and now you scornfully call the residents of Donetsk and Lugansk People's Republic as a subspecies, repeating what your predecessor stated, who in fact threatened that the residents of the Donetsk and Lugansk will rot in their basements. And you are calling on them to return, to leave and to Russia. And now you've declared war against your native Russian language by introducing, in essence, a linguistic inquisition in a country where Russian is the native language for a minimum of 40% of the population. And today, explosions and artillery rounds are exploding over the entire territory of Ukraine, and not only in the east, where they haven't ceased for the past 8 years. And they're exploding precisely because there was no other way of bringing peace to the Donbass, unfortunately, after you and your subordinates categorically refused to comply with the Minsk agreements, at the same time by preparing already back in March to solve the problem of the Donbass by military means. In the course of our special operations, we have found many secret orders testifying to this. We're told that there can be no Nazis in Ukraine. However, we know very well that not only are they there, but unfortunately they are running the show. And how can it be any other way when the national heroes of Ukraine are Nazi collaborators Bandera and Shuhevich, who are responsible not only for the Holocaust, but the killing of hundreds of thousands of peaceful Poles, Russians, Ukrainians, and Jews? You simply preferred not to notice Ukrainian Nazis, pretending that they're simply not there. But unfortunately, they are there. And they are very many of them, and among them a lot of young people. How do we know that? Well, they're not concealing it. They have tattoos made, Nazi tattoos. They decorate their clothing with swastikas and other Nazi symbols. They give Nazi greetings, and they're open about it in the social media. There are particularly many of them in the national battalions such as Aidar, the Right Sector, and the Azov Battalion. And that would be one thing, but they're also acting like Nazis, and they're killing like them. And they're not just killing Russian or prisoner soldiers, of which they torture and gloat about it on the social media, but they kill their own. Your neo-Nazis and radicals have shown unrivaled cruelty against the civilians, which they use as human shields, and position heavy artillery next to residential buildings and multiple rocket launchers as well. Today we've heard a huge amount of lies about Russian soldiers and military. We have hundreds, if not thousands, of video testimonials of people who are ready to provide testimony about the cruelty of Ukrainian nationals. I'll just read some of them here. These are cruel histories, but you need to hear them. Natalia Kudinova says, the mayor of the town was one of the first to run away. Afterwards, the Ukrainian authorities lied that Russia was not letting people through humanitarian corridors. The National Battalion Azov, under threat of death, kept women and children in basements, and it robbed civilians at checkpoints. A grandmother said that the Azov Battalion did not allow her to leave basements. Anyone trying to leave was shot at the Azov checkpoint. Women and girls were stripped naked and had their jewelry and money taken away, including their Valentina Nikolaevna Borisenko says how Ukrainian soldiers kicked out women with 2 children from a private home and then used it to lob mortar rounds. And that woman had 2 children. They were kicked out by soldiers with blue armbands. Those are Ukrainian insignias of the Ukrainian army. Marina Vasilievna testified that she was tortured in a basement by Ukrainian security services. They tied me to a sewer pipe when I found out I was Russian. They beat me, used electric current, raped me, and they threatened to rape my young daughter. Shapovalova Olga Georgievna. We left Mariupol from Mangusha on the 25th of March. The firing positions of the Ukrainian army were positioned between residential homes and in the courtyard of a school. They used civilians as cover. In the neighborhood around the drama theater, a Ukrainian tank drove around, firing indiscriminately, including targeting residential buildings. On the territory of the 69th, 68th, and the 5th school, tanks were stationed. I saw this with my own eyes. Madam Suportkina Olga Sergeyevna, this is her testimony. And school number 15 of Mariupol, starting from 25th of February.
Here's the deal.
The Ukrainian...
Y'all are probably going to be mad. But I'm going to have to run that back because I want to hear what he says. So, give me a second. Miss Gabon, I apologize.
Implemented by the Ukrainian side. I'm not...
And I now give the floor
Sorry.
to the
I'm so sorry. You guys are going to have to watch this again.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to, first of all, President Martin Griffith for their... We'd like to thank Martin for his visit to Moscow, during which, as far as we can judge, he had some useful meetings and discussions. Better than anyone else, he should know the efforts that Russia is undertaking every single day to organize.
That's right.
humanitarian
I was
corridors.
going off. Every single day, dude. They're working on it, okay? Every single day, the Russians are working on setting up these humanitarian corridors. We don't know what keeps happening, man. They keep getting fucked up. But you know why? If those Nazis would stop fucking up these corridors, lots of people could be saved. Talk to Zelensky. He's a Nazi too. He just knows that being Jewish will provide him cover and people won't suspect him. Alright? It's their fault.
However, the arrangements reached with the help of international mediators is consistently not being implemented by the Ukrainian side. I'm not going to overload you with figures. You can...
I'm not going to give you facts. Okay, here's the thing. I'm not going to give you facts. I'm not going to explain exactly what they're not doing correctly, but just take my word for it. Okay, It's not our fault that these agreements are not being upheld. It's their fault. I'm not going to tell you why, okay? I don't want to bog you down with the details, okay? They get kind of sloppy. And, who wants details when it comes to a humanitarian crisis like this? Just take our word for it. It's not our fault. It's the Nazis, okay? It's their fault. I'm not going to give you the facts or the figures.
Such communiques are published every single day by our Ministry of Defense. I simply would like to say that just out of Mariupol toward the east, without any participation by the Ukrainian side, we have managed to save 123,500 people. Now, overall, since the
Did this motherfucker just say that they have saved 123,500 people from Mariupol? The fuck does he mean? Those people live there, dude. You're not saving people from their own homes. They wouldn't need saved if you didn't invade the country. Dude, why? Every 4 seconds I look down and you're there. There's food. We'll eat. And I want you guys to know this. I want you to know this. I've been live for 4 hours and 10 minutes. Okay? In 4 hours and 10 minutes, he's fucked with me 4 times for food. And I fed him every time. This is the 4th time. I'll give him credit. And he's been fed every time. Did anybody see him when I picked him up earlier? He's me in cat form. He's a fat bastard. Dude, this is why you're fat, is because every time you ask, I feed you. And it's not just because I'm a sucker or something like that. It's because he won't leave me alone. And people are like, oh, well, just, put him outside of your bedroom and close the door. Ain't got no door. This door behind me, that's Lily's room. All right? My door is a curtain. I live upstairs, obviously. You're looking into my bedroom. Behind me is my bed. It kind of blends into the wall, but that's my bed. The steps that are going up, right over here, those are for this fat bastard down here so he can get up onto my bed. All right? You're looking at my bedroom, which is also, where I have my setup for streaming and stuff like that. And over here is the stairs that lead downstairs. And at the top of the stairs, I have like a soundproof curtain that, keeps sound from traveling down and sound from traveling up. But I can't close it so his big ass can't get to me. I'd love to, but this is like his home. Like, this is a relatively decent sized house, but he's up here all the time in my area. And yeah, I think it's not because he likes me. I think it's because he knows that I can't escape his big ass. And every time he even gets the slightest hunger, just the tiniest little growl in his tummy, he's like, hey, Nick, listen, man, I'm hungry, bitch. You have 2 plates of food over there. And let me put it this way. When I feed him, it's not just the first option I put down and then I walk away. I put down food and then give him a moment to decide whether or not that's acceptable. And I'm not playing, okay? There's like 4 or 5 different types of food or flavors. There's like turkey. There's a poultry platter. There's mixed grill. There is, let's see, chicken and tuna is another flavor. And then there's chicken and liver. 4 of those are chicken flavors. He loves him some chicken, but it's a variety of chicken flavors. And then turkey, okay? And you gotta rotate. You gotta cycle through those, okay? So you put one down, all right? I put down one of the flavors. Most often it's the flavor that he's gone the longest without eating. So like turkey is the next one up. And there's a rotation, I'm not playing. So turkey is the next one up. I'll put down the turkey, all right? And if he doesn't feel like eating turkey, he'll sniff it, and then look back up at me. And he won't begin eating. And that's my notification that, bitch, this ain't it. I'm just not feeling turkey right now. And then I'll have to open up another can of something different and put it down and pray to baby Jesus himself that that's acceptable. And he's fucking with me because I'm trying to watch the Ruski talk. This is our second run through the Ruski speech. But I tell you what, I'm going to leave Ruski paused. I'm going to give you some of this. All right? And then I'm going to go feed Lucifer. And you get to enjoy the inspirational background music. Okay? It won't be long, I promise. Nailed it on the first try this time. Apparently, turkey was an acceptable choice. Ding. This one's hype as fuck. Let me give that a thumbs up. Epic Inspiring is the name of this track. Holy shit. Oh, it's over. Okay, that's alright. That's alright. It was perfect timing. Bring it down. Bring it down. Back to the Ruski.
Beginning of this special military operation. Over 600,000 people have been evacuated.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I strayed away from the point. This dude's insinuating that they saved over 100,000, I can't remember, over 100,000 people in Mariupol. You're attacking their hometown, man. They live there. You're not rescuing anybody. You're displacing them. You're causing the chaos that they then need to be rescued from. So you can't claim to have rescued people when you attack their town and, you're forcing them out of their homes, okay, because they can't stay in their homes. They might get hit with cluster bombs, okay? So because you invade or you launch missiles and munitions at them and you force them out of their homes and then you go and grab them and say, hey, come this way. It'll be safer over here. Bitch, it'd be safer if you'd leave my fucking city alone and my country. If you could just fuck right off, I wouldn't need protecting. Believe it or not, before you started war, I was all right. I was safe in my home. But it changed. For some reason, I'm not safe anymore. Can you tell me what occurred to make me not safe? So no, don't give me that shit. You saved over 135,000 or whatever the fuck it was. You didn't save anyone, dude. You haven't saved anybody. You've literally displaced these people and you have created the scenario from which they need to be saved. So you can't take credit for that. It's like me saying, oh my God, I saved the lives of over 333 million Americans. You did? How? I just didn't nuke them. I'm a savior. You know, it's like the opposite argument, right? If I don't attack, then I have saved those people. And by similar thought process, this asshole here is trying to tell us that they saved over 130,000 people in Mariupol. Attacking their city and then acquiring them as they flee from their homes in fear is not saving people. You haven't saved anybody. And believe it or not, even though you've saved these people, you have completely leveled Mariupol to where if this war, God willing, ever comes to an end, those people have nowhere to go back to. Their fucking home that you saved them from is now a crusty shell of its former self. Thanks, Ruski. You do great work.
Russia, including over 119,000 children. And we're not talking about any kind of coercion or abduction as our Western partners like to present this, but rather the voluntary decision by these people is testified by many videos that are accessible in social media.
Okay, listen, these videos are accessible in what social media? What? Are we talking Twitter in the US? It better not be Facebook. Well, I guess Facebook in the US is completely overrun by chuds, but you know what I'm saying. Like, you've cut off all media within your country. Or let me rephrase that. All Russian media has been cut off outside of Russia, right? Like even the US or whoever. Major platforms, NATO members, everybody's like, no Russian news, which I think is ridiculous because we need to hear the Russian perspective. We definitely want to try to formulate a list of dependable Russian news outlets that aren't purely propaganda. I mean, you know, we got to weed those out first. But is this guy sitting there saying that the people that they rescued left voluntarily and aren't being forced out of their homes? Okay, let me just work through that logic with you there, Ruski. Here's the deal. Yes, they probably did leave voluntarily, because the alternative is a little bit grimmer. Because if they didn't leave voluntarily, you would have forced them out, right? Or they would have died. So that was kind of their choices. Leave voluntarily, be forced out, or die from the bombings. You know what I'm saying? Like, so, and nobody's implying necessarily, I mean, not to my knowledge, that Russia is the one behind, like, human trafficking and kidnapping, you know, not to my knowledge, okay? I'm sure there are Russians involved, as there's probably some creepy Ukrainians, you know, who are seizing the moment to traffic humans, okay? But I don't think anybody is fully trying to paint that as a Russian problem or that it's purely Russia that's responsible for that. However, sir, do not sit there and claim that you've saved hundreds of thousands of people that voluntarily left their homes and you're protecting them. No, you're the aggressor. And when the aggressor is in control of the city that you live in and they come knocking at your door, you're probably going to leave voluntarily. Or I guess if it's America, you better not go knocking on anybody's door if you invade this country. And if you get any sort of traction and you know, if you start going from neighborhood to neighborhood, you're fucked. I mean, we have more guns in private homes than the U.S. military probably possesses. You know what I mean? Of varying degrees. So, this guy has lost his shit.
Another topic of the meeting was declared today, which is practically not being discussed today, so I'm going to leave that out. I simply would like to take advantage of the virtual presence here of the President of Ukraine and would like to address him directly. Now we place on your conscience the ungrounded accusations against the Russian military, which are not confirmed by any eyewitnesses. And we spoke about this in detail yesterday at our press conference. Vladimir Alexandrovich, we all remember when in 2019 you were elected as the president of Ukraine. Now, there were a lot of hopes tied to your election because you were, as a candidate, pledged peace and an end to the war in Donbass, including the Russian-speaking population, which you pledged to protect. So it seemed that we were on the verge of correcting the historical injustice when, as a result of the Maidan coup in 2014, Ukraine began to be transformed into a hateful anti-Russia, and that seemed to be on the verge of...
Okay, so I've heard murmurs of this in other streams that I've watched, and again, it's probably something that I need to look into more in depth. The Maidan, was it actually a coup? Like, what is up with this? Oh my god. Oh my god. Euromaidan? Is that his name? Euromaidan? I put coup. Really? Oh, wait. This might be it. Oh yeah, the 2014 Ukrainian Revolution. Okay. Okay, I was close to spelling it right. I just left out an I. Alright, so in 2014, the Revolution of Dignity, also known as the Maidan Revolution, took place in Ukraine in February 2014. At the end of the Euromaidan protests. Oh, isn't Euromaidan like an area? Like a square? Okay, so Euromaidan, or Maidan Uprising, was a wave of demonstrations and civil unrest in Ukraine, which began on 21st November 2013 with large protests in Maidan... Oh, shit. Nezalezhnosti in Kiev. The protests were sparked by the Ukrainian government's sudden decision not to sign... Hold on. I want to read the rest of this. It was just a little clip of it. Alright, the Ukrainian government's sudden decision not to sign the European... Holy fuck, dude. I promise I can read. European Union Ukraine Association Agreement. Instead, choosing closer ties to Russia and the Eurasian Economic Union. Okay, so here's the deal. God, and I'm sure it'll probably explain some more here, but it seems like these protests and demonstrations were a result of the Ukrainian government's decision to not essentially associate itself with Europe, or like Western Europe, and instead they wanted to align more with Russia. Right, and that pissed off a lot of people, Ukrainian citizens, and so these protests occurred. Am I understanding this right? Which seems... I don't know. Let me read more. Ukraine's parliament had overwhelmingly approved of concluding the agreement with the EU. Okay. So from this, and of course it's the ever-reliant Wikipedia, or reliable. So, Ukraine's parliament had overwhelmingly approved of concluding the agreement with the EU, while Russia had put pressure on Ukraine to reject it. So it sounded like it should have passed, right? Because Parliament in Ukraine overwhelmingly supported the idea of the agreement. The scope of the protests widened with calls for the resignation of President Viktor Yanukovych and the Azarov government. Alright. This all seems reasonable. You know what I'm saying? If Parliament, let's say if both chambers of Congress, this would never happen in the United States, but let's say both chambers of Congress overwhelmingly supported the idea of signing an agreement with other countries, right? And we formed this alliance, but yet, like, the president, for whatever reason, was like, nah, we're not going to do that. We're going to form an alliance with China instead. Then, yes, you would see the probably similar uprising. So, especially if the vast majority of our Congress supported the idea of forming a union with these other countries. So the fact that people were rising up in protest is reasonable. It's completely reasonable. They're upset. They're pissed. This Yanukovych guy, apparently, I mean, just on the surface, sounds like he was corrupt. Yeah, okay. The protesters opposed what they saw as widespread government corruption, the influence of oligarchs, abuse of power, and violation of human rights in Ukraine. Transparency International named Yanukovych as the top example of corruption in the world. The violent dispersal of protesters on 30th of November caused further anger. The Euromaidan led to the 2014 Revolution of Dignity. Okay, cool. So let's go back to the original one. When, you guys might want to see this. You know what'd be dope is when I resize. Well, okay, I was about to bitch because I know I'd resize this to fit the view range of my ultra wide monitor, but then I moved it over to this monitor and moved it back. I was about to bitch that it resized itself, but I understand why. Okay, so this is what I'm looking at: the Revolution of Dignity, Maidan Revolution. At the end of the Euromaidan protest, when deadly clashes between protesters and the security forces in the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv culminated in the ousting of elected President Viktor Yanukovych and the overthrow of the Ukrainian government. Wow. So these uprisings and these protests actually got so widespread and powerful that they actually were able to oust the president, okay, and overthrow the government. Holy shit, dude. In November of 2013, a wave of large-scale protests known as Euromaidan, political close ties to Russia and Eurasia. In February of that year, the Verkhovna Rada, Ukrainian parliament had overwhelmingly approved parliament as a rob government. Large barricaded protest camp. Okay, let me go here. Protesters opposed the widespread government corruption. Repressive anti-protest laws fueled further anger. A large barricaded protest camp occupied Independence Square in central Kyiv throughout the Maidan uprising. In January and February 2014, clashes in Kyiv between protesters and Buttery, special riot police, resulted in the deaths of 108 protesters and 13 police officers, and the wounding of many others. Alright, so a lot of people died. Got it. Yanukovych said that this vote was illegal and possibly coerced and asked Russia for help. Wait, hold on. What? Okay. On 21st February, an agreement between Yanukovych and the leaders of the parliamentary opposition was signed that called for the formation of an interim unity government, constitutional reforms, and early elections. The following day, police withdrew from central Kyiv, which came under effective control of the protesters. Yanukovych fled the city and then the country. That day, the Ukrainian parliament voted to remove Yanukovych from office. Holy shit, 72.8% of the parliament's for him. Okay, Yanukovych said that this vote was illegal and possibly coerced and asked Russia for help. Aw, poor thing. 72% of people, almost 73 in parliament, said, get the fuck out. You're no longer president. And he turned to Daddy Putin. Russia considered the overthrow of Yanukovych to be an illegal coup, so that's what Ruski's talking about. That's why he called it a coup. I was like, I don't recall this. It seems like he's putting his own stank on the details, you know? It's not an illegal coup. It was an uprising of citizens. We call that revolution. And it happens whenever you are a shitty leader, you know? 1 minute 50 seconds. 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 So they, Russia considered it to be an illegal coup. Sorry, just a sec. Okay. Illegal coup, and did not recognize the interim government. Widespread protests, both for and against the revolution, occurred in eastern and southern Ukraine. Okay, so that's what they're talking about in the east, right? Because there's a heavy Russian-speaking population in the east. Southern Ukraine, where Yanukovych previously received strong support in the 2010 presidential election. These protests escalated, resulting in a Russian military intervention and the annexation of Crimea by Russia and the creation of the self-proclaimed breakaway states of Donetsk and Luhansk. This sparked the Donbass War. Okay, so look. So prior to this invasion of Ukraine, there were some relatively established situations. I know this is a pretty recent wound, took place in 2014, but Russia had already annexed Crimea, okay, and Luhansk and Donetsk were already declaring their independence. And these, were still disputed claims to a certain extent, but it was kind of established that this is the scenario. Like, it's fucked up and disagreeable for sure. Alright, last thing. The interim government, led by Yatsenyuk signed the EU association agreement and disbanded the Berkut. Petro Poroshenko became president after a victory in the 2014 presidential elections. Alright, the new government restored the 2004 amendments to the Ukrainian constitution that had been controversially repealed as unconstitutional in 2010 and initiated a large-scale purge of civil servants associated with the overthrown regime. Okay. There was also a widespread decommunization of the country. Okay. Okay. I'm going to just take that. I know there's more details, but this is what I want to do. Like I said, I want to be informed. I want to, for sure, understand what I'm hearing, and not just take things at face value or hear a new concept or a new claim from anyone, whether it be a Ruski or somebody that I trust a little bit more, and not educate myself on it and just be like, oh yeah, for sure. Okay, yeah, for sure. Yeah, coup, right? Yeah, the Maidan coup, sure. No, it wasn't a coup. It's revolution, man. They overthrew him because he was a corrupt piece of shit.
A page of being turned. However, those hopes failed to materialize, and now you scornfully call the residents of Donetsk and Lugansk People's Republic as a subspecies.
Did he? Did he say that? Did he? Volodymyr Zelensky. Did he? It's fucked up if he did. Let me just put it that way. If he actually said the words, the people of the Donbass region are subspecies. That's fucked up. Don't say that, okay? First and foremost, I know you got some bad blood, okay, between Russia and Ukraine, but don't say that, okay? Don't say that kind of thing. I'm not saying that he did for sure. Ruski here is claiming he did, and if that's true, that's fucked up.
What your predecessor
subspecies,
who in fact threatened that the residents of the Donetsk and Lugansk will rot in their basements, and you are calling on them to return, to leave and to Russia, and now you've declared war against your native Russian language.
Okay, hot take. You ready for it? I said this earlier. Why don't these people move to Russia? Right? Like, again, I know it costs money to move. And you have to have a certain, you know, you have to have certain capital in order to move locations, right? But the eastern part of Ukraine is right ass to ass against Russia. Why can't you move across the border? Why can't Russia pay to move these people to Russia? My opinion is because it has nothing to do with moving Russian people or the people who want to identify or align with Russia into Russia. I don't think that's the problem. I think they want that territory again. And, you know, they're moving, they're taking chunks. Crimea, Donbass, all that. Like, you know, they're taking chunks, and they're sick of taking little bitty chunks. They want to take entire quantities, entire countries. So, you know, I had also heard that they had outlawed Russian as a language, which is fucked up, for sure. That's taking it too far. For sure. But, yeah, I don't think it has anything to do with Russian people. I mean, from Putin's perspective, right? He doesn't care about the people. He's gonna sit there and say, "Oh, we're moving in to protect the Russian people leaving or living in Donbass." If you wanted to protect them for real, you would just relocate all. I mean, if they were being super mistreated, right? But you wouldn't allow that, especially right on your doorstep. You know, and there are Russian-backed separatists that are controlling that territory. So I don't think that any active mistreatment of people would be going on in Luhansk or Donetsk. And Russia would, continue to allow it to happen. I don't think that would occur, right? I mean, I'm not speaking as factually like I know anything about what goes on in Ukraine, but I just don't foresee that being a reality.
By introducing, in essence, a linguistic inquisition in a country where Russian is the native language for a minimum of 40% of the population. And today, explosions and artillery rounds are exploding over the entire territory of Ukraine, and not only in the east, where they haven't ceased for the past 8 years. And they're exploding precisely because there was no other way of bringing peace to the Donbass, unfortunately. After you and your subordinates categorically refused to comply with the Minsk agreements, at the same time by preparing already back in March.
All right. Also, with the Minsk agreements, I did hear that Ukraine did renege on that. I'd heard that. Let's look it up. Because that's some shit I heard too. Which, come on, boys. Come on. I don't know if it was a Zelensky thing or if it was his predecessor that kind of backed out, but I did hear that Ukraine violated the terms. All right, here's a little map. So this is Donbass, right? Here's Donetsk. And up here's Luhansk. Okay. In Ukraine, they've redrawn their damn border, right? Okay, cool. This is the buffer zone. 15 kilometers wide on each side. And artillery greater than 100 millimeters is forbidden. This is insane to have to outline, like rules and stipulations. Now listen, boys, okay? Here's what we're going to do. We're going to have a buffer zone, okay? Here's the new border, all right? 15 kilometers either side. Can't bring guns any bigger than 100 millimeters, okay? Anything less, 99 millimeters, it's okay. Start lobbing them shells. Stop that shit. this is, first of all, okay, first of all, in terms of borders, okay, they're arbitrary lines. They're bullshit, they're stupid, whatever. But they are there for a reason. I guess they do serve a function. We got to know where one country ends and the next begins, right? So, they're stupid, I hate them, but they are necessary. But Ukraine shouldn't have to move its borders because Russia says so. Does that make sense? If they want to open the discussion of absorbing or swallowing the Donbass region, then they need to go through the proper channels, for real. I don't know. International law, the EU, UN, Security Council, whatever. Somebody's got to be in charge of overseeing this discussion. Truthfully, I would imagine the reason that they didn't go this route is because Russia knew what the answer would be. No. No. Unless Ukraine agreed to it, which Ukraine wouldn't agree to it, you know? I mean, probably not. But if you have a largely Russian population concentrated in the eastern part of your country, where by consensus the citizens are saying, we want to be a part of Russia, maybe Ukraine agrees to that. Because it's going to be far more costly in every way, shape, and form to try to force these people to live against their natural instincts. If they want to be a part of Russia, fucking go. That's what I mean. I know it's absurd. Just go to Russia. Like, it's not like you're moving across the globe. It's right next door. Like, move your bitch ass. I get it. It costs money. Russia should be involved. Maybe Ukraine could even pay. I know they wouldn't because, you know, they're bitter and everything like that. But if it was truly about just the people, then Russia would get these people and bring them into Russia. But that's not it. They want the territories, well. So they are forcibly causing Ukraine to have to move back. And I'm not trying to make complete excuses for Ukraine. I mean, we're about to read violations of the Minsk agreements, which from my understanding, Ukraine can be held responsible for not holding up its end. But what I'm getting to is if Canada decided that they wanted, I don't know, Nebraska? North Dakota. Let's say they wanted North Dakota. All right. And so they just started bringing in the troops. And then at the border of North Dakota, they set up a perimeter and a fence exactly like is being shown here. All right. There's a buffer zone. Okay. It's 15 kilometers wide each side. Can't bring in artillery greater than 100 millimeters. Like, if Canada did that, it would be on, my dude. And, you know, Ukraine had a valid response. Now, I'm not saying that they should have gone full out balls deep, but I don't think, truthfully, that they put their full weight into, trying to reclaim the Donbass region, right? They clearly got pushed back, and they established a perimeter on the outside of it. So they gave up that territory rather than trying to go full-scale war and reclaim it. The Minsk agreements were a series of international agreements which sought to end the war in the Donbass region of Ukraine. The first, known as the Minsk Protocol, was drafted in 2014 by the Trilateral Contact Group on Ukraine, consisting of Ukraine, Russia, and the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, with mediation by the leaders of France and Germany in the so-called Normandy format. After extensive talks in Minsk, Belarus, the agreement was signed on 5 September 2014 by representatives of the Trilateral Contact Group and, without recognition of their status, by the then leaders of the self-proclaimed Donetsk People's Republic and Luhansk People's Republic. This agreement followed multiple previous attempts to stop the fighting in the region and aimed to implement an immediate ceasefire. So it sounds like the whole format behind this was to give Luhansk and Donetsk the independence that they asked for, right? It says it. It literally says it. The agreement failed to stop fighting and was thus followed with a revised and updated agreement, Minsk II, which was signed on 12th February 2015. This agreement consisted of a package of measures, including a ceasefire, withdrawal of heavy weapons from the front line, release of prisoners of war, constitutional reform in Ukraine, granting self-government to certain areas of Donbass, constitutional reform in Ukraine, granting self-government to certain areas of Donbass, and restoring control of the state border to the Ukrainian government. Okay. While fighting subsided following the agreement signing, it never ended completely, and the agreement's provisions were never fully implemented. The Normandy format parties agreed that the Minsk II remains the basis for any future resolution to the conflict. Amid rising tensions between Russia and Ukraine in early 2022, Russia officially recognized the Luhansk and Donetsk People's Republics on 21 February 2022. Following that decision on 22 February 2022, Russian President Vladimir Putin declared that the Minsk agreements no longer existed and that Ukraine, not Russia, was to blame for their collapse. Russia then invaded Ukraine on 24 February 2022. Okay, here's the deal. I want to know who was actually to blame. Like, because I had heard, I mean, I guess it's conjecture, but I had heard that it was Ukraine's fault. I mean, like, actually Ukraine's fault, and I didn't hear it from some Ruski either. Fall of the Debaltseve. Battle of Debaltseve was a military confrontation in the city of Debaltseve, Donetsk Oblast, between the pro-Russian separatist forces, DPR. Oh, wow. Really? So then the DPR and the LPR... Oh, okay. Okay, I thought it was saying the DPR and the LPR were fighting each other. Blah, blah, blah. Here we go. Sorry. I'm actually really interested in this. Okay, the Battle of Debaltseve was a military confrontation, Debaltseve, Donetsk Oblast, between the pro-Russian separatist forces of Donetsk People's Republic and the Luhansk People's Republic and the Ukrainian armed forces starting in mid-January 2015 during the war in the Donbass region. The DPR forces recaptured Debaltseve, which had been under Ukrainian control since a counteroffensive by government forces in July 2014. The city lay in a wedge of Ukrainian-held territory bordered by the DPR on one side and the LPR on the other, and it is a vital road and railway junction. Separatists began a concerted effort to force Ukrainian troops out of the city on 16-17 January, sparking the battle. Heavy fighting went on until 18 February 2015. Jeez, when Ukrainian forces withdrew. It was the last major battle during the 2014-2015 phase of the war in Donbass, and the Minsk II ceasefire took effect on 15-20. Okay, so got it. So that was a big battle that right at the end of the original Minsk agreement. All right. So following the fall of Debaltseve in February of 2015, Minsk II cemented the status quo, leaving separatists in control of about one-third of the Donbass region. Before the 2022 Russian invasion, numerous observers, including French President Emmanuel Macron and U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken, said that the Minsk agreements were the way forward to end the conflict in Donbass. Wow. Okay, the aim of the Russian intervention in Donbass was to establish pro-Russian governments that, upon reincorporation into Ukraine, would facilitate Russian it says inference in Ukrainian? Russian inference, or does that mean interference? I guess inference would work. The aim of the Russian intervention in Donbass was to establish pro-Russian governments that, upon reincorporation into Ukraine, would facilitate Russian inference in Ukrainian politics. The agreements were thus highly favorable to the Russian side, as their implementation would accomplish these goals. Okay. Wow. Kind of just reading it quietly to myself. Wow. Hey. Going. Where's Presley? That's lame. Jeez. So, when it came to trying to resolve the conflict in Donbass, right? You know, essentially what I'm reading here. You got the DPR and the LPR on one side, which of course are Russia's backing them, right? And then you got Ukrainian government and armed forces on the other side. And in an attempt to end the fighting in Donbass, Russia and Russian representatives told Zelensky, go talk to the leaders of the two countries, the DPR and the LPR. Don't talk to us, man. We're not, we're not. That's petty. That's petty, dude. No, listen. Here's the thing. Okay, that, again, let's go back to my analogy of Canada invading North Dakota and taking over North Dakota, okay? It's like Canada sending dudes in, okay? And the citizens, all 15 of them that live in North Dakota, sending in, the Canadian military to back up the 15 citizens of North Dakota and supplement their force of 15 individuals with an extra 700,000 boots on the ground. And so they take over North Dakota, and then they set up this perimeter where North Dakota is cut out of the top of the United States and is now, it's free and independent, but it's backed by Canada. And then we call up Canada and we're like, dude, listen, we want to end this fighting, but we've got some conditions we want met. And then Canada would be like, go talk to the president of North Dakota, man. It's not our problem. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's what they did. Hey, man, listen. The DPR and the LPR, they're independent states. And we got nothing to do with it, all right? Go talk to their presidents. I would have probably been a little less polite than Zelensky was. He said he has no intention of talking to terrorists. That was his response to Russia. When they said go speak to the president of the DPR and the LPR, I would have said the same thing. I'd be like, man, go fuck yourself. I am the president of that territory. Just because you gave them the weapons and the means to declare themselves free and independent. And again, I'm not trying to overlook the fact that there's a heavy percentage of Russian-speaking population that lives in Donbass. But if you all want to be a part of Russia, go to Russia. It's right there. It's right next door. I know it's short-sighted and kind of stupid, to assume that somebody can just move that easily, but I'm serious. Move. It's right there. You're not moving really far, but again, I don't think it had anything to do with the people per se. I think it's the territory, and I think that any way that they could take a chunk out of somebody else's territory and give it back to them to try to refine and renew the Soviet Union, I think that's the main goal, right? I think that's the main goal. So that in itself, I got to see the sources, man. I got to see the evidence that Ukraine is for sure the one to blame for its failure.
To solve the problem of the Donbass by military means. In the course of our special operations, we have found many secret orders testifying to this. We're told that there can be no Nazis in Ukraine. However, we know very well that not only are they there, but unfortunately they are running the show. And how can it be any other way when the national heroes of Ukraine are Nazi collaborators Bandera and Shuhevich, who are responsible not only for the Holocaust, but the killing of hundreds of thousands of peaceful
I'm sorry?
Russians,
They're responsible for the Holocaust? No, there's some other dude. What's his name? He's like a German guy? Or, he was Austrian, right? But then, I think he ran Germany for a while. Short guy. Black hair. Crustache. Can't remember his name. What was his name? Oh, Hitler. That's what it was. I think he was responsible for the Holocaust. I don't think it was... I don't think Bandera... I mean... From what I've heard, Bandera is a bad guy. Okay. I'm not trying to make excuses for him. Russia bad. Okay. Putin bad. But, there was somebody else to blame for that.
Ukrainians and Jews.
Primarily.
You simply preferred not to notice Ukrainian Nazis, pretending that they're simply not there. But unfortunately, they are there. And they are very many of them. And
Can I ask you a question? When are we going to fabricate the story of Russian Nazis? When is what's her face? I can't remember her name, but the representative from the U.S. gonna pull out her picture book and be like, back during World War II, there were Nazi collaborators working within the Soviet Union who worked to overthrow the government and side the entire nation of the USSR with Hitler. That's his name. You know what I mean? We can fabricate our own bullshit about Nazis. I hate to break it to you guys, but there are Nazis everywhere. Everywhere. Even the United States. Probably more in the United States than a lot of other places, truthfully, but there are still Nazis in Germany. There are still people who ascribe to that notion of superiority and white superiority, right? This is insane that this is still the narrative they're running with. They haven't altered it at all.
Among them, a lot of young people. How do we know that? Well, they're not concealing it. They have tattoos made, Nazi tattoos. They decorate their
patches,
their clothing with swastikas and other Nazi symbols. They give Nazi greetings, and they're open about it in the social media. There are particularly many of them in the national battalions such as Aidar, the Right Sector, and the Azov Battalion.
Yeah, we know. We got it.
And
listen.
That would be one thing.
Did anybody tell him Zelensky's Jewish? I know that's not like a complete disqualifier,
They're not just killing,
but it's pretty good evidence that
Russian or prisoners.
Nazis aren't running the country.
Torture and gloat about it on the social media, but they kill their own. Your neo-Nazis and radicals have shown unrivaled cruelty against the civilians, which they use as human shields and position heavy artillery next to residential buildings and multiple rocket launchers as well. Today we've heard a huge amount of lies about Russian soldiers and military. We have hundreds, if not thousands, of video testimonials.
Can we see him?
Who are ready to provide testimony about the cruelty of Ukrainian nationals.
Can we see those? Can we see those? Like, and can we see him like from a candid perspective? Like, not you sit him down in a chair and turn on a camera and give him a script of bullshit to sling at us. Can we see like the candid, you know, like that video that Zelensky brought with him? That was pretty profound. You got anything like that? Like where it's just pictures taken on the streets? Or, you know, somebody comes up with a microphone to, you know, a Russian soldier or whatever, and they talk about how bad the Ukrainians have been to them. No, you don't have that. But you're prepared to release all this evidence. We're not going to get into the evidence. You know, we're not going to speak about it. We're not going to show you any of it. But trust me, there's hundreds of thousands of people.
Read some of them here. These are cruel histories, but you need to hear them. Natalia Kudinova says, the mayor of the town was one of the first to run away. Afterwards, the Ukrainian authorities lied that Russia was not letting people through humanitarian corridors. The National Battalion Azov, under threat of death, kept women and children in basements, and it robbed civilians at checkpoints. A grandmother said that the Azov Battalion did not allow her to leave basements. Anyone trying to leave was shot at the Azov checkpoint.
These aren't even good lies. Again, I want to specify that I'm not saying that the Azov Battalion is good, okay? They are Nazis, okay? Alright. But the truth of it is, it sounds like this bald-headed man literally sat down and came up with these bullshit stories on his own. Like right before the meeting started. He was probably writing them down as everybody else was talking.
Women and girls were stripped naked and had their jewelry and money taken away.
Yeah.
Including their Valentina Nikolaevna Borisenko says how Ukrainian soldiers kicked out women with 2 children from a private home and then used it to lob mortar rounds. And that woman had 2 children. They were kicked out.
Look, okay, look. Never mind, just keep talking.
By soldiers with blue armbands. Those are Ukrainian insignias. Insignias of the Ukrainian army. Marina Vasilievna testified that she was tortured in a basement by Ukrainian security services. They tied me to a sewer pipe when I found out I was Russian. They beat me, used electric current, raped me, and they threatened to rape my young daughter. Shapovalova Olga Georgievna. We left Mariupol from Mangusha on the 25th of March. The firing positions of the Ukrainian army were positioned between residential homes and in the courtyard of a school. They used civilians as cover. In the neighborhood around the drama theater, a Ukrainian tank drove around, firing indiscriminately, including targeting residential buildings. On the territory of the 69th...
Why would they do that? Why would they do that? Seriously, I'm not kidding. Why would a Ukrainian tank within Ukraine drive around shooting indiscriminately? That makes no sense. That's not even a good lie. Like they're just gonna blow up their own town?
I saw this with my own eyes. Madam Supportkina...
Wait, he said he saw it with his own eyes?
The territory of the 69th, 68th, and the 5th school. theater. A Ukrainian tank drove around, firing indiscriminately, including targeting residential buildings. On the territory of the 69th, 68th, and the 5th school, tanks were stationed. I saw this with my own eyes. Madam Suportkina Olga Sergeyevna, this is her testimony. In school number 15 of Mariupol, starting from 25th of February, the Ukrainian armed forces took up positions and left on the 7th of March. They directed fire from there. Our building was badly damaged from the shelling. On the 8th and 9th of March, there was intense shelling, intentionally targeting residential homes. Ukrainian soldiers were asked why they're doing it. They replied that until they destroy the entire Russian spirit in whole, they will remain there. They started looting immediately. They plundered all the shops. And it was the forces of the Donetsk People's Republic that helped evacuate us and drove us to Mangusha. There are many other heart-rending stories. There are Russians and Ukrainians tortured to death with swastikas burned into their chests. There are looters and criminals who you distributed weapons to. There are civilians and foreigners who are held hostages, and in spite of all factual evidence and common sense, you're trying to lay the blame for their death on the Russian military. This is absolutely unacceptable. The fact that you even consider that Russian military would be capable of this. And now we're seeing blatant criminally staged events with the Ukrainian civilians who are killed by their own radicals in the best traditions of Goebbels to accuse the Russian army. Those killed in the areas from which the Russian forces withdrew after encouraging peace negotiations in Istanbul. So now it turns out that we shouldn't have withdrawn. I'm talking about Bucha first and foremost. I understand that you you saw corpses and heard testimonials, but you only saw what they showed you. You couldn't ignore the flagrant inconsistencies in the version of events which are being promoted by Ukrainian and Western media. The fact that the corpses were not there right after the withdrawal of the Russian forces, which is confirmed by several videos, and the fact that there are recordings where Ukrainian radicals urged shooting at those with white armbands, in other words, against civilians. If you saw the video very carefully that was shown today, you'll see that those people who are on the ground have white armbands. These are civilians.
Correct, and the Russians killed them.
The corpses on the video in no way resemble those that could have been lying on the street for 3 or 4 days. And based on the sensational and completely scientifically absurd information of the New York Times, they were there since the 20th of March. So the only ones who could fall for this fake are absolute dilettantes or our Western partners who don't want to hear anything and have been calling black, white, and vice versa for a long time now. Unfortunately, these countries don't give a hoot about Ukraine itself. It's simply a pawn in the geopolitical game against Russia, which they will sacrifice easily. But
I can't believe that he just said that we don't care about Ukraine, and it's just a pawn in their game. I mean, don't get me wrong. Up until this conflict started, yeah, nobody gave a shit about Ukraine, and that's sad, right? Myself included. I'm not trying to exclude myself from saying that. I was part of that group as well. But for this guy to say, you're just using Ukraine as a pawn in your geopolitical... Motherfucker, give me a break. Like, if we're using Ukraine as a pawn in our geopolitical game, then you're using Ukraine as, like, your queen. You know what I mean? Or your bishop, or I don't know. There are more effective pieces on a chessboard than a pawn. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
To prolong the conflict by delivering as much weapons as possible and ammunition. But the most important thing is that how have we sunk to such depths of cruelty that nationalists are displaying? For example, those from the Azov battalion. And you, I'm addressing the Ukrainian president. In your interview with the Americans media, you coyly, bashfully state that they are what they are.
Hold on. I'm sorry.
Displaying, for example, those from the Azov battalion. And you, I'm addressing the Ukrainian president. in your interview with the Americans media, you coyly, bashfully state that they are what they are. I really hope that you will reflect on this and hope that you will find a solution to the situation, because it depends only on you. Because we came to you, to Ukraine, not to conquer lands. We came to bring the long-awaited peace to the blood-soaked land of Donbass. Not a truce, but a true, lasting peace. And for this, we need to root out the cruelty, which I mentioned. We need to cut out the malignant Nazi tumor that is consuming Ukraine and would in time begin to consume Russia. And we will achieve that goal. I hope sooner rather than later, because there is no other outcome. We are not shooting against civilian targets in order to save as many civilians as possible. This is precisely why we're not advancing as fast as many expected. We're not acting like Americans
that must be the
and
reason.
their allies in Iraq and Syria, razing entire cities to the ground.
Oh, you're not?
No pity for them, but we felt great pity because these are people who are close to us.
Yeah,
But radicals have nothing
friends
to
of ours.
lose. They couldn't care less about civilians. They're ready to take to the grave with them the entire population of the Ukraine, as was clearly demonstrated by the provocation in Bucha. Don't allow the West to achieve its goals, Vladimir Alexandrovich. Make the right decisions that are needed for your country, because the West is ready to fight in the Ukraine until the last Ukrainian. Make that.
Hold on, sorry. I love the auto-generated subtitles. Oh, he said Vladimir, right? Vladimir Alexandrovich. And I love Blood Demon Alexandrovich. Because he didn't say that, okay? But I could imagine being somebody who was hearing impaired that was watching this with subtitles on. Blood Demon Alexandrovich.
Ready to fight in the Ukraine until the last Ukrainian. Make that decision now, because the real situation on the front. Later, it might be too late soon. Thank you very much for your attention.
I thank the representative of the Russian Federation for his statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Ireland.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and I'd also like to thank the Secretary General and our other briefers this morning. I want to express a very warm welcome to President Zelensky being with us this morning. President Zelensky, your courage, your leadership, and the courage of the Ukrainian people are an example to all of us.
Well done.
Secretary General, on the 24th of February, as Russia launched a large-scale invasion of its neighbour Ukraine, you told the world that Russia's action was wrong, that it was against the Charter, that it was unacceptable. We agreed with you. However, you also told us that this invasion was reversible and called on President Putin to end this war to save innocent lives. We echoed those calls. Sadly, 40 days later, our call has been left unanswered. Instead, over the last 40 days, we have witnessed unprecedented levels of destruction and human suffering. We are watching cities pounded by Russian artillery. We are seeing millions forced to flee their homes, seeking refuge from Russian aggression.
It's interesting to me, and I'm sorry I keep stopping it, but it's like when the entire world and the representatives of every other country within the world are telling you that you are the one in the wrong, just the commitment that they have to say, no, listen, Nazis, okay? Nazis. They're the problem, okay? We're not wrong, you guys are wrong. And I can't understand why you don't care more about the Nazis that are in Ukraine. Because, dude, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, seriously, what are you talking about?
Just minutes ago, here in this chamber, we have seen the utterly shocking images of civilians lying dead in the streets of Bucha and elsewhere in Ukraine. Some, we know, are piled into improvised mass graves. Simply harrowing. So many innocent lives lost on our watch as our pleas for peace go unheeded. The attempts here today to deny Russian culpability are frankly appalling in their cynicism, and I see them as an insult to the memory of those slaughtered civilians. Madam President,
Leave
we
it to the
ran
Irish
from the
representative to
atrocities
lay down the
committed by
dick.
the Russian armed forces in a
The
number
lady dick.
of occupied Ukrainian towns. The images from Bucha and other towns in the Kyiv region liberated by Ukrainian forces
She in Albania.
are horrifying. We here cannot suspend.
They live here in my heart from now
Our
on.
thoughts, first and foremost, must be with the families of those killed. Their pain at the loss of their loved ones in such an unspeakable manner is almost unimaginable. Let's be clear. The Russian authorities are responsible for these atrocities committed while they had effective
Right in your dick.
control of the area. The Russian authorities are subject to the international law of occupation.
You know, by extension, the Russian representative did say the shit was already there when we left, or when we got there, didn't he? He said, the bodies that you saw in that film, they were badly decomposed, man. Like, they you know. And then they want us to believe they'd only been laying there for a few days. Those bodies were rotten pretty bad, okay? That shit was already there when we got there. He did say that, didn't he? He did. Not exactly like that, not the exact same wording, but he did claim the shit was already there.
Never be impunity from such crimes. Never, ever. Not in Bucha, not in any other town or village, ever. Where crimes have been committed, they must be fully investigated and evidence preserved so that these crimes can be prosecuted by domestic and international courts, including the International Criminal Court. Ireland will continue to support efforts to ensure robust and independent investigation of all violations of international law. We must have accountability and justice for the victims and for the survivors of this war. We at this table share that responsibility in face of such atrocity. We call on the Russian Federation to abide by the order of the International Court of Justice and to immediately cease its military action and withdraw from the entire territory of Ukraine. Madam President, in the last 40 days, we have seen a horrific humanitarian disaster unfold in Ukraine because of the Russian Federation's unprovoked and unjustifiable further invasion of that country. A country where just weeks ago, citizens lived in relative peace and prosperity, and one which has been transformed now into one where families lack access to basic necessities, where basements have become bomb shelters, where millions have become IDPs and refugees. The use of explosive weapons in populated areas has had a devastating impact on civilians in the midst of active hostilities. Once again, we call for the parties to the conflict to comply with international humanitarian law, including the obligation to direct attacks only against military objectives. The prohibition against
Just
indiscriminate,
cut it out.
disproportionate
Cut the
attacks
shit out. I mean, yeah, for sure, you definitely want to emphasize the importance of leaving civilians out of the conflict. I'm down with that. Cut the shit out. Back off. Everybody, Russia, fuck right off back to your country, Ukraine. Okay? Ceasing hostilities, all right? And then we'll meet at the drawing table, okay? We'll have discussions. But that's the problem is Russia has a specific list of demands, and it will not stop short of achieving all those demands. Or Putin specifically. I mean, everybody else is just a puppet to Putin, for sure. But he has a very specific list of shit. And there's no context in which he doesn't achieve those objectives. So
feasible precautions in it.
I would love for him to back off and
We have heard
not be killing
increasing
people, but I don't think
allegations
it's
of
going to happen.
sexual violence by Russian soldiers. You referred to this morning, Secretary General. We must stress that conflict-related sexual violence can constitute a war crime. The perpetrators of such crimes must be accountable. They must be held accountable. They will be held accountable. Sexual violence is another abhorrent crime of this war that cannot go unanswered. We again reiterate the need for full, safe, and unhindered humanitarian access to those in need, as called for today by Martin Griffiths.
Dude, that's step number one.
Echo your call for Russia to implement
And they need to
an
be
immediate
strapped up.
Humanitarian ceasefire.
For real. They need protection
It's the very
details.
least the aggressor can do. It is way past time. As we know, the reverberations of this war are reaching far beyond Ukraine. It's unacceptable that Russia's war of choice against Ukraine is also having and will
And they
continue to
destroyed the
have
Antonov 225.
spillover
That pissed me off
effects
a lot.
across the globe. Deterioration of
Maria,
food security,
the
surging
dream.
energy prices, increasing poverty. The most vulnerable and impoverished in developing countries will suffer the most. We utterly reject that. Madam President, it is our collective responsibility here at this table to maintain international peace and security. Nothing less. This is why we call on the Russian Federation to stop this war, to stop its unlawful attempts to establish occupying authorities, to stop destabilizing the democratic foundations of the Ukrainian state. Such steps are yet further reprehensible violations of Ukraine's independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity. It gets harder each time to say this, but it is never too late to do the right thing and to end this war now. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of Ireland for her
Somebody want to buy me
statement. I now give the floor to the
SM7?
representative of Brazil.
Is that right?
Thank you,
Or is
Madam
it
President. Let me
SM7B?
thanking
It's
Ambassador
the
Nusibe,
big brother of this
along
one.
with her
I got the
team of
MV7.
evaluation for
And I like it.
navigating the work
It
of
just
the
it,
Security
it looks like a
Council in
baby.
March. I welcome His
My
Excellency
birthday comes up next
Mr.
month.
Volodymyr Zelensky,
Anybody want to
President of Ukraine,
give me a SM7B?
today.
That'd be dope.
I would like to thank the Secretary General Antonio Guterres.
We can take up a collection, you
and
know.
the Secretary General
L8 gave me
Political Affairs,
25.
Rosemary DiCarlo,
You know, that's a
and
good start. That's a
Secretary
great
General
start,
of
actually.
Humanitarian Affairs, Martin Griffiths, for their updated presentations.
Noni
about
gave me
the
8.
Situation in Ukraine.
Noni's my man, for sure.
Madam President,
My #1 follower.
as we enter into the 6th week of hostilities in the Ukrainian territory, we continue to witness
Uncle Frank.
appalling images of human suffering.
I didn't know you moved to Brazil.
The recent reports of acts of violence against civilians in Bucha, Irpin, Kharkiv, Donetsk, and other places affected by the conflict are extremely worrying, according to the statement by the ICRC. We call for a really independent and thorough investigation of all reported
Is
violations.
this just everybody
full
beating the
cooperation
shit out of
both
Russia?
parties to the conflict, without prejudging.
All right, let me put it this way.
and
I've been live for 5.5 hours, and this is all I've been watching.
accountable. The international community
I've actually viewed,
too long appalling scenes of destruction.
you know, 3 hours worth.
Peaceful cities, with shocking images from the conflict and the desperation of thousands
Why
of
do I not
civilians trapped in the
subscribe to
battlefield,
DW News?
with no food, no water, and no electricity. Once again, we renew our pleas for a broad, effective, and immediate
All right.
cessation of hostilities in Ukraine.
We're moving on, because I think that this is just going to be more and more of that. And don't get me wrong,
Troops are achieved. will
it
be
needs to be
possible
said.
halt the immense costs of
We
human
need to up
suffering
our
this conflict
commitment.
has brought.
We got to up our
Madam
game, for real.
President,
We
the
have to
general-
increase our support in more meaningful ways. All right, we'll watch a couple of clips from it, okay? Like CNN. Oh, this was the clip that Philly D wanted to put out yesterday, but he couldn't because he knew that YouTube would demonetize him. So
warn you right here at the top.
I want to watch this one.
Morning video is
Content warning.
And we are covering Russia's war crimes in Ukraine. And where I'll start here is Ukraine announced over the weekend that by Saturday it has completely recaptured Kyiv Oblast, which is the city of Kyiv and its surrounding regions. And while that was good news in many ways, it was also quickly tainted by reports and evidence of what Russia did there. Right, so as we've talked about before, we've seen looting, but there's also more and more evidence from the recently liberated regions that Russian soldiers looted pretty much anything that wasn't bolted down. Then you had claims that Russia left many of the cities that they controlled full of mines, with some saying that includes anti-personnel mines. And that's notable because they're pretty strictly prohibited by the Geneva Convention. However, every video that we saw with mines showed anti-vehicle mines. But it quickly became apparent that the looting, that was nothing as Ukrainian troops retook Irpin, Hostomel, Bucha, and other suburbs of Kyiv, that things were just absolutely horrendous for the civilians left behind. With the biggest example of this seeming to be Bucha, where bodies line streets and mass graves have been found. Non-combatants have been found with their hands tied behind their back, shot dead. And beyond the killings, women and children were also targeted with widespread rape and murder, with there now being fears that Russia is using rape as a weapon of war, which can have long-lasting effects even for survivors. And as one activist in the region put it, when a woman gets away, it looks like she's safe. She's far away from the guns and the man who raped her. But the trauma is a bomb inside her that follows her. The scale of what is happening now is heartbreaking. There are reports not only from Kyiv Oblast, but as far south as Mariupol that young girls, 13 and younger, have signs of being raped after arriving at hospitals with rectovaginal tears. And regardless of how someone died, it's a safe bet that they were left where they died or were buried in a mass grave. One such grave in Bucha at the local Orthodox church had to be made after the city's coroner couldn't handle any more bodies, claiming that his facility was a horror without electricity and refrigeration. Ukrainian officials are also still unsure of how many were killed, but according to a Facebook post of Ukraine's general prosecutor, at least 410 civilian bodies have been found so far. It's also expected that as more cities are liberated, more bodies will be found and similar crimes will have been found across Russian-occupied territories. Now, as far as Russia, they have denied targeting civilians, claiming that the corpses all over Bucha, quote, do not correspond to reality, which maybe would be believable if we're talking about 1 or 2 people shot and killed, but hundreds, including women and children. And so as news of these crimes drew, so did the condemnation. In an interview with CBS a day after the graves were found, Zelensky said, "This is genocide, the elimination of the whole nation and the people. We are citizens of Ukraine and we don't want to be subdued to the policy of the Russian Federation. This is the reason we are being destroyed and exterminated." Also going on to give a speech about the situation to Russia, saying, "Concentrated evil has come to our land. Murderers, torturers, rapists, looters, who call themselves the army, and who deserves only death after what they did. I want every mother of every Russian soldier to see the bodies of the killed people in Bucha, Irpin, and Hostomel. What did they do? Why were they killed? What did the man who was riding his bicycle down the street do? Why were ordinary civilians in an ordinary peaceful city tortured to death? Why were women strangled after the earrings were ripped out of their ears? How could women be raped in front of children? How could their bodies be desecrated even after death? What did the Ukrainian city of Bucha do to your Russia? Russian mothers. Even if you raised looters, how did they also become butchers?" With Zelensky also outlining a new prosecutor's office to investigate these war crimes and maintain a list of alleged Russian war criminals, with part of that plan including international partners to help investigate and keep those individuals accountable. Also outside of Ukraine, the reports from Bucha have led to increased calls for sanctions against Russia. Now it's unclear what further sanctions would be put in place, but some Biden administration officials have floated the possibility of secondary sanctions against nations that help Russia evade the current ones. With President Biden also having this to say this morning.
You may remember I got criticized for calling Putin a war criminal. Well, the truth of the matter, you saw what happened in Bucha. This warrants him, he is a war criminal. But we have to gather the information. We have to continue to provide Ukraine with the weapons they need to continue the fight. And we have to gather all the detail.
Come on, Brandon. Come on, Brandon. This is your moment of clarity, my guy. I know they don't come across very often for you.
And then all the monsters he has set loose deserve some lead poisoning of the brain. But that's it for this video. Click here for more.
My man. Okay, but Brandon, this is your moment of vindication, my dude. You've let us down. Heavily. You've let us down. Give him the good stuff. Give him the big boy toys. All right, come on, man. F-15, F-16. Get him. What's our tank? What's our tank? Abrams tank. M1A1. M1A1 Abrams. Ooh, look at that one. Okay, we're gonna lick the boot of the American military for a second. Sorry about that.
The M1 Abrams main battle tank has been the mainstay of the U.S. Army's armor branch for more than 30 years.
30 years.
Armored, powered by a gas turbine engine, and equipped with a powerful 120mm gun, the M1 has proven an adaptable tank capable of fighting from the rolling hills of southern Germany to the deserts of Iraq. And yet the tank appeared to be a failure at first, caught in a tug-of-war of competing...
Hey. Did that guy just say the deserts of Iraq? Desserts. Did I just hear that wrong because I was thinking of ice cream and how it sounded good? Because it's spelled right in the closed captioning.
Adaptable tank capable of fighting from the rolling hills of southern Germany to the deserts of Iraq. And yet the tank appeared to be a failure at first, caught in a tug-of-war of competing, varied interests that threatened to sink the project completely. In the late 1960s, the U.S. Army began the search for a new
auto-generated voice.
The M48/M60 series of tanks had reached a design dead end, and the Army desired...
Oh, these were the patent tanks, huh?
Army began the search.
Sorry.
In the late 1960s, the U.S. Army began the search for a new main battle tank. The M48/M60 series of tanks had reached a design dead end, and the Army desired a clean sheet design to incorporate new technologies, including a gun-fired anti-tank missile. The Pentagon initially tried to cooperate with West Germany on a new tank, MBT-70, but the project was sunk by technical problems and cost overruns.
It was pretty cool looking, though.
In the wake of MBT-70, the Army tried again to develop a new tank, a design that was eventually known as the XM-1 and later...
I don't like... I suppose it's not as significant nowadays as it was back in, like, World War II, but don't you want to slope the sides? See how the, glacis, that's what this is called, upper glacis, and this is, the lower glacis, if memory serves. But you see how it's angled? It's not flat, it's not straight up and down, because when a shell comes in and hits it, it deflects upward. And, of course, the turret's the same way. See how it's angled? Alright, so a shell could come up, deflect upward, and then, you know, bounce off the turret, which is also angled and deflect upward. This is obviously a weak spot right in here. That's why you see, like, this massive reinforced plate, but truthfully, you put one right in there, it's gonna fuck some shit up. Hopefully they've improved the design on it a little bit, but this flat stuff here, hopefully the technology in the armor has increased exponentially, because that is flat as hell. And you come up against one of them Armada tanks, that's going to be a problem. Now, I think there's a layer here. Okay, it's straight up and down. It's going to slow the round down. Hopefully the tracks would eat it. You know, because you could probably bust out one of these bogey wheels. I don't think the tank would keep rolling, though, would it? If one of these got busted out? Anyway, there's probably a layer here, and there's probably another layer on the inner hull. Like inside the track. There's probably another layer of armor. But it's still flat. It's still straight up and down. And looking even at modern versions of the Abrams, man, I'm telling you, that's a problem. We'll have to look at the Armada tank after this.
The M1, the new tank would incorporate major advances in firepower, protection, and mobility, but committing to an ultimate design would involve heated battles and compromises between all three.
I like what they've done with the glacis. But I still...
of any tank's offensive firepower is
that's still a weakness under the gun.
The Army had previously wanted to arm MBT-70 with a 152mm tank gun
that would have been
of
sweet.
Firing both shells and the Shalala gun-launched anti-tank missile.
Why didn't we?
Unfortunately, reliability problems doomed the Shalala and the Army to go back to conventional tank guns.
Come on.
The Soviet Union's primary tank was the T-62. armed with the U-5TS 115mm gun, while the U.S. Army's M60 tank was armed with the M68 105mm gun.
Yeah, it wasn't great.
Although the Soviet gun was technically bigger, this did not particularly bother the U.S. Army, which preferred to stick with the 105 for the XM1. The Army's argument was that the 105's armor penetration qualities were still good enough and that the tank could store plenty of ammunition, 55 rounds of all types, inside the hull and turret. In a list of performance characteristics listed by the Army by priority, main gun killing power actually came third, behind armor protection and surveillance and
What? 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 There, in a list of priorities, the gun and the power associated with that gun is the third most important thing on a tank, according to the Army? No, sir. No, I don't believe so. No. I would say that tied for first, are the power of the gun and the armor protection. I'd say they're neck and neck, my guy. And honestly, if I had to give preference to one or the other, it'd probably be the gun. Because truthfully, if the 105mm, they essentially said that the penetration characteristics was good enough. Good enough for what? Are they easily capable of penetrating Russian tanks or Chinese tanks? You know, because Chinese tanks are just essentially carbon copies of Russian designs, you know. Will the 105 easily penetrate whatever their main battle tank is? Russia and China. Because if the answer to that is no, then we're putting ourselves in the same position that occurred during World War II, where our guns aren't as powerful against our rivals, so we end up losing way more tank crews and tanks than are necessary because we don't put enough emphasis on the penetration characteristics of the gun. One shell, dude. One shot that lands where it's supposed to with a gun that has good penetration will knock out the tank. Why would you put that third in your list of priorities? And I'm sorry, any rival nation is not going to have a bigger gun than me. I'm sorry. Even if it's just a dick measuring competition, I don't care. Because immediately they got a 115mm in their T-72 or 62, whatever the tank was. So that cut right through our tanks like butter. And then we're going to have a hard time penetrating theirs. That's just the basics, right?
Target acquisition. Ironically, it was the civilian leadership at the Pentagon that wanted a larger gun and that pushed for the West German-developed Rheinmetall 120mm
Rheinmetall Borsig.
Although the gun would carry fewer, 40 rounds.
That's plenty.
It would future-proof the Abrams against future threats. The Pentagon was worried that newer Soviet tanks, including the 125mm armed T-64, would outclass the XM1 even as it entered production.
Yeah, that was a good guess there, guys.
In the end, both sides came to a compromise. Early production M1 models would come with the 105mm gun, but would be upgradable to the Rheinmetall 120mm. The next version of the tank, the M1A1, would be built at the factory with the bigger gun. The M1A1 began production in the mid-1980s and by 1991 was widespread enough that the Army was able to field an all M1A1 tank force to face off against the Iraqi Army's Lion of Babylon, variant of the Soviet T-72 main battle tank in Operation Desert Storm.
Boom.
While the brass was satisfied with a smaller gun, it didn't want to compromise on armor protection. Army officials had heard of a new British breakthrough in armor technology nicknamed Burlington, later nicknamed Chobham, after the closest village to the UK Royal Armament Research and Development Establishment. RARD had undertaken major research to defeat shape-charge warheads, common handheld RPG, 7 rocket-propelled grenade launcher, and Soviet anti-tank guided missiles. It had experimented with a variety of steels and ceramics. It even experimented with polypropylene plastic, which was found to have, pound for pound, greater protective powers than steel.
Wow.
Unfortunately, a pound of polypropylene was much larger by volume than a pound of steel.
Yeah.
And the corresponding bulk made it impractical.
Can you layer it? Steel, polypropylene.
So-called Chobham armor was a mixture of steel and ceramics, but the major design contribution was the use of a honeycomb-like structure that broke up the molten metal jet that comprised a shape-charge explosive and absorbed its energy. The result was, according to author Orr Kelly, an armor that in tests at Aberdeen Proving Ground shrugged off shells fired at point-blank range. It was beyond the wildest dreams of any tanker.
Sweet. Okay, so those flat sides don't matter as much.
Army officials came away enthusiastic about the armor, but faced considerable skepticism and pushback from the not invented here crowd.
Oh, come on.
Overcome once those involved became aware of how incredible.
Right, get over it, dude.
Another
Stop.
issue, engineering related and much more serious. The new armor had a weight problem.
Hey,
very well.
I can relate.
Fashioning a turret out of it would require the turret to be built of steel welded slabs, unlike the cast turret of the M60. This was not a problem and actually gave the tank a sleek, futuristic look. The problem was that properly armoring the XM1 would balloon the tank's weight up from the desired 35 to 40 tons to 52 tons.
Damn.
This in turn affected the vehicle's mobility, particularly its horsepower to ton-weight ratio. The Army's dream of a lightweight, agile tank was being dashed by its armor requirements. Meanwhile, the service wanted a 1,500 horsepower engine, double the power of the M60's engine. It tried 2 diesel engines, the Daimler-Benz diesel that powered the Leopard 2 and a homegrown diesel built by Teledyne Continental. But the third engine, a gas turbine adapted from aircraft use, unexpectedly gained favor. The gas turbine allowed for quicker startups, faster acceleration, ran without producing smoke, and most importantly was smaller and 3 tons lighter than its competitors.
There you go.
Saving valuable weight, although the gas turbine would require the Army to stock vast quantities of gasoline, in addition to diesel fuel, on the battlefield. The advantages of the turbine eventually won out.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd say that's... That's okay. We'll deal with it.
The development of the M1 Abrams is a classic study into how competing requirements can collide with one another. The trifecta of tank power, firepower, protection, and mobility all required some level of compromise.
Yeah.
The Army was willing to bend
sucks.
some requirements, particularly with regards to weight, to get a good tank instead of being unbending in a vain search for the perfect tank. The result is the most battle-tested main battle tank today, a tank that, with periodic upgrades, has stood the test of time.
Yeah. I don't buy it, though. I'm sorry, I don't buy it. You know why? That's pretty cool. Come on, man. It's 2022. You're telling me we cannot get... What up, man? You telling me we can't get all 3? Like, exactly the way we want it. We don't have to compromise. That's bullshit. This is Marca. We don't compromise for shit. Especially when you dick around with the design for so long that once the tanks actually get into production, you got to start redesigning something else. You know, I got to find something new. I mean, I get that, you know, throughout the life of a tank, you can make upgrades, significant upgrades in most cases, to keep the tank competitive. But it's very strange that when it came to developing a main battle tank, that the United States compromises. And I'm not even trying to be funny. I'm serious. We piss away money on our military more than anything else. So for the U.S. military to be like, listen, here's the thing. We want to keep the weight of it down, but it's got to have like decent armor protection. But, you know, more important than that is like target acquisition. You know, don't worry so much about the gun power. That's not really a big deal. Motherfucker, are you kidding me? The gun is really the most important thing. I would be like, gun is number one. Right? I mean, armor protection and the power of the gun, I think, would be tied for first, in my opinion. And again, I just can't get past the thought of us compromising on any design elements. And especially, like, the Pentagon being the one that's like, oh, I think, you know, we're okay with the smaller gun. Huh? You're the Pentagon. Wouldn't you want, like, the bigger gun? Guess not. Jesus. What was the other thing? Oh, I wanted to see if there was anything cool about the Armada. Ooh. Task and Purpose did a video, which I did watch, of course. But he does good analyses. You know, you're right, okay? You're right. But let me tell you, because I know, you know, you're essentially making a joke, but you're absolutely correct, because in World War II, we ran into the same problem. You know, the German tanks were far superior to what the United States and Great Britain had. And the only reason we ended up winning the tank part of the war, if you want to call it that, is because we had a shitload of them. Right? And the gun that we had on the Sherman tank was like 70 millimeters or 75 millimeters or some shit like that. And literally, they would fire at the front of one of these Tiger tanks and they would bounce off. Just bing, bing, bing. And the only way that the Sherman tanks could defeat like a Tiger tank or even a Panther tank was to get around behind them. And they were only just a little bit faster than the Tiger tanks. So, you know, we lost a shit ton of tanks and a shit ton of tank crews because we were like, nope, the 75 millimeter is good enough. And then whenever Germany started rolling out tanks with a 105 millimeter gun, we were like, no, it's still good, man. It's still good. Which I get to a certain extent. You've got the infrastructure set up, right? You've got all these factories in the United States that have switched over to building supplies for the military, you know, airplane parts and tank parts and stuff like that. And it would be hard to make a switch to try to incorporate a bigger gun, right? But by the same token, we lost a lot more people than we should have because of the gun. And again, that video was just like, hey, the tank power is only the third most important thing. That's one thing I talked about before is I'm trying to deprogram some of the chud part of my brain, and the reverence for the military is one of those things that I still get a gun boner for some of the military equipment. And I still like the military. I mean, I don't think I don't hold it against them. And I think that the values that we pretend to uphold whenever we engage in some sort of conflict overseas. Whether or not that's the true purpose for why we're there, you know, like to liberate people from the oppression of a dictator or some shit like that. I still believe that that should be our real reason, you know, of why we go over and engage in these conflicts. And so, by that logic, the soldier, if they honestly are committing themselves to that supposed cause, rather than just being like, oh no, I graduated high school and didn't know what to do with my life. You know, I still appreciate that and respect that. So,
the Russian army unveiled their next generation.
Plus, since we spend so much money on our military, we better have some pretty cool shit. That's all I'm saying.
T-14 Armata tank. And ever since then, military analysts have been trying to figure out, is this the world's greatest tank or biggest lie? It boasted increased firepower, hardened protection, and more mobility than a Russian ballerina. A leaked UK Ministry of Defense intelligence memo warned that the T-14 super tank was 20 years ahead of any armor that NATO had in its entire force. All this before the T-14 had even fired a shot in anger. But some military Western experts, they analyzed this and they were skeptical. They predicted that Russia would never be able to actually mass produce the T-14. So which side was lying to us? Russia say it isn't so. The T-14 had a whole bunch of new capabilities with an upgraded 125mm cannon, a brisk top speed of 20 kilometers per hour, faster than any of its competitors, all while having a lower production cost, cheaper than the M1 Abrams. And it even weighed comparatively little at 55 tons. Now, I would never suggest the Russian government is lying, but those claims seem sus to me. We need to investigate further. It featured the world's first unmanned tank turret, which was a technologically fancy, digitally controlled system. This thing was a departure from Russia's historic approach to tanks, which, to be fair, was to make them cheap and make them a lot. One entity that believed the hype was NATO. That, or they used it as an excuse to pump tons of money into making the larger 140mm tank gun to counter the Armada. But then there were the first signs of cracks in the T-14's armor, figuratively speaking, of course. An incident happened in Moscow at the rehearsal for the T-14's
I remember this
first
shit.
appearance.
Okay. I remember this shit. It was so funny, dude, because, I mean, in a size comparison, this tank is fucking huge. It's like colossal. It's a super tank, is what they call it. And it reminds me of World War II again, but in terms of naval ships, you know, Germany just kept building them bigger and bigger and bigger, and then, like, Japan came out with, you know, a battleship that was bigger than any other battleship, and it had, like, God, what was it, like 16-inch guns? Or no, 18-inch guns. Anyway, they were huge. They were huge guns, huge shells. And, you know, it made us shit when we saw it. And so the same thing with these tanks. You know, it's not just the tank and the technology behind it, but it was supposed to strike fear into the hearts of the enemies. And then one of them fucking broke down when they were first unveiled. I've heard two different reports. One said the shit just straight up broke down, and the other one was that the dude driving the tank forgot to take off the parking brake. Because you see this other vehicle's trying to pull the tank and is struggling. I mean, it's a big tank, so it's going to be heavy to move, but it's like yanking. Like it goes to try to pull it, and it's like getting yanked backwards. That kind of indicates that the parking brake's on. Because you can see it squatting down in the front here. It's like there's some tension somewhere in here that's acting as a fulcrum as this other vehicle tries to pull it, you know?
It seemed to indicate that behind the scenes, the tank development wasn't going as smoothly as we thought. A brave individual leaked this footage of what looks like the T-14 broken down, deadlined in the middle of the road, stuck there for like 15 minutes. I swear this never happens to me. Which one of you leaked that video? No, seriously, Russia wants to know so they can send you on a free trip to Siberia. This was actually one of those many instances where it's kind of hard to tell what's true about the T-14 Armada, because it later turned out that the media had gotten this situation all wrong. The tank hadn't actually broken down at the rehearsal. It was just some inexperienced driver accidentally engaged the tank's emergency brake.
Got
Way
it.
to go, Private Dimitri.
That's where I heard it.
This was all your fault.
That's
One of the
fucking
key
hilarious.
concepts with the T-14 design was that it was developed as a revolutionary new armored vehicle concept with its universal chassis system. So basically it aimed to make all armored tracked vehicles like the troop carriers and the mobile artillery vehicles, they would all share the same exact body and hull. Having all those parts in common would make maintenance much cheaper and much easier. Which I'm sure the thought of having easier maintenance makes every American tanker out there shout a great big unironic hua. I think the closest Russian equivalent to that phrase is Tavarish.
Don't ever hua into my ear holes again, sir.
Can tell me if that carries the same amount of cringy connotation as hua does.
At least he acknowledges the cringe.
Similar to the direction that the U.S. Army
This
was
game's
planning
pretty
to go.
cool. I think this is this game's pretty cool. I can't remember what the fuck it's called. It was like, I used to play World of Tanks a lot. It was like the direct competitor. Still is to that game. It doesn't matter. But anyway, yeah, it's pretty cool. I mean, especially that you can drive this tank in it.
Go in with their replacement for their own main battle tank, the M1 Abrams in the early 2000s. Except that the US prototype, the XM1202 program, failed several times and never even made it through development far
And it
enough
looked stupid.
to even have the opportunity to stop working in public.
You can't say the U.S. Army next-gen tanks are awful if you never make one.
So the 2015 press reports from the top Russian tank manufacturer UVZ, they claimed that by 2020 they would finish producing an initial run of 2,300 armadas, which would be enough to replace about 80% of the frontline units in Russia.
I know,
Again,
right?
we seem to be coming up against lies here because obviously that hasn't happened, not even a little. Ballooning unexpected production costs meant that there were only a handful of T-14s in existence today. They're like an endangered tank species. I'm pretty sure it's a war crime to hunt them. I'm sorry, but can you blame me for feeling just a little bit lied to by the Russian army? They build this awesome next generation tank, they dangle it in front of tank lovers, and then they never deliver on the goods. Never mind, a year later in 2016, they changed their mind and reported, surprise, Russia's lethal T-14 Armada tank is in production. Then in 2018, they gave me whiplash real bad by backtracking again and canceling the production, saying that they simply would just upgrade their old T-80s and T-90 tanks. Fair enough. Okay, I'm at peace. I accept the T-14 Armada will never go into full production. Russia starts to mass produce T-14 Armada tanks in 2022. Quit playing games with my heart, Russia. It can only take so much. This video exists for the purpose of attempting to cut through all of the deception and determine once and for all the T-14 Armada's actual strengths and weaknesses. It's my attempt to put the entire development saga into historical context. As a former infantryman, I don't really have a dog in this race. I'm not biased in favor of one tank or another. I'm going to attempt to analyze what kind of new features the T-14 Armada has. I want to see how it compares to the American M1 Abrams, and look at how this novel design hints at what's in store for the future of tank warfare. There's a ton of Russian propaganda on the one hand, and oodles of Western misinformation and skepticism on the other. But I think enough dust has settled on the vehicle since its release in 2015 that we can investigate the truth about the T-14 Armada tank. The origins of the idea for an unmanned tank turret and universal chassis system are hotly debated amongst tankers. Some say that the Americans came up with the idea first, and others angrily write articles claiming that the Russians did. Either way, I think we can all agree that tankers should never have been given internet access. I think the truth is likely that the Russians took some inspiration from the scrapped 1980s M1 Abrams tank testbed prototype, which had an unmanned remote-controlled tank turret with an autoloader, a 3-person crew in a protected shell. It shares a ton of design principles in common with the T-14
Damn, that's
Armada.
actually kind of cool. We never rolled with that.
The infantry fighting vehicle concept from the Russians, so all's fair in love and war, right? In
Is
fact,
tankers real?
The T-14 Armada started development in the Russian army in 1995, and it had a lot of the same features that would end up making it into the T-14 Armada. Like the high output engine, you had the taller turret profile, profile and increased depression and elevation angle capability. When the T-95 was canceled in 2010, a lot of unfinished progress.
I'm assuming what he means by tankers is the people who actually work in the tank, like the guys who drive it and operate it.
If you don't know much about Russian tank production, then at the very least, you need to know about the company Earl Vagon.
Call them tankies.
I mispronounced that with confidence, right? My old squad leader always told me, Cappy, if you're going to be wrong this much, at least be wrong with confidence, Hua. Today, Earl Vagon Vizad is the
This motherfucker, I'm about to shut it off.
The company
even though
was
I've seen it
created as
once.
a train manufacturer in 1931 as part of Joseph Stalin's second five-year plan, which was focused on modernizing Russia's industrial power back then. UVZ was one of the many plants that were then converted into tank manufacturing during World War II, and they stayed that way all the way to today, where they're struggling to pump out more than 100 T-14s in 5 years.
Dude, those fucking, oh my god. These are ancient, dude. These are for real, like KV-2s. I mean, they're like heavy, super heavy tanks from World War II, but I mean, it was awesome. I mean, back in the day, so I guess if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But these, like the complete one, and these are the same hulls, is a tank destroyer, like an Su-85 or Su-100, which, you know, were specifically designed to kill other tanks. But what's funny is, you know, obviously they don't have a turret on top of them, so you couldn't spin the gun to face an enemy. You had to rotate the whole vehicle, which was a bitch if they ever got behind you. That fucking sucks.
Pump out more than 100 T-14s in 5 years. At one point, they helped to create over 35,000 T-34s in World War II, which were instrumental in defeating the Germans on the Eastern Front. Fast forward to 2010, and the Russian Ministry of Defense gives the UVZ tank manufacturer a specific task: have the T-14 next generation tank on the production line by 2015, or else. Well, the best way to understand the Armada's strengths and weaknesses is to break it down into the three main categories that we use to analyze any armored vehicle: its firepower, protection, and its maneuverability. The T-14's firepower is a massive upgrade thanks to the new primary gun and ammunition. The main 125mm 2A82 1M cannon is longer now at 6 meters. And this gives its rounds a 20% higher velocity than its opponents. One Russian source claims that the rounds travel at 2,050 meters per second. Hey guys, you see where I parked my car? It's white, kind of crappy. Oh, I guess I'll just walk to work.
He's an idiot.
Accuracy boost over the last version of the weapon. The max effective range for the armor-piercing fin-stabilized ammo is 4.7 kilometers. Recently released open-source information on the Armada tells us that it can carry an extra 10 rounds in the Abrams, so it has a total of 45 shots. The truth about the Armada's main cannon is that most tank experts on both sides, the Russian and Western side of the aisle, believe that this is an awesome weapon. It's better than the Abrams, they say. A lot has been said about the T-14's unmanned turret design because it's the tank's greatest distinguishing feature. It's the design choice that informs every other decision on the tank. It's a major departure from simple Russian historic tank design by placing 3 soldiers in a separate protected crew shell in the front of the vehicle where they control the turret electronically. One of the advantages of this approach, in my opinion, is that it makes the tank more lethal, and it gives extra space for an autoloader. Now, autoloader systems, they automatically lift these heavy 50-pound munitions into the barrel. This means you can operate the entire tank with one less member. The Abrams needs 4 soldiers, but on the downside, this means that you have less soldiers' hands to help out when it comes to doing routine maintenance. The other downside is that as a tank commander, you now have one less person to give details to and boss around. Private Dimitri, go find your American counterpart Carl and tell him to stop drinking all the Rip-It. An argument that autoloaders are slower than humans, but the Russian army claims that their autoloader can yeet out 10 rounds per minute, which is about the same rate of fire as the Abrams.
And
but
they don't get tired.
About the lies of the T-14 Armada, it's the truth about it. Personally, I think the autoloader has more plus sides than downsides, and it's an absolute necessity when we consider that the trend right now in military is going towards remotely controlled main battle tanks. So it's going to need that autoloader.
Yeah.
The autoloader also allows for 100mm larger munitions with its single-piece ammunition instead of the old 2-piece ammo.
We're
The new
fucked.
rounds have greater
Jeez.
armor-piercing ability, able to cut through 1,000 millimeters of rolled homogeneous steel enemy armor at a distance of 2 kilometers. A new kind of tank round can be fired from the main gun called the Sprinter anti-tank guided munition, which has the longest range of the tank at 8 kilometers. But its true range is actually capped at 7.5 kilometers because that's the max range for its laser rangefinder. The ballistic computer can't create a firing solution for something it can't see, right? The weapon is connected to a radar tracking system, which provides an automatic firing solution for each target. Before we get into the potential weaknesses of the T-14's lethality, I want to tell you about World of Tanks. It's a free-to-play video game with over 100 million players.
Wow.
You can test out
They
more than
damn sure don't have a T-14 Armada in World of Tanks. It's all World War II era stuff.
all different
Well,
historical periods. It's a great game
some,
to kick back,
I guess,
relax,
Korea
unwind, and
area,
enjoy some enemy armor.
era stuff too.
You can tear across deserts, climb steep hills, and
And they
sneak
even
through
got some experimental bullshit,
40
like tanks in there that
I can
weren't
confirm
real,
this
but
game
like
is
were kind of
historically
proposed and drawn up.
has
I mean,
authentic
I understand you have to do that to
You'll earn
keep the
experience, modify and
game
upgrade your
fresh, you know?
personalized
Gotta
tank.
always add new
Be
tanks.
sure to check out December's holiday
Oh,
OP
look at
features
that
daily
skin.
missions
Oh,
with
that's
Spirit and
terrible.
Commander Arnold Schwarzenegger. Click the link in the description. Use code
Commander Arnie
for free 7 days of premium account time and 250,000 in-game credits. You'll also get the premium tank Excelsior plus 3 rental tanks for 10 battles each.
Let me tell you about the Excelsior tank. It's garbage.
You'll also get
It's
the premium
garbage.
tank
It's actually garbage. In the game. Like in the game. In the game. It's like tier 5. Okay, so it's midway because you go up to tier 10 is the highest tier, I think. At least it used to be. And it was the first premium tank that I ever bought when I played the game back, several years ago. And I was like, sweet, premium. Pay real money for it, right? It's garbage, dude. Like, literally, the gun it fires fast, but it can't penetrate, like, any armor. So, it's just garbage. Yeah. Yeah, you're exactly right, man. Exactly. And, they have this thing, and no, they don't do it. And okay, so World of Warships is made by the same company, and it's pretty cool. It's kind of gone off the rails here in the last couple of years, but not only can you buy premium tanks in World of Tanks, but you can buy premium armor with real money that has higher penetration values than the standard armor or the standard, ammo that your tank comes loaded with. And of course it's completely fake. It's just, they up the values, the penetration values and the damage values. And like there's, if you were going to do any damage in this tank, you would have to buy the tank and then you would have to buy premium ammo to shoot with that gun. And it still wouldn't do great. So, yeah, there's fake ammo that you can pay real money for too.
You'll get the Tiger 131, the Cromwell B, and the T-34-85M. I'll see you guys in game. Russian defense company Rostec CEO Sergei Kamivzyov said, quote, "The Armada crew does not need to aim accurately. It only has to aim the gun roughly. Electronics will do the rest. It will accurately determine the distance to the target and aim the gun at it. The vehicle uses artificial intelligence elements that help the crew deliver fire." That sounds like a ton of fun until the onboard computer gets promoted before you do. I can deal with the fact that most dogs in the military outrank me, but I cannot tolerate Russian computers that probably know my entire browser history. But not all threats require the main pew-pew cannon. For an anti-personnel and anti-drone engagements, the T-14 features a 12.7mm machine gun, which is like the 50 cal in the American arsenal. It's got 300 rounds, and it's positioned directly on the roof-mounted commander's optical sight, which operates independent of the main gun, so it's not fixed to the cannon. Russian military sources claim the heavy anti-material machine gun is hooked up to the tank's radar system, and that it can actually shoot down incoming RPG rounds. Look me in the eyes and tell me that machine gun actually shoots down rockets. If it's true, I'll give you
it's
2
rough.
million rubles right here, right now.
Here's what's funny though. This one came out.
So yes,
when did this come out? Okay, so this came out in December, so it wasn't that long ago, right? But it was obviously before the invasion. Also, this guy, he, was former infantry in United States armed forces, obviously, but he, I guess, is an expert or studies Russian technology. I don't know if his like ancestors or his family is from Russia, but he gets insanely more liberal over the next few months. Like, this is like the most painful video I've seen of his, but all the newer ones, like since the invasion of Ukraine and stuff like that, and even ones slightly before it, he will straight up be like dog shitting all over the U.S. military and like talk about how it's imperialist and, like how we get involved with conflicts. And he'll just like throw them in. Instead of these dipshit dumb puns, he makes like very poignant political statements. And it's like, did he just say that? Because you usually don't expect, some guy who's former infantry to say that shit about the military that he used to serve. But it's actually pretty funny.
It's true. Russia did recently send the T-14 Armata into Syria, and they were kind of purposely insinuating that it got into combat operations there, but the language that they used in the press release about it was purposely vague, so they left it open to the idea that maybe it didn't get in combat, maybe it did. And the reason I think they sent it to Syria was so that they could get it into action, get some actual hard performance data about how it performs in those conditions, so that they could use that information to better sell it to foreign countries that they're trying to sell the T-14 Armata to. The commander's optical sight on the turret gives the vehicle a 360-degree
It's amazing because they, for real, are already trying to sell the shit.
The commander can search for and identify
rather than they don't even have sufficient quantities for themselves to use, and they're already trying to sell it. They're probably got to sell a few so they can make a few
If
more.
they spot one, they can send the turret there. And the driver can focus on not hitting the emergency brake again. The Russian army is currently developing a super 152mm 2A
That turret
upgun version,
swings
which is a
very
full meter long,
quickly.
7 meters long, and it would be the largest caliber
Jesus.
ever fitted on a tank. Don't worry, while Russia is working on creating super tank guns, the US is throwing their entire defense budget into recruiting campaigns that strike fear into the hearts of their enemies. So having a massive
there was one.
turret is only
There's
half
a little one.
in modern tank warfare. The other half is the type of fire control system that the tank has.
He's not wrong though, dude. Our tank we developed in the
where
60s.
the offensive abilities of the T-14 Armata could use a huge improvement.
And we still rely on it as our main battle tank. Like, look, dude.
Which means, in
Stop
good
it.
weather,
Stab
they can identify a tank-sized target at 5 kilometers. For comparison, the Abrams has a max zoom of 50 times, which likely has better resolution, better color, and longer laser range finding.
Yeah, you do.
If you disagree with my minor
Did you see earlier? I was watching the UN Security Council where Zelensky was going to talk, and I know you had to bounce for a while, but a little bit after you got off, when Zelensky spoke, I mean, of course, I made a point to look at his face after he got done speaking because, they did this again. Everybody in the room is like, "Oh, bravo, bravo," after his speech, which is all we do, But the look on his face, like I remember his prior speeches, whenever he'd get like a round of applause after he got done talking, he would seem like very thankful, like, thank you, and but now just this look on his face, he's just distraught because the applause doesn't mean shit, and especially what happened in Bucha. But it was funny because he wanted to play a video at the end of his speech, but they had some boomer technical difficulties. But they finally got it worked out, dude. And you didn't happen to catch that video, did you? Because it was horrific. So I mean, I don't necessarily advise you go watching it, but how they talked about the bodies that were found in Bucha. It was essentially not just Bucha. It showed pictures from that, but literally from different cities, the dead people. And horrific shit, man. It was like they were bound, their hands were tied, and just thrown in their basement dead, like a whole family. some of them were like partially burned, where they were like trying to burn their corpses, but it didn't work because bodies don't burn like that. And it was alarming, right? And I was like, maybe I said this as part of it before you left, but I predicted that the representative from Russia would be like, listen, that shit was here when we got here, okay? Before we even showed up, those that shit was already here, okay? We didn't make the dead bodies. They were already lying here when we got here. So I was just kind of joking. But then when the representative from Russia got to speak, he implied exactly that. He said the bodies in that video were too badly decomposed for it to be possible for the Russian soldiers to have committed those crimes while they were in control of Bucha. So essentially he was saying that shit was already here when I got there. And it was sickening, man, because it really it really paints this really nasty picture, honestly. I mean, for lack of a better term, but I went on a rampage about how we gotta have some better stuff lying around. We do spend so much money on our military, and I know we've got some great planes that are a little out of date, but I know we still have them lying around. We give them to Israel all the time to defend themselves. Like F-15, F-16, those are fantastic planes. I know we have a bunch of them lying around, but they're not even like our new attack aircraft that we use primarily. So why can't we just give some of those to Ukraine? You know what I mean? Like we got to be able to give them big boy toys that they can use to defend themselves. Just these Javelin and Stinger missiles aren't cutting it anymore. And so yeah, I was like, we need to give them some of the planes that they can use to defend themselves. Not our brand new shit, because of course we don't want to do that. But then of course the guy from Russia just swears up and down it wasn't the Russians that did it. It was the Nazis in Ukraine that killed their own people, and murdered them and threw them in mass graves. And he spun it like that's the whole reason why we're here. We're trying to get rid of the Nazis that are killing all the Ukrainians. It's like, you're fucking stupid if you honestly believe that the rest of the world is going to believe that, like, Christ. I thought that maybe they would craft a different narrative, or at least make some alterations to the whole Nazi story, right? But they haven't. It's the same story. They haven't even improved it at all. It's insane.
Systems of the T-14 tank throughout this video, then please take solace in the fact that I'm just an average former ground pounder standing in a tiny bedroom in my sweatpants on Long Island. What do I know, right? Historically, the Russian army has been at least a decade behind the American forces when it comes to the resolution on thermal imaging and the effectiveness of shooting on the move with these fire control systems. Ballistic computers are not up to par with the American Abrams. On the other hand, the likelihood of a tank engagement past 5 kilometers is incredibly rare, especially in most parts of the world anyway. This is why I continue to suggest to this day that the Russian and US Army should join forces and rule the galaxy together. Hashtag the Empire did nothing wrong.
I know his bulge was uncomfortable.
Protection system. The first of which is the Galas paint coating, which reduces its signature to infrared and radar. Russian citizen used a thermal camera to capture footage of the T-14 going down the street. And you can see
looks like a tank.
Our signatures reduced. The only place you really see a hot spot is where the exhaust port is in the back.
And the super hot tracks on the ground.
You're able to spot and fire at the Armada. It then uses its second layer. This thing's crazy. The Afghan active hard kill protection system is said to be even more effective than the famous Israeli trophy active protection.
I was gonna say, that looks like the Israeli Iron Dome.
Incoming tank round, which no APS has done before, as far as I know. When we look at the Russian patent, we can see that it uses a different approach to APS. It fires a shock core warhead at the incoming projectile, which works better against small, fast-flying incoming tank munitions. But on the other hand, it has the disadvantage of needing to be more accurate, so that ballistic calculation that tracks the incoming round needs to be more exact. There's less room for error on the Afghanite system. I'm always worried I'm going to be standing outside a tank and I'm going to go to throw some innocent item to one of my buddies standing on top of the tank, and then the APS system is going to accidentally identify it as an incoming missile and shoot it down. No, just me? On the soft side of the protection systems, the T-14 Armada uses powerful infrared jammers and a unique automated smoke round to deflect incoming missiles, like the Javelin. Is this stuff okay to breathe in? Wow.
Give me a bit of a head rush.
With the unmanned turret, it can be smaller and requires less heavy armor, which means more weight savings. This means if you're ever in a situation where you're facing off against the T-14 Armada on the battlefield, then you're going to want to aim for the least armored section, the turret, which also has the added benefit of possibly knocking out its cameras and totally blinding the tank crew, making it useless. Unmanned turrets do have some weaknesses. They rely far more on the electronics, which are notoriously finicky. It gives the crew less situational awareness. Russian defense writer Oleg Fleshnyov said, quote, "It's not possible to turn the capsule like a turret, so the emphasis is on optical means and electronics, which can fail in battle. If all those systems fail though, then there's another layer of protection, the new Malakat dual explosive reactive armor. We know that the last generation of ERA reduced incoming round penetration by 50%. ERA is made up of these bricks of basically explosives that they're interconnected with systems that can detect when a missile's coming, and they detonate right as the missile gets close, which trips off the American TOW missile warhead before it even hits the tank. So in response, the American TOW missiles were upgraded to have tandem explosives so that the second charge would still go through even if the first one was tripped off. In the event that a warhead gets through the T-14 Armada's explosive reactive armor, there's still the hull armor there. And it's made up of a brand new type of steel that the Russians specifically designed for the T-14. It's called the 44S SVSH, which supposedly reduces the weight by hundreds of kilograms, a 15% lighter overall vehicle.
Because it's made of plastic. It's plastic metal. It's metal, if you will.
Carbon fiber nanotubes, textilite, ceramics, and pockets of air. Projectiles would have to drive through all of that.
Oh, they're using pockets of air as armor? That's a great idea.
The T-14 Armada was designed
That's a fantastic way to save weight.
Allow for remote control use with the intent to make it fully robotically controlled someday. These features are easy to integrate into unmanned turret systems like the one already in use here. Many NATO vehicles using hulls and system architectures designed during the Cold War and in the 70s can't support unmanned remote controlled systems. It's not suited for it. The T-14 Armada has an A85 3A turbocharged diesel engine with an output of 1,500 horsepower, which is placed in the rear compartment. What it really means is that the T-14 has a very high power to weight ratio since the weight is relatively low. This is what gives it that 20 kilometers faster speed than other tanks. The declared maximum fuel range on the road is a distance of 600 kilometers. But the bottom line is that all of these aspects that we've covered so far don't really mean anything if you can't afford to mass produce the T-14 Armada. Obviously, much of the conversation in and around the T-14 focuses on the controversy over how much it actually costs to manufacture.
Ask them if they want to sell that design. We can pay for it.
When the Russian economy was booming and their state coffers were filled with all the sweet, sweet petrodollars. Since then, the situation has rapidly reversed. I've read a number of opinions from influential Russian defense experts, and a number of them have publicly expressed their doubts over the costs of the system. Alexander Sherin, the first deputy chairperson of the Duma Defense Committee, quote, "First, it looked more than innovative and sparked explosive interest, but the car was prohibitively expensive. As a result, the Russian Ministry of Defense came to the conclusion that one cannot especially rush the large batches of T-14 Armadas. Public estimates on the cost of the unit per vehicle vary widely, from 3.8 to 9.5 million USD, with it likely being closer to 9.5 million. In 2015, they had already spent $17 million on creating a production line and factory for the Armada. So I don't think the Russian army was pretending to create this tank. I don't think they were trying to deceive the West into thinking they had a next generation tank, as some have suggested. I believe they were actually planning to deliver the 2,300 Armadas by last year, but something went horribly wrong along the way, So what was it that sidelined it? I'm struggling to get a couch today, so I can only imagine how difficult it is to get a tank. If you think I'm being hard on the T-14 by pointing out some of its flaws, just
Dude,
remember
you've
that the
barely
American
pointed out any of its
1202
flaws.
prototype main battle
You
tank
are sucking
has
the
also
dick
been in
of the
various
T-14
stages of
as far as I'm
development and
concerned.
cancellation for the better part of 2 decades. If the T-14 Armada doesn't go into full rate production for another 10 years from now, it would still likely be ahead of their competitors at that point. It gives the Russian army a platform to test out new armor and guns, but its less effective optics and unrealistic production costs continue to hold it back in the short term. The Russian army might have to take a play out of their old World War II era playbook and look back at what some of their original tank designs did so well and made them so unbeatable. Thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed the video. Remember, these are just my opinions on the T-14, my thoughts and insights based on my military experience and the
Painful. Jesus H. What? Okay, hold on. What was I gonna do? I was gonna do a thing, and I forgot what it was. Let me go back to task and purpose. Or not. Apparently, that's not important. Apparently, I did not watch that video. You absolute chode. He had a new one. I think he just uploaded today. Can't remember. No, I mean, oh, it was yesterday. I don't care how NATO's machine gun fits their tactics. Alright, here's the deal. Where the hell did my thing go? Oh, man. Okay, you know what? I'm going to call it. I'm going to call it for today. I've been on for about 6.5 hours, so I'm going to go ahead and hop off. But I appreciate you checking back in, man. That's very nice of you. My back's starting to hurt. Sitting in this damn seat for as long as I have. I need to go do some laps. But anybody else who stopped by or might be listening, I appreciate you. I'll be back on tomorrow as well. Probably pretty early in the morning. So, thanks for stopping by, and everybody have a good evening. And I'll talk to you later. Oh yeah, I try, dude. I mean, I'm just like convinced that, you know, you put in the time, and truthfully, a big part of it is because I get a little more comfortable with it every day, you know, and a little bit more of my former personality comes out. So I try to put in more time to try to get back to that, because, you know, I've said it before, but there was a big part of my personality back when I was younger that I haven't seen for a while, and I see glimpses of it every so often whenever I'm streaming. Like I said, I really like doing that. So I think what I need to do, though, instead of like today where it's just a ADHD stream of consciousness, probably do like Hassan does, or, you know, other streamers, and make like a playlist if I'm gonna do videos. Try to keep me on task, because it literally is just me flipping from one subject to another. But, you know, I think that truthfully, in that context, it can attract different audiences, you know? Oh, really? More tinny? I have a feeling it's probably because of the noise gate or whatever. I'm honestly surprised, you know, that the upload speed is sufficient at all in any context. But yeah, whenever when you have to refresh it, is it just because it does it freeze up completely? Yeah, there's like dynamic, and what is the other one? Dynamic and condenser, right? And this is a dynamic mic, isn't it? Oh, really? That's bizarre. Yeah. Right. Huh. So if I stop, does my voice keep going or it just completely freezes? Because that's so bizarre. Because usually when that happens, you know, it'll give me some sort of warning in Streamlabs. Like I was dropping frames like crazy. Huh. That's weird. Yeah, it's probably just garbage upload speed, man. Which I actually need to look into that and see, you know, because it's AT&T and then this local company that offer internet here, and they're the only ones that are allowed to. We used to have AT&T, and then we switched to this other company because even though the connection speed's garbage, it was still better than what AT&T could offer, but that was years ago, so hopefully they've upped it. Yeah, I doubt it. I doubt it, dude. Truthfully, though, it's dynamic. This is a dynamic mic, right? It's the MV7. I really want to get the SM7B. But the Shure mics that are of this fashion are all dynamic mics, right? Wonder if I... Oh yeah, I don't have any effects. Okay, good. I didn't want to voice setting dynamic mic, but I'm saying it's like some sort of complete switch, like a profile's changed or something. Okay, so... And that's what's weird about it, okay? Because just as a quick overview, in Streamlabs, actually, you're the only one in here, and truthfully, I don't care if anybody else sees. Hold on a second. No, let go of it. Okay. Wow. It just grabbed like all these elements and then pulled it over. So we're going to see like screenception here. But obviously this is Streamlabs, right? All right. Oh, okay. Yeah, we could do that. Ow, fuck. My headphones are wrapped around here. Okay, yeah, I got Discord, right? Ow. Discord. Yeah, I'm in a couple different channels, but truthfully, I don't really pay much attention to them. Lily uses Discord all the time to communicate. But truthfully, I'll probably have to get off this, right? Because it wants to, yeah, it wants to use the mic and the camera. So I'll end the stream and then get on Discord. I mean, I would imagine I have to, right? That's what I mean. I just don't know enough about this shit. I'm an idiot. This music's hype, dude. Did you know? Well, that's cool, man. I'm glad to hear that. That's excellent. Okay. Wow, you know what? That's actually a great question. I don't even know what my username on Discord is. Papa Chubby? That makes sense, right? Is Discord like, does it integrate with Twitch? I'm asking... Oh, okay. I'm asking the dumbest questions. Are you Chewy Jewy in Discord? Or Chewy Bits? Is there a preference? Are you the Chad? Wumpus is waiting on friends. You don't have to, though. Okay, thanks. All right, give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna go grab food and I'll be right back. Somebody pop in right as I say it. Ooh, wait, I got it. Right? Shut that off. I'm sorry, I'm looking through. Oh, it's stream elements. Okay. I was wondering what the hell these different messages and stuff were. Okay. Streamer mode is enabled. Stay safe, friend. Oh, well, that's nice. Where do I find my messages? Am I blind? Sorry, trying not to chew into the mic. Direct messages. Oh, my phone. Got it. Got it. Okay. Guess I can pull this over, huh? Put that right there. Bob. If I got that right. Yeah, I think I did. Yeah. Hello?
Hello.
Hey, buddy. Can you hear me?
Hello.
Hello? Hey, buddy. Can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Yeah. I ain't know what your Discord is, fool. I ain't know what your Discord is, fool. I ain't know what your Discord is, fool. It's funny, I'm hearing my voice twice. It's funny, I'm hearing my voice twice.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I hear me better though.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I hear me better though.
Can you hear me? Yeah, I can hear you. Is this okay? I gotta figure out how to get you coming out of Discord, because the only way I could hear you before was the stream, and I don't know why, and that's like fucking with me because you don't answer till like 20 seconds later.
Yeah, I wondered that. I wonder if because one thing's using the mic, if it won't let the other thing use the mic. Oh, because it says streamer mode is enabled on my Discord.
The stream. Okay.
Yeah, Lily's back there. She just walked by. Yeah, it could totally be on my end because of in my Discord it says streamer mode enabled, so maybe it's cutting off my audio going through Discord.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, can you hear me? I can hear you.
Because okay, so if you're saying shit, okay. If you're saying shit, I can't. Whatever input you have isn't actually connected to Discord because it's not lighting up. Your face should light up as you talk, like mine does.
You got the stream on?
Maybe turn off streamer mode. I don't know what streamer mode actually does, if I'm being honest.
Okay. I turned that off.
Voice and video. Go back to the settings and go to voice and video.
Okay.
No.
Oh, sorry. Is this the wrong spot? Voice and video. Okay. Input. Boom. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Really? You're not detecting any input from my voice? Voice, voice, voice. Voice, voice. Voice, voice. Voice, 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 voice. Voice, 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 voice. Voice, voice, voice. Hold, please. Maybe this one. Let's try that. Put that to mute. Okay. Now go back. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Chicka.
Hey, there you are.
Got it.
Nailed it.
Yeah,
Awesome.
it's really finicky because, truthfully, whenever I first hooked up my external mixer, I think I mentioned this before, but the USB cable hooked up between the mixer and the computer, even though I would move the slider and adjust the computer volume through the slider on the mixer, it would increase the volume in my headphones, but it wouldn't touch or alter the volume that's going out to the stream, which was really bizarre. So I rerouted. Well, I didn't reroute. I hooked up an alternate input to the mixer using like the headphone output jack from the laptop and then it splits into left and right, like quarter inch, like jacks that go into the mixer. And so, if for some reason one of the inputs messes up, I can quickly switch to the other one. So I had to work that out.
Yeah, that volume is going to be your monitor. It won't affect what actually like gets transmitted.
Got it. Okay, that makes sense. And what's bizarre too, let me show you. Because you can still see my screen, right?
Yes, and the whole reason like the Discord calls a little bit better is because there's a 30-second delay on the chat, and there's also a 30-second delay of like you saying something, and then also me seeing you say that.
Got it. Yeah, that would be obnoxious. Truthfully, okay, what was I dealing with that I wanted to? Oh yeah, the mic and it being tinny and all that stuff. I wanted to make sure that at least I had the settings right. Now, I'm gonna be honest with you that truthfully, remember when I was telling that story about how I tried to mount it to a bracket and put it on the wall, like using a wall mount? I could have screwed up the mixer more than I realized. I mean, it's still functional, but I want to send you a picture through my cell phone, obviously, but of a little message or an icon that's popping up in the mixer. You may not have a clue what it is, but I tried doing like a Google search, and I couldn't find any results of what it was referring to. Hold on, let me pull this because I took a picture of it the other day. Here we go. Okay. Yeah, that's the right picture. All right, so I'll send this picture to you, and up in the upper right corner of my display on the mixer, there's like, the volume icon for like headphones. It looks like a speaker, like when you would adjust the volume on your computer or whatever. But then it's got an X next to it, like if you muted the sound, and it's gold. So it's not like most of the logos on the screen are white to kind of indicate proper connections. And it's got this yellow icon, and like I said, it gives me the indication that it's muted. And it didn't pop up until like recently. It didn't pop up immediately after I tried mounting this thing to a bracket, but like the next day or something, it popped up, and I tried running back through any settings that maybe I'd altered in the mixer that could have caused it, but honestly, I can't tell. I'm not sure.
I think that's solo.
Okay. What is solo? Is it just like you hit solo and it quiets every other input?
Yes.
Okay, that makes sense.
I've got those buttons on mine too, where if I hit the solo, it's just going to show mine, and then everybody's muted. Or that track, I could do it on any track on mine.
Got it. You know what would actually make this easier, truthfully, is let me switch my other camera. I know there's a delay between like the stream and, or I guess can we do like a video call on Discord? You can do that, right?